Oh boy, who's ready for 5.5 hours of straight commentary about Xenoblade Chronicles 3? I hope you are if you clicked on this video because I know I am. So this speedrun was performed on Saturday, March 11th. It was done on easy mode and it was done without any DLC. So this run, despite being easy mode, is not actually as easy as you might think it is, simply because a lot of the strategies change to be inherently more risky because you are playing on an easier difficulty. The main reason I like doing easy mode is because it's a lot shorter of a category. Normal mode's longer, and longer runs are kind of annoying. This one's already 5.5 hours, so you can already see that even this is definitely one of the longer speedruns in the entire series. I make a lot of videos about this series, so if you ever want to see more content, more speedruns, more guides, please be sure to subscribe to the channel because it does really help me out so much. So let's get into this and start talking about it. So starting things off, we get into the game, and immediately we get into this tutorial, which is a little bit too hand-holdy for my liking in a lot of situations. Right now we are learning how to auto-attack and equip our weapon properly. That's the very first thing we do. We just press the A button and we're able to auto-attack the enemy. For better or for worse, this game definitely has better tutorials than previous entries in the series, but some of them definitely can get a little bit hand-holdy, as I've already stated. As you can see here, drawing your weapon, I don't think that necessarily needed a tutorial, but if we're going to explain every little thing, we might as well make sure the player base has nothing to complain about. So right now, I guess since we have tutorials basically dedicated to everything, I'll explain the mechanics as we get to them. I believe the next tutorial coming up here is how to use arts. So one of the key fundamental aspects of the combat in this series is being able to use arts. So by pressing the buttons they are assigned to, in this case that should be the B, X, and Y buttons, depending on the location on the lower right of the screen, we are able to use these arts. In the top right of the screen, you'll see that it wants us to use 5 art attacks. The tutorial will not end until we do this. The enemy will stay alive with a sliver of health until we do this. So the optimal strategy for a speedrun for this, at least on easy mode, is to just basically use your fastest cooldown art as soon as you possibly can, and then just make sure you're using them on cooldown to make sure you use those 5 arts as fast as possible, just so we can get past that part of the speedrun. So there's a couple little minor optimizations you can make in this section to save a little bit of time. On this next little enemy here, you want to run behind him, instantly edge thrust to make sure you get a back attack bonus. That art has a back attack bonus, meaning you do more damage when you attack from behind. You can tell your direction in relation to the enemy by the arrow above the arts. Basically, it's always pointing down. If you're behind an enemy, it always points up. If you are in front of an enemy, and if you are to the side of an enemy, it will point to the left or the right. Ground beat is an area of effect art. I use that to hit both of these enemies at the same time here to make this part go faster. Sword strike is a break attack. Essentially, there is a combo system in this game. If you break an enemy, your allies can follow up with combos that allow you to do different things to the enemy depending on what combos they use. Breaking an enemy allows you to topple them, which will stun them for a little bit and make them unable to attack. It also guarantees that all of your attacks hit, which is really nice. And then Uni, after that, can use an ability that dazes the enemy. Lons is the one who has topple. He's one of our allies in the party right now. Daze essentially makes the enemy unable to gain aggro from your attack, so you're able to unload your attacks without having to worry about anything. It also allows us to do more damage with our Overclock Buster Talent Art. We just got a Talent Art, so this is the tutorial for the Talent Art, actually. Essentially, a Talent Art is a different type of art that does not recharge over time. It recharges based on our moves. As long as we get the positional bonuses of these moves, this will recharge our Talent Art. It takes 3 positional bonuses to recharge our Talent Art fully, and then we can use a big, high damage attack, essentially. Every character has a different Talent Art, or every class, essentially, when we get to that point. And that allows you to do a couple different things depending on which class you are in. As far as speedrun context, for that fight, you typically want to get your Talent Art up as soon as possible and make sure you use it on the daze that Uni will do most of the time. Sometimes her AI does not want to do dazes, but most of the time she's pretty good about that. And then you want to kind of run to the side of the enemy and try to get your attacks off in the power ring she sets. So Uni, one of our allies here, has an ability called Power Ring, which increases your attack when you are standing inside the little red circle. And that will allow us to increase our damage a little bit, and we want to be doing that when we can early on in the game. It matters a lot less later on, but for now we want that big attack boost. So, right now that we are done with the tutorial section, we are going around and collecting a couple items. We're actually not done with the tutorial section, but we are looking for 3 items in particular: a Twin Generators, a Dowdy Armor Kernel, and an Ever Revolfin. These are collectibles that we can collect on the ground. They are all mechanical machine parts, so every time you see a little gear on the ground, those are going to be the collectibles we go for. And right now it's telling us about how to recover our health. We want to stand inside the green circle that Uni set for a little bit to get full health, and once we do that, we can end the battle, so I'm just going to run to the edge of the arena. By spamming the stick, you can actually dash in combat in this game, so that's what I was doing there. There was no need for me to continue attacking, so I wanted to get further ahead to save a little bit of time. That's the reasoning for that. And now we're going to learn about how to equip accessories. We get an accessory from this chest. And I know these tutorials are going fast. I'm trying to keep up with the explanations here. And essentially, we're in the menu now. It's going to tell us how to equip accessories. These are items that will affect our combat abilities and stats, depending on what they are. Right now, the attack stone we get doesn't really matter. It just boosts our auto attack damage. We're going to be ditching it pretty quickly, but for now, it just offers a minor bit of extra damage for now. Auto attacks are not the main source of your damage, but it does something at least. So I guess now that we have a spare moment, I'll talk a little bit about the story going on here. Now, it's going to be a very, very rushed version of the story since we're speedrunning the game, of course. But essentially, we have our main character, Noah, we got his pals, Uni and Lons, and we're in a world called Aionios. Now, in this world called Aionios, there is this never-ending war between the two nations, Kevis and Agnes. Our main characters, our main party here, is on the side of Kevis, and essentially they are in a world where they must fight to live, and that they live to fight in. They are given 10 years to live at maximum when they are originally born, and they are born as about 10-year-old soldiers or so. It's a really messed up world in general, and they have to essentially kill members of the other country to refill their clocks so that they can live their full duration of life. It's really, really messed up when you get to the initial premise like that, and as you might imagine, much of the story is going to be about changing that. It's a really great game, has a great story, great cast of characters, but right now we're back into combat in another tutorial. This tutorial is about how to use positional arts. We already had to use positional arts to use our talent art at all in the previous fight, so I don't know why we have a tutorial dedicated to this necessarily, but ideally the optimal strategy for this fight is to just use a quick positional art to get rid of the tutorial, use ground beat to hit all the bunnies, attack one of the bunnies that's not being targeted by your allies with your other positionals to get your talent art up, and then attack the final bunny who has the most health remaining with your talent art to kill him. Uni should use Power Ring, hopefully, to give all your damage a boost as well to end that tutorial as fast as possible. This next tutorial is going to teach us how to break an enemy, as if we didn't already know. So, ideally, we break this enemy, and then that's all we really have to do. This bunny has, like, no health on easy, and we can't end the fight until it's going to stay alive at this health range until the topple and dazes apply, because it won't let us end the fight until the tutorial ends. So I'm just going to run to the edge of the arena and wait for that to expire to save a little bit of walking time now. So by now, I believe I have all of the items I needed from this section. There's one other collectible item I'm going to need, and a couple enemy drops that I'm going to need for a couple things later, but those usually aren't too bad to get. And there's some backups if you don't get them, of course. So I'm not too worried about that. Right now, we're just going to be heading back to our colony. That tutorial section was us winning a battle against another colony from Agnes to refill our clock, as I mentioned earlier. So the concept of the flame clocks essentially is that our colony, as we win more of these battles against the colonies of the other nation, we are able to refill this clock and allow everyone in this colony to live longer. And that was the tutorial for it right there. Basically says as we kill more people, we get bigger stat boosts, and as we get lower, we lose stats. So we want to be keeping track of that. It's a very important mechanic in this game, as you might imagine. But regardless, we are going to continue on our merry way now. We're going to be making some preparations to leave for another battle coming up soon. So we're going to rest in this tent now. And we got a tutorial about how to talk to people too, I believe, which is really funny. Just walk up to someone and press the A button, right? Regardless, we do want to talk to a few people because that'll allow us to get some items later on. Because if you talk to them, you unlock their information in the community menu, I believe, or whatever it's called in this game, which allows you to basically collect some items for them in a later mechanic, which we'll see in about 1 minute or so. So for now, it's going to teach us how to buy items and equip accessories again. Yes, there is 2 accessory equip tutorials. We're going to get another one right here after we buy an accessory from the shop, because we really want to know how to do it twice. So if you ever wanted to know how to equip accessories, this game absolutely has you covered here. So we're going to buy this Bronze Temple Guard. This is a big boost to our maximum HP of 20%. And then the game is going to teach us for the second time in like the last 4 minutes how to equip accessories here. The thing about these tutorials is you have to do them too. You cannot skip them. There's no way to turn them off. You have to do them every single time you play the speedrun of this game, or every single time you restart this game. It can definitely get a little tedious after a while, especially because a lot of the first hour does have a lot of tutorials in it, but overall it's not like the worst thing in the world. At least they're good in this game in the sense that they explain most everything you would want to know as long as you're paying attention. So now we're going to learn about Collectopedia cards. These are essentially cards that characters have where if we collect things for them, they will give us items and rewards in return. This is how we can get a couple accessories early that are really impactful for almost the entire game even. So we're going to be doing that for a couple people. Right now we just have the tutorial one, so we can't see anyone else's. We're just going to be collecting stuff for Rald. So Rald wants a couple enemy drops, and he wants some drops, some just standard collectibles. So we want to get rich fish meat from some Piranhax type enemies that are in the water over here. So we're just going to try to find two that are close to each other. These two are a perfect distance, and this will allow us to kind of maximize our efficiency for killing both of these enemies. So I'm going to quickly target one enemy, then quickly target the other one with my Break Art, and I'm going to try to hit both with Ground Beat if I can. I don't think I end up doing it. I might. Okay, I do actually. Okay. So now I'm going to just kill both of them as fast as possible. Ended up being a pretty easy fight there. Save a little bit of time by fighting both of them at once, just because of the really quick fight, and you don't want to waste more time equipping and dequipping your weapon. And now we just need a Stoacite. This is a blue rock type collectible that we were looking for on the ground. I am fortunate that it pretty much instantly spawns. I do have to go a little bit out of my way over here, over on this side of the rock to collect it. So I'm going to just quickly grab that. The Stoacite is the last ground collectible I really needed for something else. Now, this other stuff is basically guaranteed drops as part of the tutorial, so we don't have to worry about them spawning anywhere. They're basically always going to be here no matter what. The orientation of them can change a little bit, though, so depending on how they are oriented, you can lose a little bit of time, depending on how much further you might have to walk in some situations, but overall, it really doesn't matter too much for these. These are pretty much just guaranteed drops, thankfully. So, after I collect all of these collectibles, it's going to tell us how to accept our reward for the Collectopedia card. Essentially, we just go under the quest menu, go to the Collectopedia cards by pressing the L button, and then we can just hold down the A button to get our any rewards that we might want. This will give us a light weak guard. This is an accessory that's not actually very good. For some reason, the rewards they give you as part of the tutorials are never actually that great. All of the good stuff is stuff you have to actually go out of the way for, which is unfortunate, but a lot of stuff can save some time, so we'll definitely be taking advantage of this feature for a couple cards here. And then we're not going to be using it the rest of the game. We just want a couple early accessories that'll be really impactful, and then we're not really worried about anything else that these cards can give us for a little while. This is now going to give us a tutorial about how to change our arts. Each character has 5 arts per class, and we can only have 3 of them equipped at once. So it's going to replace Ground Beat with Air Slash, which I am okay with. Air Slash is basically our strongest art, and Ground Beat's not really that useful anymore, since most fights aren't area of effect anymore. So the Air Slash is probably going to be more useful in most of these fights coming up anyway. And now we can finally leave Colony 9. So now we're going to be heading to our destination. It seems we are trying to secure something. We do not know what this something is just yet, and apparently Agnes really wants it too, so they are also trying to secure this something. So we're going to be on our way, and we're going to be fighting Agnes. So right now, I don't know if there's anything else to explain gameplay mechanic-wise. I feel like that was a lot of information in the first 13 minutes of this. But we'll have plenty of time to talk later. If there's sections where there's downtime, I'll probably rest my voice a little bit, since this is definitely a long speedrun, and there's a lot of things to explain, and I don't want to be talking like the entire time if I can help it. So any times where it might just be me walking, you can just enjoy the scenery and the music in some of these sections as I just stop talking for a little bit. I'll let you know in advance if I do plan to stop talking. Right now we're going to be getting into a fight pretty soon, so there is not much for me to stop talking about. We're going to be going into this soon after we accept our Collectopedia rewards and do a quick menu here. We're going to be wanting to grab this Black Mask, Tool Belt, and Apprentice Van Braces from this menu we're about to do. A Black Mask will increase our damage 60% to terrestrial life, so this is essentially animal-type enemies that are on the land. And the Tool Belt increases our damage to machine-type enemies. That's really useful for later. And the Apprentice Van Braces will increase our damage by 25% to any enemies higher leveled than us. So all three of these items have their place pretty early on. Right now, we're going to do the terrestrial increase on Noah since he's our main attacker. Uni is going to be taking the attack stone since a lot of her damage comes from auto attack early on in the game simply because she's a healer and she doesn't have many actual attacking arts since her arts are more healing oriented. And Lon is going to get the Bronze Temple Guard just to increase his max HP because he is our tank class. So let me explain a little bit how roles work right now. So we have attackers, defenders, and healers. Defenders' jobs are to take aggro and hopefully soak up the damage from attacks. To this end, they get extra aggro on their attacks, and they can do okay damage in the right situations. Attackers' jobs are to deal damage and hopefully manage aggro by reducing aggro when they can so they don't take aggro because they'll die a lot easier. And healers' jobs are, of course, to heal everyone. Healers also gain aggro by using healing arts, so we have to be aware of that as well. So it's a fairly straightforward system. Unfortunately, damage in these games can definitely get a little bit crazy, so it's hard for defenders to keep up with aggro and late game scenarios, but it doesn't matter as much for the speedrun. It's not too bad to have defenders keep aggro as long as you set them up properly and take advantage of any aggro gain and stuff like that. It's not too bad in the speedrun at least. So those vaults we just fought were fairly simple. The ideal strategy is kind of similar to the other ideal strategies. You want to save your Overclock Buster for a more full health enemy to make sure you're getting as much damage out of it as possible since that's our big damage talent art. And now we have a quick boss fight against the Ripster Ropal. This is a ideal strategist, kind of rush to the back of him, use edge thrust to get a quick positional and get that cooldown ticking, and then break him about halfway through the edge thrust cooldown. And then that'll give us more time to use edge thrust for the third time, and this will charge up our Overclock Buster all the way and allow us to get it off on the days for extra damage, which is exactly what we want to be doing here. So the fight's already nearly over, but we're going to be using our arches to come off cooldown now to do as much damage as we can. I'm going to rush back over to Uni, and hopefully she sets up Power Ring. She does. Can use Air Slash here. So Air Slash has cancel attack up. Essentially, that means that if we cancel our art out of an auto attack, then we do more damage from it. That is essentially when you auto attack, you press the art immediately after auto attacking to cancel into it. That's a really useful mechanic just in general to get some extra bit of damage out, even outside of getting cancel damage up, just because it allows you to take the most advantage of your damaging abilities. So that's really important a little bit later on. It's not as important at the current moment in time, but later on with different types of arts, it allows you to charge your arts quicker and also get even more damage if you have a specific gem equipped. So we're going to be taking advantage of that. After killing the Ropal, we're going to get a quick tutorial about how to level up at camps. Essentially, as we gather landmarks and complete quests, we will get bonus experience from these landmarks and quests. And essentially, we can cash in this experience we get from these at these camps to level up. We'll be using this a lot throughout the speedrun to get extra level ups. Now, this is kind of a feature made to intend to kind of design your own experience for the game. If you don't want to be over-leveled, you don't have to be over-leveled if you're doing all of the quests and exploring everywhere, since otherwise you would get a lot of experience very quickly if you couldn't control this. But in the speedrun, obviously, we want as much experience as possible most of the time, so we're going to be taking advantage of this and basically leveling up with the bonus experience to make sure we're on track for level ups throughout the game. There are level penalties in this game, and the fact that enemies will deal more damage to you the higher level they are compared to you, and we do not want to be too underleveled compared to enemies because of that. So that is going to be an important factor to consider, and we want to make sure we're getting all the level ups that we possibly can. Now we are just going to be walking through this valley, and there will be another fight upcoming soon. I will talk again as soon as we get there in probably about 30 seconds or so.
So the Agnians want this thing too, huh? What do you think it is, you? You want to tussle? Oh, we can tussle!
Our priority is to take down our target. I think we should avoid confrontation with Agnes.
That's all well and good, but if there is a confrontation, no way am I backing down.
So this next fight is against 3 enemies and a machine-type enemy. You might have noticed I equipped the tool belt just to do a little bit more damage to the machine-type enemy. So the fastest way I found to do this fight is to target one enemy very quickly with your back attack, use air slash on it, and then break the machine-type enemy, use back attack on one of the other human enemies, and then overclock Buster the machine type enemy. On the days, assuming Uni actually does the days. That'll instantly kill the machine type enemy and limit the damage that you dealt to the machine type enemy outside of the days, meaning that most of your damage is going towards these humans with your other attacks, meaning you can do the fight a little bit faster because of that, which is nice. So now we're just finishing these two off. I'm going to air slash cancel the last enemy there, and fairly simple fight overall. We got another fight coming up very shortly after this against basically two robot-type enemies, so we'll get more damage, or we'll get more benefit out of that machine increase. And the ideal strategy for this upcoming fight is to use Focus Target. This is used by holding down the ZL button and pressing up on the D-pad. And this will allow this will make all of your allies always focus the target that the primary character is targeting. And with doing this, we're going to focus all of our damage on him and then break the other one and just try to do a quick overclock buster on that one as well. So, similar strategy to what we just did in the last fight, except there's only 2 enemies instead of 4 this time. So, like I said, I quickly rush behind and back attack. Most of the level 1s, or Chapter 1 strategies are very similar in that you want to try to get your overclock buster up as soon as possible to end these fights quicker. I unfortunately miss air slash here, which means that we're going to be wasting some extra time on this fight, unfortunately. I am going to try to get the overclock buster off on the robot over here. Unfortunately, Uni and Lance did not topple or daze or anything, but it doesn't matter. I get the power ring, and I still do so much damage with overclock buster, it doesn't really matter too much. And then we finish off the last enemy as soon as we can. It's a little bit unfortunate about the missed air slash there, but sometimes you miss attacks. The accuracy actually gets capped at 97% of this game, so you're going to miss some attacks no matter what, unfortunately. After that fight, I'm trying to equip an accessory here. I had to get out of enemy aggro range to allow myself to do that. I'm going to equip the Apprentice Van Braces because we're done fighting machine-type enemies for now. So now we're going to have a boss fight against these 3 mysterious characters from Agnes, who are after the same thing that we are after. So I have no idea who these characters are. They're very mysterious. We got an Agnes healer, an Agnes attacker, and an Agnes defender. We want to focus down the healer first. And I'm going to quickly back attack him, and then I'm going to air slash the attacker, and then target the healer again with a break attack. We want to get rid of this healer before he's able to use any healing or use his evasion art. So I'm going to edge thrust him, and then overclock buster him and get rid of him instantly. Now we're going to try to focus down the attacker with our attacks, and the next overclock buster we have, we're going to try to use on the defender. It's a fairly simple fight overall, as well. I unfortunately couldn't walk around the Agnes healer there on the ground. I had to walk all the way around, use my back attack there, so I lost a little bit of time because of that. Not a huge deal, though. Uni sets up the power ring, so I use air slash on that. My break art's back up, and I don't want to waste any timings or cooldown timings, so I'm going to go ahead and break the defender. Back attack here, I'm going to run back into the power ring attack up circle, and then the overclock buster while the daze is still going on, and we kill the defender really quickly. And now we just want to kill the attacker. This fight's fairly straightforward, not too difficult. And as soon as this fight's done, they get unmasked, and we have a big argument about which of our countries is actually in the right. And as it turns out, both of our countries are kind of being brainwashed in a sense. We meet this mysterious enemy. He is called Mobius. This is kind of where the story takes a turn. It's a bit difficult to really explain it all right here. So for right now, let's just focus on the fight. This is very similar to all the other strategies. We want to try to go for this break art and get the daze. Unfortunately, this is where the concept of break resistance gets introduced. Essentially, enemies can have a chance of resisting your break attacks. This enemy has a 50% break resist chance, so you only have a coin flip chance of actually breaking him. So if you don't get that, you're going to have to use Overclock Buster just on him unbroken, which means you'll lose some damage. You're not going to get the extra damage boost from getting the daze effect up from Overclock Buster. But otherwise, it's a very similar strategy to what we've been doing so far. I get both coin flips here, which is nice, and then I Overclock Buster to finish the fight. Fairly straightforward, and then he introduces himself, and now we get the concept of Ouroboros. So, essentially, we are now teamed up with the people from Agnes, and apparently this girl called Mio is now combined with our protagonist Noah. She's the other protagonist of the game, by the way. And we have formed an entity called Ouroboros. And that's this little mech-like creature here. It looks very similar to the Mobius creature we are fighting. And the arts work a little bit differently in this form. Essentially, they're always off cooldown, but you can't use the same art twice in a row, except for your talent art. The talent art gets charged up by using your other arts and from canceling out of your auto attacks into arts. So the ideal strategy here is just use our 2 quickest arts over and over, and then Mega Spinning Edge whenever it's up, because that's by far our strongest attack. Unison Strike would be a good art if it wasn't like the slowest art ever, because it has a high crit rate, but unfortunately it's a really, really slow art, so we just never end up using it. So, long story short, we end up sending the Mobius running away. We get him to retreat at least. And essentially, now that we are Ouroboros, we are no longer indebted to the Flame Clock. We no longer have to worry about the Flame Clock. So that tutorial that I mentioned that was relevant the entire game is actually not relevant the entire game. I tricked you. But essentially, we have unlocked this power now, and this power is going to be really useful. Right now, we kind of went our separate ways from the other party. I'm sure that's not going to last very long, though. And I just did kind of a little funny death warp there. That's the only one in the game. Essentially, we can run off that cliff there in order to move further in the level, which is really funny. I don't know why that works, but it works. So that's the reason I did that, if you're wondering why I just ran off a cliff. So to give a bit more story context while we're just in this little walking section here. Essentially, we met this guy named Vandam. And Vandam was trying to teleport this item called an Ouroboros stone back to his hometown in a city in a place called Swordmarch. But things happened and he was unable to do so. And yeah, it's really difficult to explain without like going super into detail, which is hard in a speedrun. But standard, very quick summary of it is that essentially this world is really messed up, and now we are Ouroboros and we're going to fight to stop the corruption of the world. We're going to fight and stand against Mobius.
We'll be out of the valley soon.
I'm not sure how.
I'm trying to think of like a better way to explain this. I'm actually not really good at explaining story stuff, like just on the fly like this. But yeah, we are learning secrets about the world that it's not everything that it seems, and it seems like both Agnes and Kevis are similar to each other, more similar to each other than initially thought. And it seems like these guys named Mobius are running things in the background to ensure that the world stays like this, and they are the real enemy in this world, essentially. So we were advised by this dude named Vandam to go for Swordmarch. He ended up dying, by the way, if you were wondering. And we would find the answer to everything there. Right now, we're ignoring him into trying to go back to our colony, but suddenly we're being attacked by our own guys. They are apparently being brainwashed or something into attacking us and seeing us as the enemy. And this goes in line with what Vandam told us about the entire world now being our enemy and how we are now fighting against the world and basically the establishment of this world. So now that we've realized that they are attacking us, we're just going to head back to that camp we were at because we don't know what else to do. And meanwhile, we're going to get control of the other party we were fighting against earlier. So we're going to learn how defenders work now. Mio's a defender. And this gives us the other form of art recharge as well, which is the much superior version of art recharge, where every time you auto-attack, you get some recharge, and every time you cancel, you get some recharge as well. I really don't like timer-based recharge that much. I feel like it's definitely outclassed by art-based recharge in this game in a majority of situations. Fortunately, it doesn't end up mattering as much later on in the speedrun, and just in general, since you get 3 of each kind of art later for every character. But for now, it's definitely a little bit annoying, but you can just see just immediately the difference in speed from your attacks and just how fast you can use art. Instead of having to wait for the long cooldowns, we can basically be canceling all the time here, especially with Butterfly Blade and Air Fang. So you can just see how the cooldowns are just a lot faster now in general. But after using my 4 arts here, I'm just going to go ahead and run ahead, and my allies will finish this fight off, and we'll save a little bit of time there from going further ahead. Unfortunately, that's the only fight we get to do during this little section here, but we will get control of them throughout the rest of the game as well anyway, so it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, Noah is also still just the strongest attacker we've really got right now, so we're going to be controlling him a lot anyway, despite the longer art cooldowns. Especially because our Agnes attacker class is not actually that great as far as cooldowns and just arts in general, especially because the dexterity is low, which affects your canceling and your art cooldowns as well. Ogre, unfortunately, does not have the highest dexterity as a class, and Senna doesn't have really high dexterity either. I guess I'll introduce them. We have Mio, Tyon, and Senna here. Mio is the Agnian defender and the other main character of the game. Senna is the Agnian attacker, and Tyon is the Agnian healer. All of the characters in this cast are really good. We come back to camp, find that the Kevis characters are here as well, and now we're all combined and we're trying to decide what to do next. We open this treasure chest, find some new clothes for our entire party, and we're basically going to be well on our way. That's the end of Chapter 1. The world's our enemy, and now we're a party, and we're all traveling together, and we're going to try to solve the mysteries of this world. We're going to head to Swordmarch, and try to figure out how to stop everything happening. Oh, by the way, Mio has 3 months to live. So, like I said, I mentioned a little bit earlier, we're given 10 years to live. Mio has, like, 3 months left before her timer expires, and she'll just kind of evaporate into thin air. So we need to do this before all that happens. The diary section, you'll notice on the right, there's like a countdown. That's how many days she has left. It's a little bit morbid for sure, but it adds some stakes to the story. And we definitely want to make sure we get everything done before that happens. So that's the end of Chapter 1. We are only 30 minutes in. We've got a long way to go, don't we? So now we're going to be going to our kind of standard open grass area. This is a fixture in pretty much every Xenoblade game. So we're going to go through this cave, and then we should arrive there. The ideal way to go through this cave is just hug the left wall and pray you don't aggro too many of the bats. The bats are sound-based enemies, so depending on where they fly, you'll aggro, like, between 1 to 3 of them. Unfortunately, I think I aggro all 3 in this run, but it doesn't matter too much. I give Noah the beast damage up accessory again, the black mask, and I give Senna the apprentice van braces for extra damage to higher level enemies. So yeah, I ended up getting 3 bats aggroed this run. We have to kill all these bats before we can move on, because we can't activate a trigger to move a rock until we kill all the enemies targeting us. It's really unfortunate that I ended up having to fight all 3 of them, but fortunately they are extremely squishy on easy mode, so it ended up mattering too much. So we move the rock. Holding down the X button, we can skip all these events when we have them, and now we can move forward.
Well, this is kind of awkward.
So I'll let you enjoy the nice visuals and the pretty grassland we're going to, and I'll see you back the next time we get into a fight, which should be in a couple minutes.
It'll be a long journey before we reach the Great Sword. Everything's gonna be fine, Mimi. Hang in there. They're on us. Orders?
You want to tussle? Oh, we can tussle!
Huh? This is new.
Alright, so we're about to get into a fight here. We're making our way to this Piranha Hulk. Essentially, this is an area that has a couple resources and a camp we can take advantage of. And we're going to learn that there are some Crustip, which are basically lobster-type enemies, that are surrounding this camp, and we want to clear them out. So there are 5 of these enemies, 4 normal enemies, and 1 elite enemy. The elite monsters in this game are denoted by the blue little icons around their levels. That means they have extra health and a little bit of extra stats. The ideal strategy is the 4 that are normal, you want to deal with 2 of them at the same time. So we're going to aggro 1, and then aggro another with a break art, and then, of course, Overclock Buster, the one that we ended up dazing. And this will be the fastest way to deal with these types of enemies. And now the one with the blue icon is always going to be circling this Hulk, and the others are going to be kind of in this position where you can easily target both of them. I unfortunately missed the edge thrust there. When you miss a positional art, you don't get your overclock buster cooldown, so it ends up being extra bad when that happens because you lose a lot of times you can't use overclock buster. Fortunately, it doesn't matter that much right now, but it does feel bad whenever you miss it because it's an 11-second cooldown, I believe, on edge thrust, so not getting that can be a little annoying. Fortunately, Sona didn't actually miss some of her attacks, so I was able to use her talent art as a backup. We can swap characters now, by the way. So we can swap characters in combat now, which is awesome. I really, really love this feature. It's one of the best combat features that this game has. We'll be taking advantage of that a little bit later on to really take advantage of the combat system and get a lot of things done. Right now, we care more about getting the overclock buster damage, so we're going to stay on Noah as much as we can until we get overclock buster off, and then I'm going to usually swap to Senna after this to try to get more damage out of her. Unfortunately, she doesn't really have any cooldowns right now, so I don't end up getting to do that. But a lot of this run will take advantage of the swapping mechanic. By holding down ZR and pressing L or R, we can swap characters. And that's going to allow us to really have some fun with this system. I really like this feature. It's one of my favorite features of the combat of this game. This game has a really complex and interesting system when you get into it. I'm a really big fan. I love the combat in this series for the most part. And I'm excited to show off a lot of the more intricacies of it as we get further into the game, as we unlock more features. So now we're going to learn about how to harvest ether. We are never going to use this feature again the entire rest of the game. But essentially you can harvest ether from these little points on the ground, which allow you to activate these Piranhas Hulks around the continent. And I think a couple other things, but nothing that really ever matters for the speedrun at least. So I have to make a little awkward jump here to get back up to the Piranhas Hulk if we wanted to take the fast way. The intended way is to go around in a cave to the right here, but you can do it much faster if you can make this jump. It's a little bit harder than it looks, but it's not that bad overall. You can usually get it first try. Unfortunately, the only really annoying part is the enemies aggroing you sometimes. There's a little pause when an enemy initially aggroes you, which can sometimes affect your jump timing, and sometimes that one Gribble can get on that platform and affect the placement of the jump as well, which can be annoying. But overall, it's not too bad. But definitely go for that jump if you want to save some time. Once we activate the Hulk here, I'll do the next split. And from here, we're going to get another really long tutorial soon that's going to explain a lot of the primary features of this game about classes. First things first, it's going to get us to collect a couple treasure chests and some accessories, and it's going to teach us how to use this feature. I don't think I've ever used this outside of this tutorial in this entire game. So, yeah, it's called a fabricator. Essentially, by paying some money into the fabricator, we can just get a bunch of items. I don't really know what the use of this is for the most part. I don't really remember what most of these items are used for, but that's something you can do at least. So that's the thing that exists in this game. The treasure chests have a couple accessories. We don't actually use any of the accessories in this run, or at least I don't. So I'll be selling them for money a little bit later, though. But outside of that, they don't really have that much use. But we do get some gold coins from those chests. There are a couple uses for that later. There's a couple uses for silver coins as well, which you may have seen me grab, that we're going to be taking advantage of. So the silver and gold Napon coins do have some uses. Napon are the little furry critters in Xenoblade games, by the way, if you're wondering. So the Napon coins are a special type of currency that exists in this game that allow you to buy things with a special currency and not have to waste other kind of materials or resources on them. So this is a really long cutscene. It's like 40 seconds or something, so I have to wait to skip all of it. It's because it loads a different continent in. After this, we're finally going to learn about changing classes. So, essentially, you can change and unlock new classes in this game. Right now, all we have is the 6 starting classes, and each character only has one different class they can swap to currently. You unlock different classes by having characters in those classes in the party and by gaining experience and class points throughout the game. And changing classes allows you to get an entirely new skill set, and any class that you have existed in for a while that you have ranked up, you can set master arts and skills from. So because I have level 9 Sword Fighter on Noah, while he is Zephyr, I can use his some of his Sword Fighter arts and skills. And that's going to appear, the arts are going to appear on the bottom left of the screen instead of the bottom right, and they're going to be assigned to the D-pad instead. And this is really nice because it allows you to mix and match some arts from different classes. And it's even better because you can even fuse these arts. So by the art's assigned to like the same like position on the bar here, like Butterfly Blade and Ground Beat that we just saw right there, and now Ground Beat and Wide Slash for Mio. Essentially, we can use both those arts at the same time if both are off cooldown by holding down the ZR button. This offers a number of benefits, like increasing damage of the arts depending on them, or increasing the area effect of certain arts as well. It depends on the bonus of the arts. Each art gets a set fusion bonus, and most of the arts are just a damage boost, but some have different effects depending on what they are. So, Master Arts are really nice. You want to take advantage and use them as much as you possibly can, because it'll help increase your combat efficiency if you do so. That's the basic long and short of it. And it's also showing us how to equip the skills that we got from the different classes as well. Now, unfortunately, since this is a speedrun, we don't get to see the full extent of how awesome and crazy this can be, but we do take advantage of it as much as we possibly can in the speedrun, and we do get some free classes throughout the game, which do help a lot. We don't go out of our way to unlock any classes, but we are going to get some throughout the main story automatically, thankfully. And we do go out of the way for certain other characters that will allow us to somewhat use their class, but not really. And I'll explain that a little bit more when we get there. Now we're just getting a tutorial about how the fusion art system works, essentially, and it's going to tell us how to do that in this next fight here, which is coming up. Basically, as long as both arts are off cooldown, we are able to use a fusion art. This fight won't end until we use a fusion art, so we want to make the priority of this fight using a fusion art, essentially. Especially because these enemies are not very tanky on easy mode either, as you might imagine. So ideally, I get behind the enemy and use edge thrust. I don't actually end up doing it properly. This fight's a little bit awkward because the Grebels constantly change positions, like, no matter what you do. But it doesn't matter too much. As soon as I know I'm not going to get Overclock Buster for this fight, I just go ahead and use Sword Strike there. And now I can use this fusion art here. So you can use both arts at the same time. You get the damage from both arts at once. And it's really nice. That's really all there is to it, to this tutorial. We're just going to finish off the last Grebel now. Now that we had the Win the Battle tutorial, we can actually finish this tutorial. It took a little bit longer to do this than I would have liked because I messed up a little bit of the Mio section there with the positionals, but it doesn't matter too much, thankfully. So now it's just telling us a little bit more about art types, but I've already kind of explained that for the most part, so not too worried about it. And now that that fight is over, we are able to freely swap classes, so I'm going to swap Noah, Mio, and Uni back to their original class, and Senna as well. And now we're going to be placing the Master Arts on their original class, and I'm going to change the art positions of some of the arts on Tyon and Uni. And essentially we're just setting ourselves up for a little bit now. Now we have all our characters in the class we want them in. I only have one tank now, and I have 3 attackers. We want to have Lons on Ogre for a couple things. Essentially, this will allow us to take as much advantage of the extra damage that we can get as possible. So Ogre is really nice because it has a skill at level 5 you unlock that increases all your physical damage by 35%. This is probably the best skill that we can get at this point in the game from any of these classes. The rest of the skills are kind of not that impactful right now, unfortunately. But being an Ogre, or at least having characters go into Ogre, can be really nice to get those levels to get that physical damage bonus. That's one of the reasons we want Lons on Ogre right now. Especially because Lons hits pretty hard in general, and Mio's really the only tank we need right now, as long as we play her properly. She's an evasion tank, mostly, compared to Lons, who is more of a face tanky kind of character. The Zephyr class relies on evasion. It has guaranteed evasion arts, and has high agility in general to evade more attacks. And we're going to be taking advantage of that as much as we can. Meanwhile, Noah is just our heaviest hitter right now, so that's why we want him back on his primary class, for now at least. And we're going to be keeping him there for the rest of Chapter 2. So right now we're just walking through the desert. Mio's getting really hot walking through the desert, so we're going to try to find some water in a little bit. I'm going to be taking advantage of a couple of warps by when we unlock these landmarks. If we press the give up command, we actually warp a little bit further ahead to the landmark itself, which is really funny. Just another really interesting thing about this game. Basically, the last landmark you go to is always where you go if you end up dying or if you end up giving up. And sometimes you can skip travel or go to a landmark that's a little bit further ahead than where you were already. just because the landmark ranges are wide. So that's a feature we'll be taking advantage of in a couple situations here. For now, though, there's not that much to talk about until we get to a camp in a little bit, so I'm going to stop talking for a little bit. I want to conserve my voice for the moments that matter.
Brute force is my jam. Bit of a scorcher, innit? Never seen this place before.
So we're approaching that camp now.
You all right?
It's right up here, and
Glimpse of
one of the things we're going to learn about this camp is, or about this, is basically how to use camps, and we're going to unlock a couple additional features here, like the ability to cook food
We've been spotted.
and craft gems. We can't craft gems just yet, but we'll be able to do it very soon. Gems are another source of customization. The entire party shares them. It's not like accessories where they're different. Gems can be equipped on anyone as long as you have the necessary gem crafted, which is nice, and they have a number of very useful and unique effects as well, as you might imagine. For now, though, we're going to cook. Cooking offers a number of useful effects. Nothing that increases like combat damage or anything, but you can increase your experience and class points earned, which is probably going to be the primary feature we're going to be using it for throughout the speedrun. There's other effects as well, like increasing drop rates and stuff like that, but the experience boost and class point boost is probably the most useful thing. We're not actually going to be using this feature again for a while, though, because the only thing we really have that does this is only a 5% boost, which isn't really enough to matter too much.
I've been feeling really pumped for the past while.
And now that we know how to cook, we are going to go collect a material from an Aspar, a snake-type enemy, essentially,
something special.
that is going to let us craft a gem, because we need this material to craft this specific gem for this tutorial.
I'll take point.
Whoa, visitors.
I'll deal with you all at once.
Eyes over here.
For this enemy, we just want to get him to a certain health threshold, around 75% of his health or so, and then that's going to trigger a phase 2 in this fight, and we're going to learn how to use chain attacks in phase 2 of this fight, which is a... Chain attacks are kind of a primary feature in all the Xenoblade games, except they work entirely differently in all 3 games, and this game is no exception here. So upon getting him to about 75% health, like I said, maybe it's about 80%, I'm not actually sure, he'll charge up the Serpentine Blow effect, which triggers the next phase of the fight, so we're... Basically nothing we do here matters anymore, it'll just automatically trigger the next cutscene and automatically push everyone to 1 HP, except for Noah, who I moved out of the range. And now it's like, hey, you can do a chain attack now.
Over here.
So, essentially chain attacks in this game, as soon as we get the party meter up, which is on the now right side of the screen, we're able to use a chain attack. So, by using a chain attack, we get a number of useful abilities. It's really hard to properly explain it in a speedrun. I have an entire video on this that's like 15 minutes long or so, just because it is kind of a complex system. But essentially how it works is that we've got these characters, and by using them in a certain order, we're able to get a number of useful effects out of them, and we want to get our tactical points over 100 to trigger the next round. And triggering the next round allows us to use more rounds of a chain attack, and our damage ratio will continuously increase as we get further in the rounds. So you see the damage ratio in the bottom right of the screen. We also get effects from our party members by triggering their Brave Orders here. So, Chain Orders, I should say. Senna's here is... attacks become unblockable 60% of the time, which isn't actually that useful in this fight, but she's an attacker. So, getting a completion bonus means that the character that you currently have selected attacks, and Senna, since she's a really strong character, just by getting that extra bonus there can be pretty nice. Now, this chain attack is special in the fact that we can't actually kill the enemy with this chain attack. He lives with, like, a little bit of health regardless. So the optimal strategy here, because chain attacks actually take a really long time in this game, is to not finish the chain attack and This is the only chain attack in the game you can't actually cancel out of either. It makes you do the full duration no matter what. So we try to like intentionally rig our chain attack in a way where it doesn't go like a full 2 rounds. Healers can never go over 100 TP. That is like their kind of bonus in a chain attack, you could say. Because if you go over 150, you get 2 characters back for the next round and get more damage ratio. And if you go over 200 TP, you get 3 characters back in the next round. So being able to stall at 99 can be pretty beneficial. Like I said, it's kind of a complex system in some ways, but it's really fun if you know what to do at the same time as well. So after collecting the eyeball, we're going to use the give up command again to go back to the camp. You can also skip travel there if you so wish. Either way works. And now we're going to be able to finally craft gems. And gems can be equipped on any character. Now, as you might expect, the tutorial gem is the most useless gem that we possibly could craft. It is 100 extra HP. Compared to some of these other effects, which are very impactful throughout the entire game, 100 extra HP is essentially nothing. I mean, I guess early game it could be okay, but it's really just not that good of an effect, and the fact that this is the one they give you for the tutorial is kind of sucky. And we are forced to go through the entire tutorial to equip it too. We can't skip this, as you can't skip any tutorials. I wish that was an option to skip them. Maybe they'll patch in, maybe in a future patch they'll allow us to skip tutorials. I have no idea. Regardless, now that that is done, it's going to put us in a couple cutscenes again, and then we're going to like actually craft the gems we want to, and also level up to level 13 for an upcoming gauntlet of fights. Because it's very important that we are a higher level for these fights to make sure we don't die in them. So the gems we're going to craft include aggro up 20%. We'll be using that on an attacker, or a defender, I mean. Just so it's easier for them to keep aggro. That's a decent effect the entire game. We'll get critical damage up 25%. This is really useful later on. 25% extra critical damage is actually really impactful. It increases our critical hits from 1.25 damage to 1.5 damage, which is because it's an additive increase, which is super nice. We also get increased buff effect duration by 25%. That'll increase any buffs we have by 25%, which is nice. We get increased to revival health and increased to revival speed, so we can revive characters faster and with more health. We get strength up, so we can do more damage. That's more useful early on in the game when strength values are still low, and we get dexterity up for the same reason. And we also get an ability called Disperse Bloodlust, which will reduce all aggro gain by 20% additive, which is really nice for our attacker characters and our healer characters for a little bit later on in the game as well. And we get cancel damage up 25%. So anytime we cancel any art, Talon art, Kevis art, Agnes art, anything, we get a 25% boost on it. Really, really impactful gem, especially for characters we are controlling and for attackers. So definitely going to be taking advantage of that gem a lot. It's a really good gem. And now that we have those gems, we'll be equipping them in just a little bit. I'm going to grab an accessory out of a treasure chest first before we do a menu here, which will be coming up fairly soon. Man, I forgot how much commentary can take out of you. You're not even an hour into this yet, and I'm already starting to get tired. My voice is already starting to hurt a little bit. This is going to be a long video.
Check out what it bombed.
So right now we're just walking through the wilderness, and we're trying to get out of the desert. But we're going to be attacked and cut off soon by another colony. And we're going to have to deal with that, essentially. That is the story significance of what is going on here. I'm going to take a minor break until the next menu, which will happen fairly soon here.
We're very nearly out of Aegis Wilderness now, aren't we?
I bet you can hardly wait.
So as mentioned, there is a treasure chest here. This treasure chest has an accessory called a Garnet in it. This accessory increases damage by 11% per enemy in combat up to a maximum of like 200%, I believe. Regardless, though, it's very useful for some of the upcoming fights, simply because a lot of these fights have a couple additional enemies outside of the boss enemy that we're going to allow us to get an extra damage boost on the boss while those enemies are still alive. And we're going to try to keep them alive as long as possible because of that as well. So I'm going to equip that on Senna, and then I am going to equip the Apprentice Van Braces on Noah. I'm going to give him the cancel damage up, I'm going to give Mio strength up, I'm going to give both Uni and Tyan extra health when they revive, and I'm going to give both the hammer users strength up as well, since they get less use out of cancel damage compared to Noah. Or at least right now. So now we're going to be trying to cancel in everything because we get a big damage boost when we do. I'm going to be charging up my fusion art here if I can to use it on this enemy here. That was the plan, but it looks like he was so low on health I tried to just use Air Slash there, but I missed, and fortunately my allies killed him because the blaster doesn't have much health, so it didn't matter too much. Now, if you're extremely lucky, you can bypass these fangs without having to fight them. Most of the time, you're going to have to fight them, though. I almost was able to do it there, but it hurt me last moment, sadly. But fortunately, they aren't that tanky either. You do lose a little bit of time having to fight them, but realistically, you're going to have to fight them like 90% of the time anyway. But if you're extremely lucky, you might be able to sneak past them. Now, there's a couple other enemies we have to fight. These are all very squishy as well in easy mode. Just general strategy, just kind of use your arts just when you can here, because they just die so incredibly quickly that as long as you're just kind of doing as much damage as possible, the fight should end it really quickly before you even have a chance to get over Clotbuster up or anything. And now we are approaching the boss Gauntlet. Very quickly on the way there's a shop. This shop also sells Garnet, so we're going to buy one to equip on Lons. You can press the Y button inside a shop to both buy and equip something, which we'll be doing a couple times throughout this run. So I'm going to buy and equip it on him, and then we're going to leave the shop. Just a little quick optimization there to not have to open up the menu.
Oops, they found us. Oh, enemies! I'll hold them off.
So the first fight of this gauntlet is going to be against Ethel. Ethel is a character that was advertised as an antagonist in the initial release trailer, who seems to be brainwashed by the Mobius into thinking we are monsters or dangerous people that she has to fight against. So we're kind of just forced into this confrontation with her. She has a couple allies with her, so that's going to make our Garnet do extra damage. So I'm going to focus target on Ethel, so we just are attacking her and ignoring the ads as much as we can outside of area of effect damage. And I'm going to quickly move to control both Uni and Tyan and set up both Power Ring with both of them. Fun fact, the Power Rings stack, so if there's multiple fields, if you stand inside both of them, you get both effects. You can see on the left side of the screen next to the health bars, if you're inside both circles or inside 3 circles now, you get all 3 of the circle effects, which is awesome. So I'm going to be taking advantage of that as much as I can to get as much damage boost on my attacks as I can. I'll be using the fusion arts when I can as well, because you get a damage boost on a lot of your fusion arts, in addition to a cancel damage boost and everything. So ideally here, one thing we're going to be doing that we're going to be incorporating throughout much of this run is chain attacking when enemies have a sliver of health left, because that is going to give us the maximum benefit of just kind of getting extra experience off of them. I'm changing target to kill the enemy there because we were killing Ethel a little bit too fast. I was worried I wasn't going to get chain attack up in time. So now that we have chain attack up, the strategy here is leave her with like a sliver of health and then chain attack. I end up chain attacking a little bit early here, but it doesn't end up mattering too much. And I'm going to specifically use an order combination here that allows me not to go over 100 and still get a bunch of experience. This is good because it will allow me to essentially end this chain attack earlier. So you can see to the right when you overkill an enemy, there's now an EXP bonus. So essentially this is your overkill percent, and you get 300%, you get 3 times the amount of experience for 300% EXP bonus, I should say, if you end the fight there. The EXP bonus gets gradually less as you get further higher. It's like an exponential increase how much damage you have to do to get more EXP bonus. So it's kind of a balancing act there. Since chain attacks take so long in the speedrun, you kind of want to just, if you chain attack at all, we do want to chain attack for experience in a lot of situations, but if you do chain attack, you kind of want to limit the amount of time you're chain attacking, so that is kind of what we're going to be doing here. This fight against Console K had us automatically control Noah and make us activate Interlink, which we did earlier in the game. as part of a tutorial, so I ended up doing that instantly so I could control all my characters again, and now it's much the same strategy. So Consul K is kind of the real antagonist here. We've kind of knocked Ethel out of her brainwashing. Consul K is the leader of the colony that is attacking us right now. He is part of Mobius, who is kind of like supervising this war that's going on here and trying to keep it going on forever. He's basically an old guy in this world of young people that is taking advantage in the life force of everyone. Yeah, it gets really messed up in many ways. He's pretty squishy, though, as well. This is another fight that can be a little bit dangerous. It's one of the only fights in the game you have to worry about not getting your chain attack up in time. I try to, like, control Mio. You get extra chain meter by canceling, so I control her a little bit. I set my power rings up. You get chain meter for setting up field effects. You get chain attack from pulling aggro from ads as well, so I think I end up targeting an ad really quickly to make sure I get my chain meter up, and then I target Consul K back again, and we're just going to chain attack him here. So, by selecting Mio here, you get a bonus based to your TP gain based on if you select the same role and if you select the same country you are initially from. So in order to limit my TP gain, I attacked with Lance, who is from the opposite country of Mio, so he gets less TP from that, and is from a different role than Defender, so he gets less TP from that as well. This allows me to, once again, just get a nice EXP bonus without going over 100% there to end the fight as fast as possible. Now, some enemies, it won't be quite possible to get them to a sliver of health without losing a bunch of time, so we'll have to do, like, longer duration chain attacks, but for most of the game and many fights it doesn't matter. So Lanza's hit level 5 Ogre now, and he's also unlocked Sword Fighter because of Noah's Sword Fighter getting a bunch of experience and class point unlocks from that. So now that he's level 5 Ogre, he gets that 35% physical damage bonus, and when you equip Sword Fighter, it automatically equips that skill as well as any Master Arts possible. So that's why we very, very quickly reset to menu him there into Sword Fighter. Sword Fighter is a better class than Ogre at this point in the game for damage and everything, so we wanted to take advantage of that. As you can see, I'm taking advantage of swapping characters as much as I can, so I'm trying to swap to Noah when he's got his cooldowns up for his powerful arts to make sure I get the cancel damage bonus, as the AI doesn't really effectively cancel as much as they probably should. And then I try to swap to Mio to make sure I'm canceling out of her to keep her aggro. I'm using Uni and Time whenever they have power ring up to make sure they're setting it as much as possible, since the AI won't set it up as much as humans possibly can. And overall, we're just doing what we can here. This is one of the only fights where we're actually going to be doing a full duration chain attack in the entire speedrun. Simply because he has a lot of health, we don't really have a way to conveniently get him to low health very quickly, and he also has an ability to heal a bunch of his health when he gets low on health as part of his toolkit. I think he's the only enemy in the game that really has that. At least in the story, I should say. So now that we've got chain attack up, and we got a good amount of damage on him, I'm going to use the follow me command, which is ZL and down on the D-pad, follow leader. Essentially, this is going to bring all of my allies close to me so they can get the power ring bonuses as I set them throughout this chain attack. And ideally, you want to use the orders here, Noah, Senna, and then Lans. That is the ideal order for as much damage as possible. I think I do end up getting that here, which is awesome. The reason for this is, if we finish with a Defender, if you finish an order with a Defender, you automatically get whoever has the highest TP back. So I'm guaranteed to get Noah back, and Noah gets a ton of TP from attacking on his own order. And I'm able to hit over 150 by doing this with the right combination of attacks here, which lets me get 2 characters back guaranteed for the final round here. And that gives me a higher chance of getting more of my attackers back to do even more damage, get even more overkill. And I set up Power Ring with Tyon as well. We get a double attack boost on the characters inside the circle. I have now gotten rid of 60% chance to bypass his defense and his block rate. He has pretty high defense and block rate. His defense is like 30% or something. We got a good damage ratio now, so Senna kind of did a lot of his damage there. On the final round here, we can do 3 rounds in a chain attack normally, if we get to select our normal characters. I just immediately get the rest of his health just with one air slash giant swing combo there. And I get a lot of overkill just with one attack there, and from the overkill that Lance is about to do, I don't even have to attack with Mio, and it's going to end the fight and give me a lot of overkill and a lot of experience. So really nice experience bonus. This is the fight that gives the most experience in the Gauntlet as well, so really good to get that overkill there. We hit level 17 off of that, which is really nice. So we're definitely on track for experience for a pretty long time. That fight essentially ends Chapter 2, but we don't get to the actual Chapter 2 scene for like another minute or so, because we had to do something else first. We're going to learn now how to level up Ouroboros skills. We have an Ouroboros skill tree, essentially. So all of our Ouroboros forms are going to have the skill tree. Yes, there's multiple. It's not just Noah and Mio. Everyone has an Ouroboros form, which is really nice. Noah and Mios is going to be the most useful one throughout the game, though, especially Noah's specific form. It's our most powerful form we have. It's going to be useful to get enemies to the health threshold we want to get them to. I'm going to be leveling the top root first in order to get an ability called Glorious Wing. This is an art that grants us Power Charge. Power Charge increases the damage of our next art by 50% at base level. So we definitely want to have that. It also grants it to the entire party, so the entire party can have a nice art that hits really hard really quickly. Very, very useful ability throughout the entire game. At the shop here, we're going to sell some of those accessories we got from those chests earlier and buy 3 Steam Belts. Steam Belts increases our strength stat by 20%, which is a pretty significant damage increase since that's like the basis of our damage. I think it's our attack stat, not our strength stat. I think it's called attack in this game. But regardless, that's basically an unconditional damage boost. So, really nice to have that. We'll be using that on our attackers throughout much of the game, especially as we unlock more of our accessory slots. We'll be taking advantage of that. So chapter 2 is over now. We cannot skip these little sequences at the end of chapter here, so these are just kind of little mental breaks here. They don't last too long most of the time, but they are nice to have. There's a little bit of downtime here, so I'm going to stop talking for a little bit.
But we are more curious now of our future selves, of our purpose.
Alright, so I grabbed this treasure chest over on the right here as I'm walking up here, simply because this will give me a couple of Nopon coins that I'm going to want for later, the silver coins. So, you don't actually have to follow the specific characters here when you get these follow objectives. I'm also just going up here to unlock this landmark early. This I don't think it saves any time, but it doesn't lose any time either. I just like doing it just because it gives a little bit of extra experience there from actually getting the landmark. Ironically enough, you don't get the landmark if you go up there a little bit later when you're supposed to. So just skip travel back to the start of this and then go into the little war room they want me to go in here, and then we can continue the main story from here. So now we're going to learn about gathering info from quests. This is actually one of the more annoying features in this game. Fortunately, it's not really relevant in speedrunning for the most part. But we have to basically go up to characters and hold down the ZR button to basically gather information from them for certain quest objectives in order to unlock a lot of the quests in the game.
I don't think the med team are able to respond in time.
So the Chinese version actually saves time on these because the text goes faster. It's like 11 seconds total throughout the speedrun. I will not be doing that because I need to be able to read everything. But if you want to be super optimal, technically Chinese is the way to go. So once you gather up the info, you actually have to go at a camp and to discuss it afterwards. And that will finally unlock quests if it unlocks a quest or anything else. So now we're going to unlock what is known as a hero quest.
Let's have a little huddle up.
And these unlock specific characters known as heroes for us. And if we unlock a hero, we also gain access to their class. The specific quest is going to unlock Ethel for us. So we're going to gain access to the Flash Fencer class. This is part of the main story, which is really nice because this class has a lot of very useful tools that are going to be useful throughout the entire speedrun. And it's going to be Noah's final class in the speedrun as well, because of just how useful some of the effects it has are. So in order to do this quest, we need to go find Ethel, who is kind of hanging out over here somewhere. We learned that the colony is low on medical medical supplies and just other supplies in general, and we're gonna go try to fix that. The class system in this game is really awesome, especially as you unlock more and more heroes. You can get a lot of useful arts and abilities out of it, and like I said, even in the speedrun, we'll be taking advantage of it as much as we can.
Guys, get ready to fight.
Not too much to say currently, just waiting.
I'll whack 'em good.
Ethel? That sound.
So we learned about supply drops here. Essentially, if you see a supply drop off in the distance and you focus on it, you can go to these supply drops to gather materials from them. The items they normally have are random, but here this is going to have one material that we want for the quest no matter what. That's just the medical supplies. But yeah, essentially these are airdrop supplies that we can go and just steal from the people that they are supposed to be for throughout the game. It's pretty cool. So I changed Uni to an ogre here so she can get her started on the ability to get the physical damage up skill from the ogre class. I also level up Uni's Ouroboros and equip Glorious Wing on Noah. We're going to want these skills from Uni's Ouroboros a little bit later. You can close the menu faster by holding down the X button. I don't think I mentioned that yet. This works for like every menu except one of the tutorial menus that doesn't let you do it for some reason. And now we're going to discover that there's some wolves, or Volfs, sorry, Volfs as they're called in this game, outside the supply drop that we have to clear out. So that's just what we're going to do really quickly. They aren't very tanky. Optimal strat, just kind of use your positionals, cancel into air/wide/ fusion art on someone with full health if you can to get as much benefit out of that as possible. Cancel your arts to get wide/up sooner. I didn't do that for the first art because I wasn't thinking, but it doesn't matter too much. So as soon as we get wide/up, I target the other enemy, and then I'm going to cancel into air/wide/ and do a ton of burst damage at once. I'm going to get behind him, edge thrust, and the fight's going to be basically over from there. Fairly straightforward. From here, once we gather the materials from the chest, I'm actually going to take a little bit of a detour that's going to save some time later and give us some experience for now, which allows me to hit level 20 before the next set of fights. And 20 is a pretty big threshold to hit because that unlocks our second gem slot, our second master art slot as well. So being able to have access to those just gives us a ton of options for combat, and also is going to make the next fights go a lot smoother and faster. So we have to go out of the way. We're going to be walking to a location we have to come back to later in the game anyway, so it doesn't end up being like too much of a time loss, but essentially we're going to a higher level area. And since we're going to a higher level area, we get a lot more experience from discovering the locations in that area, meaning we'll be able to level up fairly easily to the level we want to hit.
Another step forward.
Naturally, while we are in a higher level area, we are in danger of being one-shot, so we're going to need to be navigating the enemies very carefully as we go through it. I'll be walking in a very specific path to not aggro any enemies.
Better give it a good once over.
So you can see all these level 40 plus enemies. I'm just doing my best to dodge them. I'll be jumping on this rock as well, and I'm be moving a little bit to the left as I jump over it to avoid that one enemy on the right there that's kind of hidden behind the rock. We don't want to aggro him either. And now we're kind of safe to hug the right side here. And I'll be jumping onto this ledge. We'll be able to discover a camp landmark soon as well, and discover a couple locations that give us over 1,000 experience each, which is going to allow us to hit level 20, which is awesome. So just jump up there and walk this way.
What kind of place is
The Azure Parkland, 1,115 experience. The Azure Parkland Camp, 1,255 experience. And finally, we'll quickly tag
We're really going in
Ag's Talon, which gives another over 1,000 experience.
Get yourself, eh?
Now we head back to finish the quest finally.
Come on.
We complete the quest, and that's going to unlock the class. Now we'll be able to use the Flash Fencer class, which we'll definitely be using very soon. Once I get to the next major menu, we'll be swapping Noah to that class.
Okay, all the little jobs are done.
As we swap classes, we also change our experience. That's not really important for a speedrun context, but it does happen, which can be cool. And you can also modify your appearance to any class you've maxed out to level 10, which is cool. So we level up here, level 20, like I said, and then we continue the main story. Now that we are no longer enemies with Colony 4, which Ethel's now on our side, we're just going to continue on our way and head back to keep heading to Swordmarch now.
I have to ask before you go.
We'll be unable to use Ethel for now. This is the only hero in the entire game where we lose access to her for a little bit. Once we get most heroes, we'll be able to use them the rest of the game no matter what. Doesn't matter too much because Ethel's not really a hero we would be using much anyway. So
It just spat some-
once we get our next hero, we'll basically be having a hero the rest of the game. And they'll be useful for pretty much any situation depending on which of the heroes we bring. We'll be using like four different heroes throughout the run the rest of the way. And all of them have their own merits depending. For now, though, we're basically just going to be walking and discovering a couple locations, and not really too much to say for a little while, so I'm going to take a little break speaking. Alright, we're finally at a point where talking matters again, so we just discover this landmark over here, and then we're going to go get this chest, and then skip travel back to the landmark upon getting this chest. This chest has 5 silver coins in it, which is the exact amount we need in order to instantly level up Noah's to level 5 on Ogre and give him that 35% physical damage bonus without actually having to put him in the class for any fights or anything, which is really nice just to be able to do that instantly before making him a Flash Fencer. We're also going to put Senna on Sword Fighter. Sword Fighter is still one of our strongest damage classes right now, so we're going to put her on that because it's just a much better class to have her on than Ogre currently, just to do as much damage as possible. Air Slash is a really good art. We got really good Master Arts on her as well since she is level 10 Ogre. And I'm going to modify my Master Art so I get Infinity Blade. Infinity Blade is a Noah exclusive talent art, by the way, that does massive damage. We're going to be using that basically, well, not the rest of the game, but for a lot of the remainder of the game. I'm also giving everyone their second gem. We're going to be putting cancel damage on a lot of them because cancel damage is really good, along with the strength bonus as well. And the AI does cancel sometimes, they just don't do it consistently. And we'll be swapping the characters a bunch as well to try to take advantage of the cancel damage too. I make sure Noah has Tool Belt. We'll be fighting a lot of robots in a lot of the upcoming fights, or a lot of mechanical type enemies, I should say. And then Lons gets the Steam Belt, because that's just a 20% increase to his damage, which is much better than the Garnet he previously had. Senna gets the Steam Belt automatically upon being swapped to a Sword Fighter. Yeah, when you swap to a new class for the first time, it automatically tries to find the best setup and gear to equip. It doesn't always work properly. Some of the gear it chooses is questionable, but a lot of it can be taken advantage of in a speedrun context to limit menuing, thankfully. So our next fight is coming up now against Valdi and his 2 robot friends. Valdi is a colony leader, despite being a child, and he's heard the rumors about Ouroboros and has been instructed to take us out. Or at least that's what they have told him to do, and he's just fighting us just for the fun of it. So I'm going to set up Power Ring with Tyon here, who is still a War Medic, and he's actually the squishiest enemy in this fight. His robot friends are a little bit tankier than him, that's why I equipped the Tool Belt. And I'm going to be trying to Null Slash and Infinity Blade here, both of them. Unfortunately, I missed the Null Slash, so I don't get my Infinity Blade up, which is really annoying, so I just go back to targeting Valdi here really quickly. So, Flash Fencer also has an art called Cross Impact, which grants Power Charge on hit, which is really nice just because it allows you to have Power Charge just from doing that. And you can see Infinity Blade, just the massive amount of damage it does. I just one-shot the remaining robot there. Infinity Blade's also AoE, that's why I really wanted to use it on all of them with the other Null Slash, but missing that made me lose some time there, unfortunately. But you can still see just how impactful that Master Art is to have and how quickly they was able to go down thanks to being level 20 for this fight.
Ooh, something's coming down. I'll do my best.
So Flash Fencer's specific abilities, since classes have their own class skills. Flash Fencer gets a damage boost at the start of combat. It gets a damage boost for every talent art used in combat. It automatically has talent art charged at the start of battle, a certain percentage depending on level in the class. And it gets critical damage, which increases all critical hit damage even further, which is super, super nice. And that's one of its early master skill unlocks that you can put on everyone as well. So this is a really awesome class, has really good abilities. Has a power charge art, which is awesome. So it can give itself its own power charges, which is a 50% damage boost, like I said. So I'm avoiding these enemies right here, if you're wondering. I've tried to avoid these enemies right here. But if you're wondering what I was doing there, trying to dance around the Grebels, unfortunately they were in kind of bad positions for me to collect that item without aggroing them. So I have to run away here and de-aggro them in order to collect it. So this loses some time, unfortunately. There's a couple of times in this game, a few times actually, where that can happen. Fortunately, I am able to get it the second time around.
Yeah, this is looking...
Then I use the give up to teleport back to where I was before.
I think I get how Valdi feels.
And we're going to be collecting the last 2 items we need.
All under control.
So after we break Valdi's robots, you're wondering why he's with us now. He's basically like, well, you guys are awesome. I'm going to join up with you guys, or at least stay with you for a while. So he was never actually like malicious towards us. He just wanted to fight us just because. That's something like that, at least. I don't remember perfectly. But we're helping him out now, so we can gain the ability to climb on vines, so we can progress further, since we were kind of unable to climb up vines before. But once we finish his quest, we'll be able to climb vines. So we gain that ability upon finishing his hero quest. And we also get another hero in another class. So this fight requires fighting a robot. Ideally, I just quickly cross impact into Hidden Thorn here. Hidden Thorn's my most powerful art. But the power charge doesn't work properly, so I end up just using a quick null slash as well before running away. So I'm going to dash away as my allies finish off the robot, because that's the fastest way to go through this section. Just start running while they're still fighting it, so I can move further, faster. But we don't want to get too out of range too fast, because I think it'll de-aggro it automatically. And now we run to where the last item is. So one thing about fusion arts, Hidden Thorn's like one of my most powerful arts, so you might be wondering why is it not set to one of my fusion arts? Well, that's because it has a 36-second cooldown. You might be wondering why that matters. Well, it's because we gain Ouroboros interlink levels by using fusion arts. So the more fusion arts we use, the more Ouroboros interlink levels we gain. So we want shorter cooldown arts on those whenever possible. So I'm going to be using the shorter cooldown arts on Noah because of that. In those slots, because Noah's Ouroboros is going to be really important from here on out to do as much damage as possible. So we want to be using fusion arts as much as we possibly can with Noah and Mio, or at least putting them in a position to do that at least. I swapped Tyon back to Tactician here. We want some extra levels on him, and we also want the evasion field for some of the upcoming fights to limit the damage Mio is taking, to make sure she can stay alive. And so we set up arts and gems on him. And then I get Omnipresent Blade, which increases my damage by 10% for every critical hit I do, and get a flat 75 attack increase, which is really huge this early on in the game. So ideally, we're going to try to hit interlink level 3, which is the maximum, as soon as possible in these fights, and then activate it to do as much damage as we can while it is active. Interlink 3 also charges your talent art up faster, in addition to doing a lot more damage. You can activate Interlink at any level, but level 0 is you get a bunch of penalties for activating at that level, and it's not really useful at all. Level 1 is not really that great. Level 2 can be okay in some situations, but level 3 is where you really want to activate it if you can. We're going to be taking advantage of level 3 Interlink a lot throughout the speedrun, just because it really can be that strong, and we're going to be using as many fusion arts as we can with these two, and we want the shortest cooldowns possible to do that. Uni and Tyon's Interlink also has a lot of uses throughout the game because of Uni's ability to get up to 500% extra damage based on how many buffs the party currently has, which is an absolutely insane increase. So that's going to have some use as well. Right now we don't really have access to many buffs, but once we do get access to that, it'll really come in handy in a lot of later fights, and you'll see that when we get to it. I think that covers a lot of the combat explanations. We're about to enter another fight here in just a second against Doric. Doric is, I think it's called Incomplete Siege Leave right now or something. I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm sorry. But, yeah, essentially this is one of the robots Valdi has created, and it's being controlled by the console, the Mobius, essentially, of his colony right now. And we have to put a stop to it. So a couple things you really need to watch out for in this fight. Ideally, you want to evade his two main moves, which is Heat Injection, which is an area of effect attack that can inflict burn and does a lot of damage, and Humbling Smash, the one he just did right there. You want to save your Wide Slash and Gemini Strike for those two arts, ideally, because you can get one shot even on easy very easily from that, because he just does a lot of damage with those moves. He does not have much accuracy, thankfully, or at least not a lot to hit. Of course, he just hit me right there, but his accuracy isn't the best against Zephyr Mio, especially inside this evasion field, but even still, got hit again, of course. Even still, it's really important to definitely make sure you evade the most dangerous attacks, because if you do get hit, it can become really dangerous really quickly. So we got that defense upfield. Tyon does not have an evasion field on us right now, but we have been evading a lot of attacks, thankfully. We've already got Interlink level 2. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner that that's there. And like I said, I'm just trying to use my fusion arts as much as I possibly can. Sometimes not even canceling into them just to make sure I get them out sooner, just so the cooldown can start on those Kevin's arts faster, since they're time-based cooldowns. I still don't like time-based cooldowns, as you might imagine. Uni and Tyon's AI actually got to level 3 Interlink before we were able to manually here, which is really funny. For some reason, the AI seems to build it a little bit faster. Maybe because they don't properly use the arts that fast. But even still, most of the time it'll be faster to control than let the AI do it, especially later on in the game when you have access to more fusion arts and faster cooldowns. So for now, we use Glorious Swing as the last art before Mega Spinning Edge to get as much damage as possible out of the Power Charge Mega Spinning Edge. Now he has a bit of a defense buff right now. You can see the shield icon under his health bar, so that didn't do as much damage as I would have liked there. Ideally, I want to get him into the chain attack range as soon as possible. It looks like he's there now, so now we're going to chain attack. And just get a little bit of overkill on him, of course. Now I maxed there. I probably shouldn't have maxed the Senna icon simply because my attacker's more TP, but it doesn't matter too much as long as we don't go over 100. And I should have used Senna's attack here and then end the chain attack. 268% is fine for this enemy, so not too worried about it. So the console retreats from the colony, and we're able to free this colony from the influence of the flame clock by destroying it completely. That's what we're going to be doing throughout the game as we go through these different colonies. We're not going to be freeing too many of them, though, because this is a speed run, so we're going to be ignoring most of the side quest colonies. And now, as part of a tutorial, we have to gather info in Colony 4. So this is where you lose the main amount of time to the Chinese version of the game. It doesn't matter too much, like I said earlier, but it does something at least. I also grabbed this treasure chest to get these coins, since it's just right and conveniently in the way. And we want a couple of silver coins for later. Yeah, Doric's not too bad as long as you just stay on Mio, otherwise she'll probably die if you don't. And you don't want to die, you want to make sure you get that level 3 interlink. That's like one of the main thresholds in that fight, I would say. We still have 4 hours of this. My voice is hurting a little bit already. Probably not doing this all in one day, of course. Especially not because it's 11:27 p.m. right now and it's daylight savings time tomorrow, so it's effectively 12:27 a.m., but you know how it is. So we gathered all the info, and now we can finally move on with the main story. We can finally climb vines from unlocking Valdi and completing his hero quest. Valdi's going to stay in the party as a hero for a little while into the future because, one, he's an extra healer, which is nice, so we don't have to run any other healers in our party outside of Tyon right now. And he also has a couple of additional bonuses as well. He's actually a pretty decent hero overall. Nice to have around in the early parts of this game, at least. Of course, I say early, but we're already an hour and a half in. We're mostly done with the tutorials now, thankfully, after an hour and a half. Not too many more of those, but we're just going to continue onwards for now. And I'll see you at the next fight, which will be coming up fairly soon.
I'll do my best. Looks like they're coming over here. Enemies! I'll hold them off. Never seen this place before.
You know what Banana just told me? She said that in the night, the trees wake up and start to wander.
So this next upcoming fight is against a robot enemy called Lepus. When I initially made my splits, I couldn't remember what it was called, so I just called it other robot, and I've just never changed it. I've never changed any of these splits names. I probably should for some of them, but I think it's funnier to leave it like this. So this robot is also one that doesn't have the greatest accuracy on Mio, especially with the evasion field, which is nice because it can hit very hard, especially if it nails you with a bunch of auto attacks. There's one move in particular you really want to avoid called hand capture. That move's basically an instant kill if it hits you. So we're definitely going to be on the lookout for that, save an evasion art for that. But ideally you want to use your evasion arts on all of his actual named attacks if you can. The named attacks will replace the name of the name above the health bar, by the way, when he uses one. If you ever wonder where those appear at. So Fingers of Flame, I'm going to use an evasion art here to evade. Baldi decides to stand in the AoE and get hit by it anyway, because, you know, typical AI behavior. But otherwise, this is exactly the same kind of strategy as the last fight. Evade his dangerous attacks when I can. I'm going to use Wide Slash, I believe, to evade hand capture here. And just charge up Interlink level 3 as soon as I can with Noah and Mio. By using Fusion Arts with Mio and hoping that Noah's AI does what it's supposed to on that front as well. We're already at Interlink level 2, so we're doing decently well there. The AI has activated Uni and Tyan at level 2. We don't get the ability to actually stop the AI from activating it until a little bit later in the game. Baldi ends up dying to Fingers of Flame, unfortunately. I use Gemini Strike to avoid Ground Beam. Baldi can't be revived because Uni's are Tyan's our other healer, and only healers can revive in this game. One of the actually annoying parts of this game, if you ask me. And since he's stuck in the Ouroboros form right now, he can't revive. Not that big of a deal, because I'm not getting hit anyway. I got plenty of health. Once I hit level 3, we just go into the Ouroboros form. And fairly simple from here. Just gonna Glorious Swing, Mega Spinning Edge, and then Chain Attack. Hand Capture doesn't work in Ouroboros forms. You can't actually take damage in Ouroboros forms. Chain, same strategy as a bunch of the previous strategies. We just want to get a little bit overkill and then end it. Chain attacks take way too much time if you try to do the full duration of the chain attack, which is bad for speedrunning, as you might imagine. So I'm going to quickly use Senna here, just to get a 300% bonus. Any other attacks will have diminishing return, so I just end it right there.
What a faff. Just one.
We need to make some distance.
So now that we've done that,
Best. I'm with you. Shall we try climbing a bit higher?
we'll be leveling up again at this upcoming camp. We're required to rest at the camp anyway, so to find a rest at it, or to level up at it. A lot of my level ups will be timed at camps we have to rest at anyway as part of the main story. There's a menu coming up before the spiders as well at some point when we're in this cave. We're going to be put on another quest when we get into this cave where we have to, like, find ore for Riku and Manana. Riku and Manana are the two Nappan traveling with us, by the way. We haven't really seen them the entire game outside of, like, crafting gems and cooking food. But they exist and they are there. As it turns out, they can be combat units as well. Not very good combat units, but they can be combat units. So since I have nothing else to talk about, the splits I'm running against currently are splits that ended up being like a minute behind world record thanks to a kind of a bad final boss fight. Otherwise, I would have gotten it. So this run was my attempt at getting that run back, essentially. The day before this, I'd actually died on the final boss when I should have gotten record again, so the final boss would have been my kind of major enemy. It's extremely rare to die on the final boss in this game, in easy mode at least, as long as you execute the strategy properly and don't get extremely unlucky. So that was just very unlucky when that happened, but it doesn't matter too much, thankfully. There's not too much going on here. We're just going to be traversing through this area. I'll be trying to avoid the aggro of a crab in one of these sections here. And then I'll be doing a menu to put... What is the menu again? So I make Uni Sword Fighter. Tyan is going to be a gunner. I believe Uni hits level 5 Ogre at this point. Tyan goes to be a medic gunner. I put Edge Thrust on Uni and Lons in the middle slot. And I give Lance his Master Art finally, since he couldn't equip it before the second Master Art. And I replace Uni's gem for cancel damage. I give Noah beast damage up, and I get Ouroboros skills on everyone. So, sounds kind of complicated, but it's really not that complicated. But basically, I'm getting beast damage up on Noah because the next fight is against beast-type enemies, spiders, as you might see. And Ouroboros skills I'm just leveling up so that we can have those for later, because really powerful damage increases when you level those up, of course. So I'm going to take a break again. We're just going to be walking around this area, collecting ore, and just unlocking some stuff. So not really too much exciting going on right now. But just trying to traverse through this area. So I will see you back in here when we get to some relevant stuff near the next fight.
Shall we deal with this?
Enemies! I'll hold them off!
Shall we deal with this?
Let's use this to get ahead. I hate the waiting part.
Manana sure has a wild side, huh?
I was as shocked as you were. Isn't this one?
All under control. It's hard to tell the difference between ore and a gemstone.
Unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall. Hey, I found one.
Leave it to me.
I didn't realize how much fun it could be looking for ore.
Hey, the mud has dropped something.
I didn't realize how much fun it could be looking for ore.
Me neither. I just wish I knew what was what, so I wouldn't feel so useless.
It's hard to tell the difference between ore and a gemstone. This is not. You think we're really gonna find whatever Riku's after?
It doesn't seem like we'll find anything here.
I'll hit him.
Where better to monitor the battle than on healing duty?
Edge thrust.
Edge thrust! Wide slash!
You found power. You found power.
A new power, eh? A new power, eh? A new power, eh?
Check out this sick new skill! 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 Check out this sick new skill!
We might have to go deeper. been craving some downtime. I was getting kind of sleepy.
Alright, so the fight is coming up now.
Exactly as I said. Do you see any
Once we get there, I'm going to swap to Medic Gun or Tyon, and I'm going to instantly use Power Ring as soon as the fight starts, like right on top of the main spider. There's a bunch of ad spiders as well. One ability that Uni has is, in addition to AoE just on all of her Ouroboros arts, essentially is I think it's called Wings of Pursuit. That just does passive damage every second to all enemies nearby. And that's going to kill a lot of the smaller spiders, along with the area of effect arts that this Ouroboros has. So what I like to do is use Power Ring instantly, activate Ouroboros form, and then use Raptor Raid, which is an area of effect attack that lowers accuracy and evasion of enemies, I believe. Unfortunately, I know I'd already used Infinity Blade by the time I swapped to him, so he probably didn't use Cross Impact or Cancel into it to get as much damage as I would have liked here. So I don't get to actually take advantage of this as much as I would have liked here. But I do get the power charge off on a fusion combo, Null Slash fusion. Noah ends up dying, doesn't matter too much though. I'll just swap over to Senna now and just kind of start canceling arts into each other. So the good thing about killing these spiders is that the main spider is going to be focused on using Battle Pheromone a lot to summon more spiders, so it's not going to be using its other attacks or using Cocoon. Cocoon gives it like a perfect block rate while it's active. And we want to kill him before he uses that, essentially, so... Sorry, her, I should say. This is a Princess Arachno, my bad. So... Luckily, kind of a squishy enemy, doesn't matter too much, thankfully. Once Uni is out of the Ouroboros form, we get some extra damage from her as well, and finish him off without too much issue. Pretty nice time save there. I didn't lose time to the crab from it aggroing me in that one section of the cave, and I also had a pretty fast fight there in general, and a pretty good menu.
I'll do my best.
I'm surprised. Riku and Manana make a good pair.
So in this next section is more walking. I'm going to make a couple of platforming jumps here to save some time in a little bit.
Is this like a rare thing?
This place not bad.
Make sure to unlock the Roaring Spring by getting close enough to it for that extra landmark experience.
Are they fighting each other?
Now you kind of have to walk out of the way here to avoid these enemies. If you walk too close to one of those skirmishes, it'll like stop you from moving and ask if you want to partake in it, which is a little slow. So you want to walk around those when you can.
Twitching to get wrecked.
Enemies! I'll hold them off.
That's what I mean. A little bit of platforming there. If you don't do that properly, you can take a lot of fall damage and potentially be in danger of dying if enemies stay at aggro on you, because you can't heal enemies that are aggroed on you. So you need to be careful to do that one properly. Besides that, there is an upcoming menu. I believe we put Lons back on heavy guard in this menu. That's the main thing that happens here. And Tyon goes back to Tactician as well before the next boss fight. The second boss fight coming up after the next one is one of the scariest in the game. So I want to make sure we're extra prepared for that as well. And that's also another reason we want Lons on heavy guard. We want the extra tankiness for that specifically. This also allows Lons to topple, which is really impactful in that fight as well if we can get some breaks. And we have like a 50% chance of it every time we use a break art. And we have a lot of sword fighters right now, so... We got a decent shot at that. I think I only used one sword fighter in that fight, though, now that I think about it, but it's fine. Not a big deal. I also equipped the tool belt again because the next enemy is a machine type enemy. Almost forgot to do that. Right now we're being attacked by another colony in this cave. They're trying to use this purple poison gas or something on us. I forget what this does exactly. But essentially they're just trying to stop us again, and we're trying to escape. So that's what's going on right now. And then we're going to be fighting an entire ass colony.
They read us like an open book. How?
No time to worry about that now. We need to make the water veins. Gas grenades. That's hardly fair.
And you'll see what I mean by that. It's going to be the entire, like, Pharaonis thing, which, I don't know if I explained that, but that's essentially the big, like, huge mecha things that, like, the entire colonies, like, get transported in. Like, all the people and resources and stuff. So we're going to be fighting the entire thing, which is really funny. There's actually some really awesome cutscenes in this part of the game as well.
What kind of place is this?
Doesn't look like they can follow us this far with their gear.
That gives us a little breathing time.
So this is almost the exact same strat as the last two robot fights against Doric and Lepus. Just kind of building interlink level 3 as fast as possible, chain attacking when it has a sliver of health left. This is actually one of the least threatening enemies in the game. He doesn't actually attack all that much. But yeah, we're fighting the entire Lambda Pharaonis here, so... We can't actually conveniently get any positionals that aren't front positionals in this fight, unfortunately. That doesn't really matter too much, since only attackers really worry about positionals anyway. But yeah, he has one main attack that can be really dangerous, Dust Sweep, but it's really easily telegraphed. It happens a really long time after the initial cast. He's using it now, you have to wait a little bit, and then I finally cast Gemini Strike to evade it. It has a really long animation before the attack goes off. And then sometimes he summons his own ads, and I just use focus target when that happens to make sure that we're getting as much damage as we can on the main Pharaonis here. But other than that, not really anything super impactful. I also swapped Baldy back in the party for this, since it automatically made you use Rika and Ana for the spider fight, since it was part of their quest. And we will not be using them the rest of the game. That was it. Hope you enjoyed. I'm just waiting for level 3 at this point. We've got chain attack basically almost guaranteed at this point, and now we're going to be getting him to that sliver of health range. They automatically activate their Ouroboros forms as well. We kill the ads just by being in Ouroboros forms, and then I am preparing to chain attack here. Since we're all in powerful Ouroboros forms, I don't want to like miss the opportunity here. So the next fight is going to automatically put us into it after we get this EXP bonus. But we're going to cancel, we're going to hold down the minus button and then retry the fight so we can do a quick menu before the actual fight. Which is a way to menu before doing a fight if it automatically puts you into a fight after a fight. Which happens a couple times in this game. I think we take advantage of this feature like a couple times, 3 times maybe. I know we did once in Chapter 2 and we do once here, of course. And now we have all 6 Ouroboros forms. So now every individual character has their own unique form, and we can swap between the 2 per each character pair. And we also have the ability to finally control all the interlinks. AI will not activate it on their own anymore, which is really nice. I give Noah a Steam Belt because obviously we're not fighting a machine-type enemy anymore. We're fighting Console J. I also level up Noah and Armio and Tyon's Ouroboros forms to get some abilities on them, which are really important for later. So Console J. J, or Yoran, is someone who is assumed to have died like years ago while Lons, Noah, and Uni were children, essentially. Died in a way to protect Lons by pushing him out of the way of falling rocks. But essentially he's on the bad guy's side now and has all the memories of his previous lives or something, and he's always been a... He's vengeful now in a lot of ways, let's say, and he feels like... what's the word? What's the word? Anyway, he's really glad to be part of Mobius now because, yeah, he feels powerful and all that now. Regardless of this fight can be really rough. He hits really hard and very frequently with his auto attacks. He has a bunch of area of effect on all of his arts as well, which can be really dangerous. I think Noah ends up dying, which resets an interlink level. When someone dies, it automatically resets you back to the start of the previous interlink level that you've already unlocked. So, if I was at like 2.99 interlink, it would go back to 2 interlink. If I was at 2.25, it would go back to 2 as well. Unfortunately, I think Noah dies here right when I was about to hit interlink level 2, but I go all the way back to level 1 here, so this is going to slow down this fight quite a bit, unfortunately. But like I said, this fight can be really rough, and it's really easy for stuff like that to happen, especially if AI Noah just decides to go ham with the damage. Ruined Marionette is actually a nice part of the fight, even though it's an area effect attack that's going to hit everyone for like half their health. It just has such a long animation, it's a lot of time he's not attacking everyone, which I honestly welcome. So Noah and me are in like level 2 now. We're just trying to hit level 3 before anything else catastrophic happens, hoping our healers can do their job since we have 3 of them for this fight, specifically because of how scary this fight is. Mio is just barely living here. I kind of panic, used my Gemini Strike evasion there. Just trying to stall to get level 3. We finally get level 3 on Noah and Mio. And now we're pretty much golden at this point. We should be able to win without any issue. Same strategy here, just kind of glorious swing before mega spinning edges. And doing as much damage as we can to him until he has a sliver of health left and then chain attacking. So since I get increased damage, the more critical hits I do, the second mega spinning edge is going to do more than the first. I also get more damage the higher my heat gauge is, which is how much the meter on the left, top left is. So chain attack when he gets low on health here. And we're going to just try to get as much overkill as we possibly can. I unfortunately did this a little bit too early, I think. And I don't get as much overkill as I would like, without losing a bunch of time anyway. So I end up just accepting the 262 overkill, I think, and just moving on with my life. Oh, I know, I attacked with Lons. That was a smart move. That makes sure I don't go over 100, because I didn't want to. 281's okay. I would have liked like at least 300, but it's not a huge deal, at least. Finish the fight, and that's going to be the last fight of Chapter 3, but the actual end screen doesn't happen for a little bit longer. Still, not the best fight. Definitely could save some time there. That's probably one of the weak segments of the run so far. But still, sub 2 hours is really good for that fight in general, at least, so I'm still really happy with that. So we're at the 2-hour mark, only 3.5 hours to go, basically.
Where's Commander Izzard?
So we discovered that basically that wasn't like the actual colony attacking us. That was like mud puppets that were made by Consul J or Yoran. And now we have to hunt for the actual people. And we end up finding them, I think, and that ends the chapter and everything kind of gets restored to normal in this area. And Iserd, who was the leader of this colony, becomes an ally for us. And that is the end of Chapter 3.
We all have secrets deep within. Memories we can never erase. Difficult experiences. It's just a distant dream of mine right now. But if we can just reach out to each other, even a little, we can tease out those delicate shapes. Then, with time, our bonds will grow stronger until one day.
So, next part of this, we are going to be stealing Isard. So, one funny part of this game is that oftentimes you can start hero quests, and this will allow you to use the hero without actually completing their quest. So you never actually get access to their class because you never actually complete their hero quest, but you can use the hero themselves. You can't swap and play as the heroes in fights, but just having access to their abilities can be very impactful. So we're going to be doing this 3 times total throughout the speedrun. Isard is the first instance of this. Isard has a lot of useful abilities. One, he's one of the best chain attack characters because he can always guarantee that you get a Bravo no matter what, which is 150 TP. As long as you finish a round with him, it'll always be a Bravo. He also has 40 TP total, meaning you can get really easy chain attacks really quickly as well to finish rounds quicker. And there are a couple of instances we will be chain attacking with him. He also has a 90% chance of granting an attack up buff at the start of battle, which is really nice for Uni and Taion stuff with their Ouroboros form. So he'll be taking advantage of that. He's also got his own self buff, which applies to the entire party, one of his arts. So that's another buff that can be used to take advantage of to do more damage with them. And he's another healer, so he can revive people, and he does an okay amount of healing. Not as much as Valdi would do, but his other qualities more than make up for it. So we're not going to be using Valdi the rest of the game, really. I swapped Taion to War Medic since we're not using Valdi anymore, since Taion has it unlocked now, because War Medic's still a really good healing class. And I give him Refined Blessing to increase buff duration of buffs he applies as well. And I gave him both the War Medic buff arts, because we want to start taking advantage of buffs. Like I said, there's that one Uni ability, the Shared Blessing, which we also passed to Taion. You can now share Ouroboros skills. So now Taion will also do extra damage based on how many buffs the party has, which is really good. Taion also has Shared Curse, which does more damage based on the amount of debuffs active on enemies that you're fighting. This isn't as impactful, but it does have some applications. And will still be pretty useful to do as much damage as possible.
Mirror trap. The upper level of the Great Falls, eh? Could we get there by clambering up Colony Landing?
Maybe you and Senna could.
The menus in this game take a while to get used to, but once you kind of get used to them, they're not too bad. I still use notes to remember what to do, but I can still navigate them quickly upon looking at the notes, thankfully, but it's really hard to remember the menus just offhand. I think it would be very difficult to do this run without some kind of notes at the very least. For the menus, otherwise you'll probably forget something, because there's just a lot of small things that you have to remember to do.
I'll deal with you all at once.
So the next fight in the speedrun, I've titled the Split Random Dragon because it really is kind of random. There's just like this dragon just standing in the way, and we just have to fight it, and that's really all there is to it. And the strategy used here is just going to be control Mio, and it's very similar to the Doric, Lepus, and Lambda strats. Just get level 3, get him to a sliver of health, chain attack. The strategies will get a little bit more varied after this for the most part, but there is like one more situation after this where controlling Mio is optimal, I would say, for a fight, for this strategy at least. Because just having access to the guaranteed evasion for some of these early fights while still building your early level is just really impactful. And it's more important than trying to do more damage with the attack yourself, because most of your damage still comes, or at least a lot of your damage will come from the level 3 interlink abilities. It also guarantees that your attackers aren't dying because you can keep aggro yourself if you're the one controlling the tank. Much easier than if you're controlling an attacker. So you see the sword icons to the right of our health bars? That showcases that we got the attack buff from Isard, the 90% chance to activate. It's really unfortunate when that doesn't happen in some fights when you really need it. Like when you're using Uni and Taion or Ouroboros spam. It doesn't matter as much for this fight, but it would have mattered a lot in some of the later fights, which I will make note of when we get there. So, he doesn't have too many named attacks, but he is pretty dangerous just in general, so you want to make sure you're evading even some of his auto attacks sometimes. He has like a crushing bite, I believe, which lowers your physical defense, so you definitely want to make sure you evade that one when he uses it. Then he has an area of effect attack, which affects everyone, tail swipe, so you want to avoid that one too if you can. One cool thing about Ouroboros level 3 is I think you have an increased break chance from it as well, so the break art has an increased chance of actually working, which is really nice in a lot of situations. And he's another glorious wing here, another mega spinning edge. This one should do more damage than the first one. And it does. It doesn't do as much as I would have liked. I think he still has a little bit more health than I would have preferred. But it doesn't matter too much. We still can do plenty here. So I think the bleed... Yeah, fortunately the bleed does get the overkill here, so I don't waste an extra attack here. And we get a quick 273%, and I just end it there. The dragon doesn't give too much experience, so I don't want to waste too much time here, just to get a little bit extra overkill percent. Like I said, it's exponential how much overkill you get based on damage dealt, so it ends up having diminishing returns if you do too many attacks.
Winning this.
I couldn't agree more.
So the fight upcoming is going to showcase the Uni and Tyan Ouroboros strats with buffs. So essentially we can get up to 500% extra damage, 500% added to damage if we have buffs active on our characters. If we have 17 buffs, we get the full effect, and we can get even more damage if we have debuffs active with Tyan's form. Essentially, the optimal strategy here is to use one of the Ouroboros arts with Tyan that has AoE, swap to Uni instantly, use her AoE, swap to Tyan instantly afterwards, and so on and so forth.
I'm getting pecky.
Ideally, you swap early on into Uni's combo because it's better to get more Tyan arts out since his is faster, a much faster art instead of being a slower 3-hit AoE art. And it can end up doing a lot of damage to multiple enemies really quickly. So when you're fighting a bunch of enemies in the same fight and you want to be able to deal with all of them as fast as possible, this is a really good strategy to use. It's probably the easiest burst damage for lower HP enemies in the game. So if you just need to kill enemies very quickly, this is a very good strategy. It's really helpful in the speedrun, and we'll be using it a lot in the upcoming sections. We're finally able to set it up properly now that we have both access to both Ouroboros forms.
Shall we deal with this?
And also the War Medic class buffs and Iserd's own buff and attack buff as well. That's also the fastest way to charge talent art, is swapping between the two Ouroboros forms after using an art. That means we don't have to watch the entire animation of the art, we can just swap forms and charge up the talent art faster, as you saw I probably did in the J fight. That gives us more Mega Spinning Edge uses, and it also just lets us use arts a lot faster. So very beneficial to be able to do that in all of these fights in the future. And it's also really nice being able to manually activate Ouroboros forms now. So in the upcoming section, we're going to be buying an Engineer Gloves from the shop. I believe this gives me 15% extra evasion when using an art. We'll be using that on Mio in some of the upcoming fights because it's really important that we can evade attacks from some of the more dangerous enemies in this chapter. And we also buy a Silver Feather. This automatically gains aggro over time. We're going to be putting that on Lons. I don't actually know how impactful it is in this game compared to Xenoblade 2, where it wasn't really that impactful at all, but it is something at least, and it's a nice accessory to have when there's not really too many better options. Ensures he takes aggro instantly from enemies we might not be attacking in multi-enemy fights, just because of the passive aggro over time. So we're not going to be equipping those right away, but we'll be buying those at a shop up here right before the fight. I'll talk again once we get to the fight itself.
Something so valuable here. Should be reaching Mac the Wildwood soon. I hear it's tough going inside. We'd best be on the lookout.
We've made some new friends. What should we get?
Yes, Uni's the boss.
Oh, a container.
What kind of place is this?
So we are now approaching the fight, and like I said, we're going to be controlling time for this so we can use Cure Bullet and Vital Bullet instantly. We want Isurd's attack buff at the start of battle to activate as well. We really want that one, not only for the attack boost, but also to make sure we have the attack buff on 7 allies. If we can reach that 17 buff total number, we get the full benefit of the attack boost here, so we can end this fight as soon as possible. Sometimes they run out of Cure Bullet and Vital Bullet range as well, but fortunately all we need to do is hit 3 of them with the Vital Bullet now, and I have all the buffs I need. This looks like, yeah, I've got the total amount of buffs I need here, so we're pretty much set now. So this is basically just Rapture Raid, swap to and use Atomize, and so on and so forth. Now, at level 0, there's a little bit of a dexterity penalty on these abilities, but it doesn't end up mattering too much, thankfully. As long as we hit as much as we possibly can here, we're okay. But you can see I am missing some of my attacks, unfortunately. But still pretty fast fight for what's supposed to be a boss fight. Got a gold by 1 whole second. That's how you know it was really good. So Juniper is another hero. As you can imagine, we will be recruiting them in just a second. That's a quick little skip there. Once you activate the footprints, you don't actually have to follow them all the way down. You can just jump down this ladder and it'll automatically trigger the next cutscene, which is really nice. Juniper is not someone we'll be using often. After this quest is over, they will be permanently on the bench. Sorry to say.
This one's gonna be tough.
We will be swapping right back to Isurd, who is infinitely more useful. But essentially, they attacked us because their flame clock is almost entirely dead, and yeah, that's apparently a big problem. We're trying to convince them not to give up on life, and yeah, that's kind of how this quest goes. We fight some Rhinans attacking the colony, and then destroy their flame clock.
People around. Yeah. It's quite unlike any other colony.
So this Rhinan fight's a little awkward. These enemies can be in awkward positions compared to your Ouroboros form, especially if the allied characters are kind of in the way of your art attacks. So you can't get close enough to them to hit all 3 at once. But you're not allowed to use Isurdr in this fight, so we're just trying to activate Cure Bullet and Vital Bullet and put it on as many people as possible. Unfortunately, Juniper runs away, and I only get Vital Bullet on 3 people. But it's okay. Fortunately, they're not that tanky, and we still get damage bonuses from the debuffs as well, and we can apply a lot of debuffs pretty quickly to all 3 enemies, at least, to get an okay amount of damage on them. Ideally, you can kill all of them, like, around the same time, but kinda didn't get that happening here. Like, this last Rhinan still has half its health left, unfortunately, because the area of effect was not in my favor for this. But I'm just gonna try to burn him down as fast as possible. My buffs are kind of wearing out now, but do end up getting him. Didn't take too much time, thankfully. Definitely could have been a little bit faster, but it wasn't the worst fight in the world either. And now with that done, I'm going to be taking a 2-minute detour to grab an accessory. After unlocking Juniper, we gain the ability to slide down ropes. And this allows me to go get an accessory, which I find to be particularly useful. I don't know if it's actually worth it, but it's something that I feel like is worth it. And I've liked picking up myself every time, basically. So we skip travel back to the Forest region, and we're going to go slide down a rope here to get an accessory called a Bond Fragment. This accessory increases interlink build speed by 25%, essentially meaning you can use 2 less fusion arts. And if that saves like 10 seconds per fight, and it's used in like 17 or so fights total, where it has use at least, that's... I think that's worth it at least.
At your service.
And it could possibly save a lot more than 10 seconds too. It really just depends on the fight
Who else?
and what your fusion arts are and the cooldowns. So I personally like picking this up. I said it's a little bit out of the way, but it's something I enjoy picking up, and maybe this will be cut out of the runs in the future, but I find this to be a very good accessory that I think saves time overall. It's really hard to tell and test properly just because of how much variance Fusion Art charging can have.
Hey, check it out!
This also allows us to pick up another chest here, which has 5 silver coins, which can be useful, along with extra SP for our Ouroboros forms, which I don't think really comes into play, but it is there.
Say, over there.
Be nice if we could grab this before Doric, because then it would be like really useful to build Interlink faster in like a bunch of fights early on in the game, but unfortunately no. But now that we can slide down ropes, this chest is waiting for us. And then we're going to be pretty quickly into our next fight. I equipped Eastern again instantly because we want that attack buff for these upcoming fights as well.
Good thing we found this. Say, if we slid along that.
Woohoo! This gets the blood pumping, eh?
So essentially we're going to be attacked by a mysterious robot-type enemy, sort of. Or at least someone in a mech suit. And we don't know why, and it's never elaborated on again after we get rid of 1/3 of the health bar. It is elaborated on, but only in side quests, so the fact that this kind of just exists in the main story is kind of wacky, but it is here, and we just have to do a little bit of damage and then it's over. We get the attack buff from Easter, thankfully. We can now cancel all arts into each other, by the way. We don't have to do fusion arts cancels anymore. All arts can now be canceled, which is awesome. And you can see how quickly the health bar is going down. We'll get to the health threshold really quickly here, thankfully. Very fast and easy split. And that's it. We just get attacked for no reason. Pretty awesome.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Kevez and Agnes are both fully mobilized. We'll have to pick them off one at a time.
So the next thing we're going to be doing is doing the exact same thing we just did, except fighting a bunch of like ant loot enemies, because apparently our food got stolen by some Turkins or something. I can't remember the exact lore going on here, but we have to get some more food. So we're going to fight ant loot enemies to kill them for food, and then we're going to gather some mushrooms or something like that. But it's more of the exact same thing here. And then after that, it's just going to be a little bit of walking before we get to the next story section and menu of the game, and then the next important fight. My voice is getting tired once again, so I probably will just meet you back then. It'll probably be in about, I'm not sure, 5 minutes or so. We'll see. It might be longer than that. I have no idea. Just be prepared.
Do people have to make so much noise?
Time out. We'll head out in a bit.
Andlude meat is sparking amazing. Guess we know what's on the menu today then.
Don't let your guard down for a second.
None of us plan on losing, right?
Whoa, check this place out.
I think there's more food to find. Well, Let's go find it. I think we gotta leg it. Oh, enemies! I'll hold them off. We've rounded up plenty of ingredients. Looks tasty. Come on, who else?
A challenge lies before us.
I think we gotta leg it. Real nasty mud has showed up. Tough enemy incoming! Brace yourselves!
A challenge lies before us.
Have to be extra careful not to fall from here. Ugh, I just want to leg it across and finish this.
Here we are then.
I don't like our chances.
Alright, so we're almost there. I'm back now, if you have been watching or skipping forward ahead until I started talking again. We're going to be resting at this camp to hit level 32. This will finally unlock the second accessory slot for my characters, which is really nice.
Let's rest and heal up.
I definitely feel stronger.
We'll definitely be taking advantage of the second accessory slot in the next fight on everyone. And pretty big menu coming up. I'm putting Noah on the Stalker class we unlocked from doing Juniper's quest.
I'm sorry I worried you.
This class isn't particularly that amazing on the easy mode speedrun, but we still want to get levels in it in order to unlock another character so they can get the Master Art staying power. That's like the most important aspect of it. And it also has a skill called Evasion Expertise, which gives it a 35% chance to guaranteed evade ranged attacks, which we're going to be using on Noah and Tyon later in the run, which is also really impactful. We are going to set Noah up to do as much damage as we can with this class at the very least. And I'm going to be replacing some arts with lower cooldown arts to do more fusion arts, because it's very important that we're able to do that. So I replaced gems and stuff on the new class, make sure the accessories are all correct. Give Tool Belt to Noah because we're about to fight machine-type enemies. Engineer Gloves to Mio for more evasion. I just used the Garnet Guaranteed that I had from earlier on Uni and Senna, since they're my other attackers. Bond Fragment's going to go on Tyon for now, because he's going to really want it in a couple fights upcoming, since we are going to use level 3 Interlink Uni and Tyon for a certain strategy. And now we're going to head towards the fight.
Never seen this place before.
Almost forgot to level up Ouroboros skills, which is really important here. We want to get that attack boost on Noah. And we want to get all of the remaining skills we have. We get this 20% attack boost on Tyan, and we're going to link that part to Uni, because that's a little bit more important than the buff linking, I think. Especially for the upcoming chain attack strategies we're going to be doing.
Whoa, visitors!
So this next fight is basically the last time we're going to be using Mio evasion strategies this entire speedrun. I am going to attack Kamarabi's Furanis with Mio here. And just kind of keep his attention over to the side, because he has a lot of dangerous area of effect attacks we don't want the rest of the party to get hit by. And with my Engineer Gloves giving me evasion when I use arts, I'm going to be evading most everything he does, thankfully, as long as I'm using arts during most of the dangerous things. So we're going to make sure that we are taking advantage of that, make sure we're using our evasion art when we can. I really should have used it there instead of just a normal art, but luckily it missed anyway, because I am lucky and bad. But yeah, I'm using a lot of arts this fight. We want to make sure that we evade most of his attacks. He's fortunately doesn't have that much accuracy, I would say, compared to a lot of enemies, especially on Mio. But we are using our evasion arts when we can on his more dangerous attacks, just to be sure. So the rest of the party is just trying to deal with Ethel by themselves. Oh yeah, if you're wondering why we're fighting Ethel again, it's because she was kind of coerced into it for reasons. And Kamarabi is someone from Agnes who has also been coerced into it. Apparently Ethel and Kamarabi are rivals. And now they're fighting on the same side against us in these mechs. I know my version of the story is very simplistic and doesn't make much sense, but I also don't want to give too many spoilers. So we're going to activate Noah's Ouroboros form now. And ideally I would be able to use Mega Spinning Edge to hit both of them, but I don't think it ends up working how I wanted it to here, so I have to waste a little bit of time, unfortunately. Now normally I do a chain attack in this fight, but I think I accidentally messed it up here. And it doesn't matter too much in this fight, thankfully. Although it did bite me a little bit, because I was missing a level for the next fight that's after this. Which meant that I was in a lot more danger, my characters were dying a lot, and it ended up making the fight a lot more sketchy. But I did have a really fast fight there, so that's a good thing, right? But yeah, normally I'd be level 33 for this fight. Level 32 makes this fight a little bit sketchy. But now here's where the Bond Fragment on Tyan comes into account. We want to cancel as many arts on him as possible and get that Interlink level up with him. Because we're going to be doing a chain attack with level 3 Interlink, Uni, and Tyan. If you activate a chain attack while you were in level 3 Interlink, you get to do a special chain attack that has a much higher damage ratio to start with, and also gives guaranteed an Ouroboros order, which has really powerful finishing moves. And that's how we can kill this enemy and the next boss enemy after this. So that's our main thing we're going to be taking advantage of. So this boss fight can definitely be really, really scary if it gets a lot of area effect attacks, or if it blocks a lot of your attacks with a certain aura active, because it'll do damage to you based on attacks it blocks. It has a really high block rate from the side and the back. So, definitely a pretty annoying fight. I ended up having to revive people to live it, and I still don't think I was able to do it perfectly because someone still died when I was trying to like help people up. So yeah, both Senna and Noah died here, and I still don't have Interlink level 3 yet. And they're all kind of low on health, which is not what I wanted. Now I use this AoE attack at a really bad time. My second healer dies, so that makes reviving really slow. So I have to revive him first. I'm finally at Interlink level 3, but I can't really use it because I need buffs to do as much damage as possible, and I can't do buffs if no one's alive. Fortunately, I get really lucky with this daze timing here. So I have some time to come back here. Unfortunately, Noah ends up killing himself anyway from the block rate, which is really sad, but since I have 6 people alive, it ends up not mattering the most, but I definitely lose out on some experience here, which I really could have used. Fortunately, I don't think it ends up mattering in the long run, but at the time, it was definitely a little bit annoying. But yeah, we can simply use Tyan's buff here into Isert's buff, and that'll instantly give us a Bravo in the chain attack, and we get a bunch of damage out of this Ouroboros finisher with all these buffs up, thankfully. I think Uni gets a big crit here, which makes up for some of the damage. I think Tyan gets a bunch of crits as well. So we get to do this twice when you activate a level 3 Ouroboros chain attack. And this is the fastest way to kill this enemy. Probably the enemy with some of the most health we've seen so far. I go ahead and use Power Charge and send it here. I probably shouldn't have even bothered. That gives an extra buff. I don't know if it really makes that much of a difference, but it does give one extra buff. And then Easterd will use the buff here to get both of our buffs back active, and then we will kill here. So fortunately, I left him with just enough health, so I don't have to waste some of the really strong Ouroboros hits on getting the overkill part. So I at least get all 4 hits on this part, which gives me a lot of overkill, thankfully. 400% still really good. I could have hit like 420%, but oh well. Still really good. So that's the last like fight for a while. There's just a really big walking section coming up. The only really notable thing is that we do recruit a hero and we do one menu. So the second hero that we just kind of pick up and don't complete their quest is in the like next minute or so. We just walk to the next region, trigger a cutscene, and then go trigger the quest cutscene, give up on the fight, and then the hero's with us. The hero is named Ashura. She has a really good chain attack ability for the next fight, which will be really useful, and she has launch and is another tank. So she has a couple useful aspects that'll be really useful throughout Chapter 4 and 5. Not going to be using her really from Chapter 6 onward, but she is pretty useful for now at the very least. Besides that, I also make Uni a medic gunner, and because I want her to be an extra healer for an upcoming fight, and I give Lons his sword fighter back, so we have another damage dealer for the next fight, for the next fight as well. Yeah, it's just the next fight. We're going to be buying an accessory, 2 accessories actually, called Devotional Necklace from the next little shop on the way to the next fight, which is inside the castle that we are about to infiltrate. This item will recharge all of our arts essentially upon reviving someone. So it's a really good accessory for healers. It's extremely powerful. I can't believe they sold it in shops. But it's really powerful to be able to instantly revive a character and instantly get all your arts back. It also helps you build Interlink even faster, which we're going to be taking advantage of for pretty much the rest of the game in most situations. So very, very good accessory there. So those are pretty much the main differences and main things we're going to be doing in these menus. Outside of that, it's just a really long walking section to get to the castle. And then inside the castle itself, there's just a little bit of small, minor movement tech to avoid enemies and kind of optimize going through the area. But besides that, nothing too exciting until the next fight. I'll probably talk again once we get into the castle for a little bit. But other than that, just enjoy rope sliding and walking through this pretty area.
So much to set down. Nice landing.
Oh, you think you can
begin to guess, but I'd say the castle has something to do with it.
A good place to have a rest.
I suppose I should try and be thrifty. And off we go!
Whoa, check this place out.
Hey now, I think we could slide down that thing. What kind of place is this?
A formidable opponent.
So we are about to arrive in the castle, so I'm just going to touch base again real quick. So once we trigger this cutscene here, we'll automatically be teleported to inside of the castle. There's a couple things inside the castle that are interesting to note. One, there's an unskippable fight that we're going to be using Uni and Tyon strategies on inside of a hallway. There's also a treasure chest we're about to approach here by, we can easily access it by triggering this enemy here and quickly activating a landmark. The chest is on the other side of these crates, but we get the same landmark regardless. This is not the chest we want, by the way. So we just get up here, give up here. That'll transport us to the other side. We get to get this silver coin chest with 5 Nopon coins in it, and be on our way. We also wanted to give up at the next landmark to reset enemy position so we can go around an enemy at a perfect time. If I remember to do that properly. I don't know if I did because the enemies were in kind of a weird position today. Didn't end up mattering, thankfully, so did get through that without too many issues.
I wonder what's around here.
And one final note is that sometimes when you like trigger things like elevators or moving stuff, you can move while the screen is still black. So I'll be doing that a couple times as well if you're wondering how I'm like already moving when the screen fades back in. You'll see that upcoming at the next elevator for the first time here. But other than that, it's just trying to get to the upper area of the castle to stop this Annihilator weapon from destroying one of the colonies. Because that's why we have infiltrated this castle. That is also why Ethel and Kamaravi were fighting us, to make sure that Annihilator weapon didn't get used. So now we're going to go on our way to stop it. And right here, after I activate this, I will be able to walk ahead. So as long as you're aware of your positioning, it's based on where your camera angle was.
Oh, a container.
I'm going to go through this door to get the rest spot, storage areas 3 for some extra experience as well. Besides that, I don't think there's anything that notable. Like I said, there's a fight upcoming in a second. But then it's just basically going through the rest of the castle, which isn't too much longer, to get to the fight that's coming very soon. Which is one of the scariest fights in this game, I would say. I ended up losing some time to this fight as well from having to revive some characters before chain attacking. This fight, though, you basically have to fight these enemies. They're just kind of in the middle of a hallway you have to go through. So, just use Uni Tyon strategies and they go down really quick, thankfully. They don't have that much health. Missed a bunch of attacks there, unfortunately. Then just atomize and the final guard dies. Pretty quick and simple. Alright, there is one last jump we'll be making before reaching like a rest spot in the castle. I won't actually be using the rest spot anymore, but it is there, and that's when I usually split right after activating a door opening sequence right after that. So I'll see you back here at the next fight, which is coming up pretty soon.
Tough enemy
get us over to the elevator.
The night is still young. Bloodlust in the air. What a thrill!
Uh-oh. I think they just gave me the side eye.
I hate the waiting part.
It's another thing to see it for
The
yourself.
maintenance hatch should be on the far side of this area.
Tough snuffer on our case. Our prospects for claw.
I'll take point.
Now this is the right spot for a rest.
I hope we can make use of this.
Found something shiny.
We should take good care of that.
So much to see, huh?
Smarts.
I'll do my best.
Stay or run? Your choice.
Oh, enemies! I'll hold them off! Hop, hop, hop!
Alright, we're almost at the fight. So, like I said, this fight's pretty scary. We have 2 War Medics specifically for this. I'm going to start intentionally on Uni so I can use Cure Bullet at the start of the fight, just to make sure that most people in the area will get hit by it, because he likes to start off these fights with Doom Rain, which will apply a burn effect to everyone, and that burn damage over time effect hurts really badly. I'm going to move to controlling Tyon after this to try to get Bond Fragments up, or my Bond Fragment specials up, and interlink level, you know what I mean. This fight ends up being a little bit unfortunate that it doesn't actually kill my tank until like right when I'm nearly ready to chain attack, or both my tanks at least. So he starts targeting everyone else because the tanks no longer have aggro. As soon as I'm like trying to get into position to chain attack, and I just can't end up doing it because I have to keep reviving everyone. So it ends up being really unlucky in that sense. So this fight could definitely be a little go better than it went today. But yeah, I'm mostly just going to be controlling Uni and Tyon here. I'm going to swap between them to try to build my interlink up as fast as possible. Especially if they both revive someone, because then they'll both get all of their arts back because of the devotional necklace, which is really nice. So Mio finally dies. Yeah, and then I'm able to use even more fusion arts. I swap to Uni after using Tyons, use Unis, make sure that those are used. And Asher is going to die at a really bad time here, right as soon as I'm close to level 3 interlink. And then he just kind of wrecks the rest of my team in a lot of ways, which is what really goes wrong here. Like, I have a level 3 interlink right now, but Lonza's already dead, so I have to revive him. And then while I'm reviving him, he hits both Noah and Senna with level... Actually, no, never mind. Okay. I must be thinking of a different fight. That wasn't actually that bad. I must have been thinking about the one yesterday. Okay. Fortunately, I'm able to activate Uni and Tyon Ouroboros before anything goes catastrophically wrong after reviving Lonza, it looks like. Did lose a little bit of time, and I am playing it probably a little bit safe in this chain attack here, if I remember correctly. Since we have Asher, Asher's bonus for finishing a chain round is a guaranteed amazing at the cost of never being able to use her again, which is really nice because guaranteed amazing gives us a really big damage ratio here. So very happy to take that here. Fortunately, I get bad crit RNG in this fight, otherwise I probably could have gotten a bit more overkill in this fight as well. You can see why we tried to limit chain attacks, though. These animations are really long. Like, chain attacks can lose you a lot of time in these speedruns. So I tried to do a bit of extra damage with Senna and Noah here to get more overkill. Doesn't end up working out how I want to. I end up leaving him with just a sliver right before Tyon's hits of this Ouroboros order, which means that I still don't get as much overkill as I probably could have, and I probably wasted time attacking with Senna at all. Noah finishes out the chain attack to give me the guaranteed amazing. Or Bravo, I mean. And yeah, if I just got a bit more damage ratio or a bit more damage here from like a crit or something, I think Uni leaves them with, yeah, just the smallest amount of help. Just any crit would have been useful there, but unfortunately did not get it. So this hit is basically wasted, since the overkill hit doesn't count for the EXP bonus, sadly. Do still get him to 363%, but I could have gotten a lot more too. Overall, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was. I still lost some time there, but not a terrible fight at least. So now I'm going to be swapping classes and preparing for the next fight. This next fight is also a scary fight, but with a couple of changes I've made, it's not as bad anymore. These changes are stuff I used to do a little bit later, but now I just do them now to build interlink with Noah and Mio faster, just to make sure I can end this fight without too many issues. So Mio's going to be swapped to a tactician. So she's going to be a healer now. She's no longer going to be a tank. She's not going to be a tank for the rest of the game. Tyon is going back, staying as War Medic. Lond is going back to Heavy Guard to be the tank for us. And Uni will be going to a Sword Fighter. So Mio effectively becomes our second healer over Uni now. This is because as a healer, she can build interlink level a lot faster, and Mio and Noah Ouroboros is our strongest ability we really have in most of these fights the rest of the game, the Noah and Mio Ouroboros form with Mega Spinning Edge. So we definitely want to take advantage of that. There's also a camp conveniently located right outside the next fight, so we can level up to level 39. If you hit level 40 here, you can actually get your next Master Art and Gem early, but I don't really rely on that anymore. But it would be nice if I could. But otherwise, I give Mio the Bond fragment now, and she also has Devotional Necklace. And that's the only menu. Tyon doesn't get a second accessory currently, he doesn't really need it right now. All that really matters is just getting past the next fight. Because there's not really any other fights for a really long time after this.
Feel stronger.
So this next fight, I'll be focused on controlling Mio as much as I can, just to make sure that I'm using as many fusion arts as possible with her, because we just want to get Noah and Mio level 3 interlink as fast as possible here, really.
Here we go.
I don't want Mio Zephyr for this fight, because this enemy hits really hard and actually has pretty good accuracy, so even as a Zephyr, Mio can easily die and ruin the interlink stacking. So ideally we want Lons to be able to just be a good face tank here, and maybe get some evades if he can, with the evasion fields that I've set up with Mio. But yeah, I'm mostly just going to be focused on using fusion arts with Mio. If any characters do die, then we can revive them and get interlink even faster, so ideally someone like Senna would take aggro at some point just from being able to hit really hard, which I think does fortunately happen here. Yeah, Senna takes aggro, it looks like, and instantly dies to an auto attack or one attack there, which is exactly what we want. That allows me to use even more fusion arts. We're already at interlink level 2. I don't know, it's kind of a weird mix, because you don't really want your tanks to die, but you also want to be able to revive people. You also don't want Noah to die. Noah dying is really bad. Fortunately, it looks like we are going to hit level 3 without too many issues here, thankfully. I don't think Lons ever actually does end up dying here. I can't actually remember if he does or not. We hit level 3 Interlink though before he dies if he does end up dying, so that's all that really matters. Once we get to this, we're basically home free. We just gotta spam our powerful attacks and she'll eventually die here. Same thing with the Glorious Wing Mega Spinning Edges, especially... Oh, you get extra damage if you can do it on a launch. Like I said, Asher is our source of launch now, which is really good. We can also Smash her. Smash gives a huge burst of damage if you're able to pull it off on a launched enemy, especially if there's a lot of duration left. It scales with the amount of duration remaining. Just kind of wacky to think about, but it's also really nice. So right now she sealed our arch, which is annoying. Doesn't matter too much though. Just another Mega Spinning Edge here is all we really need. Wait for the topple to expire here, and this fight is over. You can't actually kill her. She will always stay alive with low percentage of health and use Ether Protection, and that's when the fight is over. I save a minute on that split, which is really nice because the other split used the old strategy and didn't go very well. So I was really happy with that split. I'm like 2 minutes ahead of an already like decent early game here. And then I go pee after saying don't save the game because you can't skip this and it's a decently long cutscene here.
How should we live the days that we have left? What should we spend them on? We saw one possible answer to those questions. But we cannot accept it. Not even as a last resort. After all, it was the only path that was offered to those two. We should all be free to choose our own way. That's our belief. That's why we fight.
This is kind of a breather section in the game. There's only one fight in like the next 20-ish minutes. The next 30-ish minutes almost, really. And it's a very, very quick fight we just used with Uni and Tyan or Ouroboros spam. Essentially, this is where we're going to get the big lore dump of the game and learn a lot of things. I kind of don't want to spoil a lot of it, so I might not talk about it much. So if you're watching this and you are not familiar with the story of the game, then yeah, that is what is about to happen here currently. Basically, we're going to be going to the next area. We're finally going to reach Swordmarch, the place we were told to go at the beginning of the game. And we're going to discover a city there, basically people fighting against Mobius and the current structure of the world. And we're going to see what life is truly supposed to be like, instead of this 10 years and go back into the cycle when you die crap. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to be getting a new hero soon who just joins us for temporarily. We're not going to be using her, but she does join us, named Monica. I can't really think of anything else that's super important right now. Like I said, we're just going to be traveling the city, going through the city, just getting all the landmarks we can in the city, and buying a couple things while we're there. We're going to be cooking food, finally, to increase our experience gain in upcoming fights. But otherwise, I don't really have much else to say currently, so I guess I'll give my voice a rest. I'm really feeling it 3 hours into this run right now. No Xenoblade Shulk pun intended, sorry about that. So I'll meet you back up here, and I don't know, probably when I get close to the next fight, it'll be in the second time you see the next snow area. Actually, I'll be back when I cook and pick some items up. That'll be more sense. That'll be in the city at some point.
We got new folks on the map.
They're on us. Orders?
Monica, can I ask you something?
Just keep following Shania, will you? We'll talk more later.
contraption. No wonder nobody's ever found it.
You'd better save some of that surprise.
I'll handle this.
Wow. This place was inside the Great Sword all along?
Save a bit of surprise, I said.
Kevis Castle's got nothing on this dizzying height.
You're telling me. Just looking down makes me feel faint. Come on, who else? My head kind of hurts.
Entrance is up ahead.
Okay, I'll say what everyone's thinking. This is all sparking amazing!
This should prove useful later.
These are lying around everywhere. Colony relations changed, looks like.
Ouroboros. I'll introduce you to them another time.
All right.
Always nice to see a new face. Always nice
Now I
to
know
see
how
a new
you guys
face.
felt in Colony 4.
Right. At least they warmed up to us eventually. Maybe it'll be the same here.
What's that?
Always nice to see a new face. Huh.
Hey, Noah.
Would you believe it?
You know that pile of husks earlier? You aren't thinking about sending those on, are you?
Huh. Would you believe it?
So we're born to fight, and then we die. Over and over and over.
I can hardly believe it, but it was Ethel, without a doubt.
Ow! Colony relations changed. Man, I think I need some time to process all this.
Yeah. lighter weight to carry, absorbing all this in one go. I think we can take that elevator down to the war room.
It's been a while since my last war council. Hope this isn't one of the boring ones. Whoa, check this place out.
Is that? Wonder if there's another way somewhere.
Alright, so we are finally about to cook. We have a couple things that we're going to be picking up here. I'm going to cook to get a 25% experience bonus for a little bit. This will also unlock a banana cooking option to get 20% extra experience, so we'll be taking advantage of later. We're going to be buying 2 titanium temple guards from the shop and 2 silver belts from the shop. Silver belts will increase our attack by 25%. We're going to use those on attackers later. And the titanium temple guards increase health by 30%. We're going to be using that on our main tank Lons and on our healer Tyon, just to increase both of their survivabilities. And then we're going to be picking up an accessory called the Gust Bracelet. This is an accessory that we can grab from one of the people in town that automatically has our arts off cooldown at the start of battle. So all of our master arts will automatically be charged at the start of battle. Very, very good accessory, especially if you're trying to end fights extremely quickly, because you can automatically get all your fusion arts and just do a bunch of damage very quickly. You can charge your interlink level faster. It's a really good accessory to have. Very much worth going out of the way to grab, in my opinion. And all we have to do is just go back to the war room here, which we visited a little bit earlier as we're going around the city, and just talk to Travis here, and he just gives us one for free. Really good accessory just to get for free there. And then we're going to be finishing up the quest. And after this, I will be doing a menu soon to equip the new accessories mostly. I don't think there's anything else I do besides that. Nothing I can think of that's super important right offhand, at least. Mostly just equipping the new accessories, putting Gust Bracelet on Noah for later. Mio keeps Bond Fragment. Titanium Guards goes on Lons and Time, like I said. Silver Belt Senna, Noah. And yeah, that's basically it. Just want to have those on for the next fight upcoming in a second, which is at the top of this area here. Which, like I said, is just going to be Uni and Tyon spam, but we'll talk about it a little bit more when we get there. I equip Easter before the fight, obviously. Want to make sure we have him because we want that attack boost at the start of battle. It's only a 90% chance, but we do want that. I do put Cure Bullet back on Tyon as well, just to make sure he has both buffs, to make sure that we can get all the damage possible for these fights. And besides that, just equip new accessories here, like I said.
That bonnet is digging up ore.
Alright, cold. Whose bright idea was it to put a warehouse in the arse end of nowhere?
They must have wanted it somewhere that's hard to reach. Not that info didn't leak anyway.
Do exactly as I say.
So by kind of jumping over to the right over here, we can avoid the aggro of this bird enemy, meaning we can just instantly talk to the woman instead of having to do the give up strat to de-aggro it. And that allows us to get to the fight quicker. And in this fight, we got to clear out some birds. It's 5 birds total, 1 main bird and 4 like lesser health birds. So we're going to target the main bird and then use Unity and tie and Ouroboros spam after setting up our buffs. We do get the Eastern attack boost, really good. And now it's just going to be a matter of spamming Atomize and Raptor Raid and just swapping back and forth between them. Very, very standard strategy. They don't have that much health. It goes down really fast, really easy. Unfortunately, I keep missing my attacks on the main install, which is really annoying. But still doesn't matter too much. It does still go down really fast. And very simple fight there. What a fight for being the first fight in like 20 minutes, right? After that, we're going to basically finish up the quest, go back to the harbor, and now we're going to be able to unlock the boat so we can traverse the gigantic sea area that's coming up in just a second, which is a pretty cool portion of the game, actually. There's really interesting routing as far as how you approach this area to save as much time as possible. You want to go like to a specific area first in order to be able to skip travel back there instantly. And then you want to go back to the starting area, go back through like a certain area, go and unlock an island by grabbing it so you can skip travel back there later, and then go to the place you're supposed to go. It's pretty cool. Right now, though, we just have to go rest up, so we got to skip travel back and forth with the long loading screens between these areas, skip traveling between them. Not too much to say about this section. Like I said, there's really not too much going on. We are going to hit level 40 soon, so I'll be doing the Master Art and Gem menu there to equip the 3rd Master Art and Gem on all of my characters. That's going to happen while we are inside the boat. You can actually rest inside the boat to do that, which is really cool.
That container.
Otherwise, the split ends as soon as we officially get the boat, so right after this cutscene. Not a gold here, but did save some time. My menu was a little bit slow, I think, for my liking. Kind of got confused in it partway.
You bet.
But yep, now we have a boat. This is the largest area in the game by far, and it's massive. This boat also doesn't control the greatest, so you have to kind of get used to the controls of the boat. After this cutscene skip, I'm going to take a detour. We're not going to go where we're supposed to go. We're going to go all the way around this island here, like I said earlier, and unlock a landmark for later so we can instantly skip travel back to it. It ends up saving time in the long run, as strange as that might seem. Then once we unlock that area, we're going to be skip traveling back to where we started, and then going to the camp it wants us to go to. So I think I'll meet you back once we do that, and we get to... Actually, I'll just explain everything we're about to do. Once we rest up at this camp, we're going to be going to another island to unlock an area for later we have to skip travel back to in Chapter 7. And then we're going to be leveling up in the ship, like I said, and then doing the Master Art and Gem menu. I'll also be equipping Ashura, so we have the ability to launch and smash on some of the upcoming fights. And ideally, a lot of the gems will be changing around here. I'll be getting rid of the strength up by 20 on most characters that have it, and putting critical damage, cancel damage up, and aggro reduction on most of those characters instead. Healers will also have aggro reduction mostly, except for Tyon, who will have all 3 of the healing gems I crafted to have the buff duration up as well on his War Medic. And And yeah, and then we're just going to be going to grab some information from the back of a military base and fighting a unique monster there to get an accessory from it that is really impactful and important. So we'll talk about that a little bit as I get closer to it once I slide down the rope to get there. We've probably got a few minutes before I get there, so you got some time, and then I'll be back. Also, if you're still watching at this time, post something in the comments about what your favorite Xenoblade character is. I don't know. I just want to see if anyone's watching at this point.
Hey, Tyon. You doing all right there?
Might as well, yeah? Oh! Some relationships changed. Okay, well, we doing this? Can we ask Manana to whip up some grub?
I definitely feel stronger. Everyone got their strength back?
Hey, check it out!
That sound.
Shall we deal with this?
Guess we'll clamber up here. Yeah.
I go wherever you go.
again?
So we are now approaching the first piece of information we need to gather to learn how to infiltrate the prison camp. The reason we're infiltrating the prison camp is to free or find someone named Gondor who is supposed to help us out in our quest to stop Mobius. That's the very short explanation of it. And while we're here, we want to fight this unique monster. Now, unique monsters are special enemies that are kind of like mini-bosses in a way. They aren't required for like any kind of story progress. However, we want to fight this one because it drops a very important accessory upon defeating it. It's guaranteed to drop it. This accessory is called the Chain Ring. So the ideal strategy in this fight is just use your arts as much as possible. We want to hit level 3 interlink on Noah and Mio. Now, I end up making a slight mistake here because that for some reason they put the help up button on the same button as the dequip button. So I think I'm helping up right here, but it dequips my weapon instead. And that resets all of my art cooldowns, which is really, really irritating, sadly. And that means I have to wait a little bit before I finally get level 3 interlink, and it also kind of affects my interlink build in other ways as well, since Lance is now in more danger of dying. And yeah, this was really annoying when this happened. Regardless, though, we do eventually hit it, I believe. I'm just trying to build interlink as fast as I possibly can here. I'm going to help up Lance, and I can't remember if anything else detrimental happened here. Oh yeah, Mio died, so that also reset interlink back again. So this entire fight I ended up losing quite a bit of time on, unfortunately, when I really should not have lost time on it. So, really, really unfortunate that ended up happening. I do get to the chance to revive Uni, though, which does help me get my interlink charged back up again, at least a little bit. And I'm able to get it off before Noah ends up dying. If Noah would have died there, it would have been even worse. I think overall I end up losing like 30 to 40 seconds on this fight when I really should not have, solely because of that one mistake. It wasn't even a mistake, really. It was just the game itself having bad button bindings for both the dequip weapon and helping someone up on the same button. So I guess that's just my fault for not thinking about that at the time and not being quite close enough to the person I was reviving, or holding down the button too early while I was still in the middle of another art animation or something like that. Regardless, though, we do kill him, and the accessory you get from this is called the Chain Ring. So the Chain Ring is a bit of an interesting accessory in that every time we use an art, the next art we cancel into, up to the 5th art, we'll get a bonus effect. This affects fusion arts and talent arts as well. The bonus is just an increase by a certain percentage. It increases by 10%, I believe, for the second art you use, 25% for the third art you use, 40% for the 4th art you use, 55% for the 5th art you use. And this will affect damage, it'll affect any other effects that the art has, it'll increase everything that the art does by 55%. If it topples the enemy, it'll increase topple duration by 55%. If it does damage only, it'll increase that damage by 55%. If it applies a debuff, you have a 55% higher chance of applying that debuff. Basically, it affects every possible thing you can think of. So that's going to be extremely useful a little bit later in the game. If you're wondering why I'm resetting the game here, it's so I don't aggro these enemies here. So this base is a little awkward in the fact that if you reload a game after saving, you can stop enemies from aggroing you for like a temporary moment in time here, which allows us to collect this piece of information without having to aggro and fight these enemies, because this fight actually takes a while even on easy mode. So just being able to do that is really nice. The fact that I didn't lose a ton of time here can be attributed to better menus and just doing this section a lot smoother than the last time, even though I probably should have lost a lot more time due to the unique monster fight not being very good. So that's one of the weaknesses so far in this game. And fortunately, though, I do not have to worry too much about the time I'm at right now, since we're still doing really well. And this next fight coming up, this split is named Terrible Fight. This is kind of a legacy split title as well, because this fight is no longer really that bad. It's kind of just a generic AoE fight, especially on easy mode, where we just apply buffs to our allies, and then we just kind of go ham. So we need to kill these testudos at the spot we traveled to early on in the sea. just when we unlock the location so we can skip travel back to it instantly. And we only need to worry about the Testudos. The other enemies that they summon, the reason this fight used to be so terrible is because there was just so many enemies and they would overwhelm you and kill people really easily. But now that we know about Ouroboros strategies, it doesn't matter as much. And this fight ends as soon as both Testudos are dead. It doesn't matter if the ads are still alive, so we just gotta kill the robots, so we're just gonna focus on them primarily here. This fight ends up going really smoothly, so that ended up saving some time. And I was pretty satisfied and happy with that. This next split was unforced error I made at one point in this. That's gonna lose me a lot of time, unfortunately. But besides that, it went okay. Okay, so back to the chainring, since I was talking about it. That chainring is going to be really impactful once we get a special ability a little bit later in the game that's going to allow us to kind of just breeze through most of the late game bosses without too much issue, thankfully. Outside of the final boss, which is a massive pain, but for the most part, it's not too bad. So now that we've gathered both pieces of information, we are going to rest up at camp here and figure out where to go and how to infiltrate the prison camp. And on the way there, we're going to grab our third exclusive hero, Fiona. We are not really going to be using her instantly. We're going to be using her once we get to Chapter 6 instead. At least a little bit, but Fiona is essentially part of, in a vacuum, probably the strongest class in the game as far as what abilities she offers on her own. Now, once you start factoring in master arts and skills and all that kind of stuff and how classes can share abilities, it gets a lot more messy, but as far as her own specific abilities that she offers, Fiona is part of the best class in the game. It's a class called Signifer. It's essentially a buff spam class, and these buffs are extremely impactful, and they can stack up really quickly. Unfortunately, since we can't directly control her, it doesn't end up being super, super amazing, but it's still really impactful overall, and also combos really well with another ability we get later on, and she's just a really solid hero to have available. So Fiona joins us. And now we're going to be on our way. She's fortunately also right in the path we have to walk anyway. We do lose a little bit of time picking her up, but not really a huge deal. If you're wondering why I did the give up command there, that's to reset the boat position, so it's in a better position for us to get to this camp what we need to. We are also going to cook at this camp and get a 20% experience bonus. The reason we're cooking here, despite having food duration left, is because we need the extra duration, because we're not going to be able to cook for a while once we get to the prison. And we want to make sure we have that bonus for the entire prison section and what comes afterwards, because that's going to be really important to make sure we get as much experience as possible in a lot of these upcoming fights. There's a big gauntlet of fights coming fairly soon in this run. So we want to make sure we're prepared for that. So we got a 20% experience bonus, 10% class point bonus. Pretty nice to have. Then we're going to rest, and then we're ready to go. I believe I get slightly trolled here by boat positioning as well when I try to infiltrate the prison. It doesn't let me, there's invisible hitbox that doesn't let me swim past where I want to go here, so I have to re-enter the boat to move it slightly so I can do that. It ends up being kind of an annoying slight time loss because of that. But overall, not too bad. The big time loss in this section was just me forgetting to do one small thing, which ended up costing me time. But you can see right here, I'm kind of just stuck here. It's not letting me swim where I need to go, so I debated swimming around, but I was like, okay, I'll just back up here and then disembark again. So that cost me some time, unfortunately, but not a huge deal. Next menu here is going to be putting Noah back on the Flash Fencer class. He no longer needs to be Stalker, thankfully, so we can put him on a much better class, which will be using him on the entire rest of the game. So the Flash Fencer, especially once we have Gust Bracelet, is really nice. We're also putting Asher back in the party for the remainder of this chapter. And we'll be giving him his last Master Art. It's going to be Staying Power, what we were in Stalker for, because that's a really good ability to have. Changing his gems around to make sure he has the aggro reduction and also the crit damage and the cancel damage, just to make sure we have as much benefit out of it as possible. I put the Evasion Expertise skill on him from the Stalker class. That's going to give him Evasion and 35% Evasion while he has that equipped on all ranged attacks, guaranteed. And I also give Senna the Black Mask there because we want her to be doing extra damage to beasts in the upcoming section to make sure we kill a certain enemy, at least, very quickly. So this cave is another one where we just want to hug the left wall so we don't aggro any enemies. Sometimes the final little bat in this cave can aggro us, but since we have Gust Bracelet Noah, you can very easily cross Impact Fusion into Hidden Thorn Fusion and completely destroy him if he does aggro you. And this run he does not aggro me, so we're just able to go on our way without too much issue.
Wow.
Keves Castle.
Look at this.
Now Agnes Castle.
Time for a climb.
I'll handle this.
So once we are inside of the prison, we're going to be put into a fight against Gondor. This is actually the only fight in the entire game that you are allowed to lose, and obviously losing is very quick if you know how to lose fast. So typically I'll just control Tyon, I'll use the follow me command to make sure my allies don't do anything, and then I'll just use 2 quick arts to make sure he gains aggro from everyone, and then I will dequip weapon and then just watch him die very quickly.
You want to tussle? Oh, we can tussle.
It's a very funny strategy to optimize dying, but that is the fastest way to go through this section.
Yeah. Do exactly as I say.
Better give it a
We
good
just
once
gotta
over.
commit to the motion.
On my mark. Looks like there's no turning back after this.
Well, on we go then.
So once we're inside this prison, we won't be able to do anything else for a while.
Is this about
First thing we're gonna have to do while we're here is, essentially we're making a plan to escape in 3 days, but while we're here we have to do some benign tasks for the prison. The first day, one thing is we have to collect a bunch of stuff, like 20 of each type of collectible. There are people you talk to get these collectibles as well that are scattered around the area that you can use to get some of the collectibles quicker. The mistake I make in this section is I forget to talk to one of these people and I have to go back and talk to them, and that ends up losing quite a bit of time to have to walk back to them and talk to them, unfortunately. So you can see here, this is the quick strategy to die to Gondor quickly. As long as you dequip your weapon after doing it, then it won't worry about the other allies all having their health. It'll automatically just say you lost the fight. So very, very fast way to do that. So as far as how I actually collected the items, I thought I did a decent job, since that has some variance because they have wacky spawn positions sometimes.
We have some new names registered.
It's just unfortunate that I forgot to talk to one of the people that gives me some of the collectibles that I needed.
So that's the state of affairs.
I'll tell you what.
And this is probably is probably one of the worst splits in the run, just because I lost a lot of time I probably shouldn't have lost because of that. Not too much to say until it starts, at least, so I'll just be a little quiet in the background here.
For guard duty. Don't tell me we've got to listen to
These commentary videos are real marathons, but I still have 2 hours left.
This is golden.
But we will get through it, I believe. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day today if you're watching this.
Was it just me, or did the
Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're somehow not subscribed and you made it this far and you're still watching it fully. I appreciate your support if you are this big of a fan of me to watch this. So now that we're here, like I said, we're just going to be collecting all these collectibles. Now, there'll be people with question marks on the map as well that we want to talk to, like I said, and I just go right past the first dude. I wasn't thinking, I was so focused on like actually collecting in an optimal path that I just walked right past him, unfortunately. That question mark that you see on the map right there on the right, Anton, I just walk right past him. I just ignore his existence completely, which is a big mistake, unfortunately. And I don't realize it until I get like up here in this section. So I don't know exactly how much time I lost. I'll probably figure it out right here when I realize I have to go back and talk to him. So I'll check how long it takes to walk all the way back and then walk back where I was before. Yeah, I realized it right then, so... Looks like it was 36:56, it looks like, so we'll see how long it takes for me to go back and talk to him. Just a really unfortunate error that I did not have to make, sadly. So we skip the event,
Everyone's doing the same work.
and then,
They're still happy
head
to
back
see
then.
strangers.
Let's hope we can get them out without a hitch.
So yeah, that's about, a little over 30 seconds lost. Really unfortunate timing there for that to happen. Definitely one of the, glaring weak points of this run, just because it was, nothing to do with luck in fights or anything like that. It was just straight up an error on my part that cost me time, sadly. And you definitely don't want to be losing easy time like that in a speedrun like this, so... Unfortunate that I did that. But yes, essentially all these collectibles, there are NPCs that'll give us some of the items, so we don't have to collect as much. And you're probably intended to do that, as I don't know if there's quite enough spots for some of these otherwise. Like, I'm not actually sure.
You're just dragging this out.
So... This girl over here will give us 10 more peachy truffles, so we only need to find 3 more on the ground. And then the final person gives us,
Whoa, visitors.
7 Carna meals, and we've already got 14, so we don't need to actually collect any more of those. We just need to find the peachy truffles, and we're good to go. So I go ahead and go over here. I believe this is where they normally spawn, and we get them. And now I just need to talk to the woman over here, but I get kind of unlucky with enemy aggro. I probably walked a little bit too close to that Ferris. So I try to run away from it. And unfortunately, as soon as he de-aggroes me, the other unique monster, Garaffa, also, or elite monster, Garaffa, also aggroes me. Meaning I lose even more time here from having to run away from him. And back over here. So yeah, just kind of an unfortunate situation there as well.
I honestly don't know
So,
how to feel.
the split definitely can go better, but it can also, you can definitely have some trouble finding some of the things sometimes, which can lose you some time.
Finished. Let's get this report done.
Outside of my errors there, the spawn RNG was fairly kind to me in the fact that I was able to do it fairly quickly without too much issue. So, if I didn't make the mistakes I made in this split, I probably could have saved some additional time, but overall, it could have been a lot worse than it ended up being, so... At the very least, I'm still 2 minutes ahead of splits that were already really pretty solid through this point. My main time loss split in this run that I'm running against is probably like some of the final splits in the game. So there was definitely still plenty of time to save. And even if I kept the same pace, I still would have beaten world record by about a minute. Since the world record before this video was like a 5:42:24, I believe. So definitely was on pace for that still. Definitely was still in a really solid position. And some of the late game stuff I ended up playing fairly safe just because it was basically guaranteed record as long as I didn't mess anything up catastrophically.
You're gonna get real mad.
So on day 2 of being in the prison, now we have to go stop a wild Ferris that's like released on the prison grounds outside. So we're gonna go fight a Ferris. Thing about this fight is we're unallowed to use interlink in this fight because we have to conceal our identities to because we infiltrated inside of the prison and they don't know we're not actually supposed to be prisoners here. So we're not allowed to use interlink in the next 2 fights that are against this Ferris. We're gonna do a phase 1 against him and he's gonna run away, and then we're gonna go fight him fully. The ideal strategy, assuming you get breaks, it's like a 50% chance I believe, is to just kind of instant smash him with Senna. You can use power charge smash with her. So to do that, I'm going to control Uni so she can instant break. I'm going to topple with Lance if I can, then I'm going to swap to Senna, set up her smash since she's the flash fencer now, and just smash with her talent art when I can. So Null Slash, Cross Impact, and Hidden Thorn can easily... You don't actually need the Cross Impact for that one. He has less HP, and this one you only need to get him like half HP. So that was fairly straightforward, thankfully.
Exactly as I say.
The paw prints lead deeper into the woodland.
And now we are going to continue on our merry way here. So we got to track down the Ferris who ran deeper into the prison here. And the strategy's mostly the same. Ideally, we get the smash off as soon as we can, and if we're really lucky, we'll get a crit on it. If Senna crits, that'll do a lot of additional damage, since Flash Finisher gets a lot of additional crit damage, and smash damage is also based on how much damage you deal and how much combo duration was remaining. So those are the two main factors that affect smash. So we want to get combos out as fast as possible to get a lot of duration remaining, and we want to get the powerful smash art. I think I do about half his health with the smash here. I do get fortunate enough to get the instant break, so I don't have to wait. And then I null slash, we set up power charge, and then I smash as soon as Ashura launches. Unfortunately, no crit there, otherwise I could have done even more. But fortunately, we still get a bunch of his health at once. Although since Senna just did a massive amount of damage there, she takes aggro and predictably dies. So I swapped to Noah here just to try to get the additional damage that I'm going to need. I think he ends up taking aggro as well, but I've already used his combo, so now I'm going to go to other people and just try to end this as fast as I can. I get a null slash fusion, thankfully. I use cross impact, use a giant swing, and get the kill without too much issue, thankfully. We're now 2 minutes and 1 second ahead. I hope the gradient isn't too hard to see for some of these splits. It's supposed to look like a nice spacey theme, but sometimes the colors can be a little bit more difficult to see than I would like, but it's fine, it's fine. It's like a lime green color when I look at my splits just on my own, so it's actually a lot easier to see that way, but overall I hope the aesthetic is somewhat okay. So now that we killed the Ferris, he wants proof that we killed the Ferris. We gotta skip travel back here to get the proof that someone that we killed the Ferris, then we gotta walk all the way back. I think it's intentionally designed to be tedious, but because even the characters in game are complaining about it, but I don't know if that makes it good. This is definitely one of the more boring sections of the game, just gameplay wise for sure. So now we're finally about to plan our great escape. We'll have to do one more task for the prison before we are able to successfully leave. We plan when we're going to do it with Gondor. That was Gondor if you didn't know.
We can't afford to flub tomorrow's mission, huh?
And before that, we got to kill 3 Garafa enemies. They're generic enemy types, so we can just kind of do a quick smash on them with all. And they have no break resist to my knowledge, so just a quick smash on them is able to kill them very quickly. And then we begin the mission to exit the prison.
You're awful. I barely slept a wink.
Your snoring could have fooled me.
So this is one of the really cool things about swapping characters. I can control Uni to instantly break, swap to Lance to instant topple, and swap to Senna to make sure I get the smash off. Just have to rely on Ashura, the hero character, to launch since we can't directly control her. But it's still really nice to be able to do this in general. So once you kind of know what you're doing here, you can definitely do this really quickly, though, especially if Ashura actually launches properly like she does there. And so we're just going to be repeating this against these enemy types now. We just gotta kill 3 of them total. Lance has a dexterity gem to increase his accuracy, so he doesn't miss some of these topples, because otherwise his class and him himself doesn't have great dexterity otherwise. But fortunately it doesn't end up being a massive issue in this run. So pretty happy about that. There's definitely been a lot of times where he has not been the most accurate character. So now that we have finished the 3rd day of prison, the breakout operation has begun. Now we just gotta fight a bunch of generic soldier-type enemies. We're swapping Iserd in because we want his attack buff. I swapped Uni to Stalker just for a couple extra class levels and unlock it on more characters to make sure we get the staying power on everyone, that Master Art. And it's mostly just going to be Uni and Tai and Ouroboros spam, so we don't really have to worry about what Uni's class is right now, so it's just a quick swap to Stalker just to get the extra class levels more than anything. We don't have to actually use her in combat as Stalker, because Uni and Tai and Ouroboros is going to be taking out these enemies really quickly, along with Noah having the Gust Bracelet to help clear out the enemies even faster as well with his Null Slash and Infinity Blade antics. So, yeah, these are all pretty easy fights, just easily replicable here. Sometimes Easter, he might get the 10% chance he doesn't grant the attack buff, but as long as you get the other two buffs, these enemies are really weak and squishy, so it doesn't end up mattering that much, thankfully. I think this is the last time I'll be using Easter in this run, so he's served us very well. He doesn't activate his attack buff there, ironically, as soon as I say that, but like I said, it doesn't matter too much. As long as we get most of the damage bonus from the buff stacking, we should be fine. But yeah, we've killed 9 enemies so far. We're going to have to kill another 12 in pretty much the exact same way now. After meeting him with Gondor, Gondor will automatically insert herself as our hero, so we're going to be immediately de-equipping her. It'll say Gondor has temporarily joined the party, and now Gondor has left the party instantly as soon as I swap her out here, because we want to make sure that we have Isurd still for the strategy we're doing. So, same thing. It's just more guard spam killing. So, while we're doing this, one thing about this run is that we are allowed a up to 30-minute break in the middle of it because the other categories of the game are longer than this one. And I'm very thankful for that in a lot of ways because it helps me be able to do more runs in some situations that I might be like eating dinner or something that might interrupt it otherwise. So that helps, that gives more opportunities to do runs for this game. So I'll be taking that break. I don't actually take the full duration of the break, but I'll be taking it after we finish up all of these fights in this little section here. So the rule is that we have to like stay on a menu and make sure there's no like button inputs being pressed before we pause the timer. And then we come back and resume the timer and then just keep going from there. So there will be a little pause in the video when that happens as well. I'm not going to be doing any commentary over that section because obviously there's not going to be anything to talk about. So just letting you know in advance. And I believe my break lasted a little over 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes even. But as soon as you can probably skip forward from there after that happens, and should be a huge deal. So we got one more fight here with this, and then we got one fight after this that we're going to be using the same strategy. It's just kind of a boss, not really even a boss fight. It's just because we're going to be doing the exact same thing. It's just basically more squishy enemies with the exact same strategy here. And as soon as the break ends, I'll be doing a menu while we're already on the menu. That's why I timed it conveniently like that. To swap a couple things. We'll be swapping Asher back in the party because we want her launch for the final real time here in this Gauntlet we're going to be doing like immediately after this next fight. Uni will be going back to her Sword Fighter class, obviously. I'll be making Tyon Sword Fighter very temporarily just to have an extra attacker, which is basically necessary to make sure the next strategy doesn't go like terribly. And Noah's actually going to become a tactician instead of a flash fencer. And it's just going to be for this quick gauntlet of enemies that we're doing. I know it might seem weird, but it's mostly just to help Interlink build and make sure he's not on an attacker, because we want to hit Interlink 3 as soon as possible in pretty much all of these fights. So that's kind of the reasoning for that, you could say. We will be giving him Devotional Necklace. It's honestly better in most of these fights if people die, because we're able to revive them and get our arts back and charge up the level 3 Interlink faster, which is kind of funny to think about, but that is how it works. So the timer is paused now, there will be no inputs going on, and I'll be on my break, so I will see you back here when we get finished with the break section. Alright, so we're back. Timer is about to resume. And I'm going to do that menu I talked about, and then we're going to be doing a gauntlet of fights. As it turns out, our plan to escape and break out of the prison has been leaked, and we are cut off by some members of Mobius. And some of these members of Mobius look surprisingly like some of our party members. And that just increases the mystery of what's going on even further. So once again, I don't want to get too much into spoilers or anything. It's a really nice game, and you guys should always play it for yourself. Making Noah Tactician, so there is a quick fight against a robot-type enemy before the first real boss fight, I would say. And that's just kind of what you would expect. A smash was enough if we can manage it. Level 3 Ouroboros spam besides that, not even going to bother to chain attack. And just hopefully getting Noah and Mio level 3 as fast as we possibly can. I'll be leveling up a skill and Ouroboros meter here as well to get more critical rate and boost the amount of damage we get from dealing critical hits by 20%. Tool Belt goes back on Senna for this next fight at the very least to do additional damage to the robot. I also put Cross Impact on Noah because it's a much shorter cooldown than Shadow Eye, and we want to make sure we're using the Fusion Arts as much as we possibly can. And the reason Tactician over another different healer is because Tactician just has better cooldowns for this in general. Noah has Gust Bracelet, so he can instantly start off with 3 quick fusion combos. Or fusion arts, I should say. And then I swapped to Uni to try to get a break with her. He ends up resisting the break, unfortunately, but it doesn't end up mattering too much. Now I just swap back to Uni, or Mio and Noah, and just start spamming arts with them again. Make sure we get that interlink build as much as we can. Mio has the bond fragment, so she's the one who's going to get more benefit out of spamming these arts. Or using these fusion arts. We're at interlink level 2 already, which is nice. If I did manage to get a smash off early with Senna, Senna would have taken aggro and died, which would have been really good for getting interlink even faster. That's one of the strategies I actually incorporate in the Gauntlet, is just trying to get those smashes just so Senna gets aggro and dies, which is kind of funny to think about, but it does end up being faster to do that. And now that we have Noah and Mia level 3 interlink, this fight's fairly simple the rest of the way. We do get our art sealed just temporarily, unfortunately, so that wastes a little bit of time, but not too much. Go ahead and do the spam strategy here, swapping to make sure I can get my abilities up. And very, very, very easy fight there. Didn't even have to use Glorious Wing before the Mega Spinning Edge to kill. So now we're going to be fighting M. Mobius M. She looks almost exactly like Mio with long hair. And a lot of her abilities and everything is going to be extremely similar. So one of her special abilities in this fight is that she can temporarily control one of our party members. And this is called the Eclipse Soul Effect. You can't really do any damage to her while this is going on, and we can't really do anything about this for the most part. So this is just going to be a time to build interlink for mostly. You can see her first phase here does not have much health at all. She goes down extremely quickly here. Ideally, if she controls the right character, there'll be a couple deaths, and it does end up dying here, which is nice because that means I get my art cooldowns back. So we can build interlink even faster. We got interlink 3 now, and we go ahead and activate that. Eclipse Soul is going to last a little bit longer, but we can go ahead and start dealing some damage, getting those crits stacking up, because we'll get more damage based on the more crits we deal with Noah's Ouroboros here. So I go ahead and make sure I have everything charged up, and now it's just kind of a waiting game here until the Eclipse Soul finally expires and we can actually do damage to her again. And now we can do damage to her again. You can already see she's going to go down really quickly. I'm going to use Glorious Wing here, and then Mega Spinning Edge should end the fight, just straight up. Very, very fast there for that phase. And now she has a bit more health in this phase, and we learn the gimmick and how we can deal with who is being controlled by her. So we can knock her out of Eclipse Soul a lot sooner in this fight. But otherwise, a lot of the basic strategies are the same. Try to get the smash off of Senna if I can. Unfortunately, AI Senna already used Cross Impact, so I can't actually get as much damage from the smash as I would like. But she does still take aggro, which is the most important thing here. We're going to be chain attacking this phase because we want to get as much... we want to get experience from this phase when we can. Because we're starting to get to a point where we want to hit level 50 reasonably soon to get our last accessory slot. And we also don't want to be under-leveled for a lot of fights a little bit later on. So she controls Senna with Eclipse Soul. The way Eclipse Soul works is it'll always take over a member of your highest roll count. This is the main reason we swap Taya to an attacker, so she'll always control an attacker, and she will never mess with Noah and Mio's interlink building. And controlling an attacker also means she might has a better chance of like killing someone while she's in it, and that means that we'll be able to revive them, build interlink even faster. So that's kind of just how those fights work. So overall, she's still not that tanky even in this phase, but we want to make sure that we are using Mega Spinning Edge and chain attacking properly to actually get a bunch of experience off of her. We're going to be using one more Mega Spinning Edge here. So we're going to go back to the spamming arch to build interlink faster. And then I will be Glorious Swing, Mega Spinning Edge, and I'm going to swap to another character while the Mega Spinning Edge is going on. You can't actually chain attack while you're in the middle of a talent art animation unless you swap to someone else and chain attack, which is exactly what we do here to get more experience out of this. So I'll just be attacking with a couple people here. This will lead with Slither. The lead with a Sliver strategy and chain attack is still impactful even in late Chapter 5 here. So I end up getting 313% experience here, and I end up ending the chain attack here, because that's all I really need. Now the next fight is against N, who looks suspiciously like Noah. This fight I actually lose quite a bit of time on, because I end up not getting all the damage I need while I'm in my Ouroboros form, so my chain attack ends up taking a little bit of extra time to get him to where I need him to be. And unfortunately we get an instant daze here instead of the launch, probably because I was spamming an art that has a daze master art here. And just really unfortunate timing on the really fast topple there. But it doesn't end up mattering too much, thankfully. I think Senna still manages to get aggro. I'm not actually sure when she gets it, but I think she still does. Regardless, the main issue in this fight is, like I said, I just didn't do enough damage while I was in Ouroboros form, because I tried to swap to Uni and Taya to take advantage of their damage as well, and I think that ended up ruining some of the duration I had on Noah and Mio, so I couldn't get an extra power charge off before my last Mega Spinning Edge, which ends up losing me some damage. This is the tankiest part of the Gauntlet. Even the next fight against this dude is he doesn't have as much health, which is probably for a story-related reason more than anything. But yeah, I'm going to try to do as much damage as I can here. Yeah, ideally I would have just stayed on Noah Mio to make sure that I don't lose too much duration with him. And I think that probably would have been a little bit better here, but I don't know. I was thinking that maybe it would be better to go the other direction, but it didn't end up working how I wanted it to, sadly. Yeah, and even then, I don't think I'm getting really good crit RNG here on these attacks, and crits give me a ton of additional damage because of the extra crit damage, and the fact that all of my damage increases when I get critical hits. And so I have to use another Mega Spinning Edge here before using Power Charge, otherwise I would have ran out of duration. If I was able to get that Power Charge off, I probably would have done enough damage here, but unfortunately I don't get quite enough. And at this point, this is kind of where I started up losing time, compared to a previous split where I had a really good end one. So I kind of try to think about what I want to do here, but I just ended up doing a little bit more damage than going for a chain attack, and I think I end up having to do a 2-round chain attack, because he's still really tanky even with like slivers of health. Or maybe it was just 1 round and like an extra attack or something like that, I can't actually remember. Senna doesn't end up doing that much. Unfortunately, he blocks some of Senna's stronger attacks here, which is also really not good. Otherwise, this probably would have been fine. Kain himself doesn't do all that much damage either, because we didn't really set him up properly to deal damage. Just because he was only really an attacker, just to make sure that M didn't control Noah or Mio. So I just go ahead and I think end the chain attack like slightly after this, just because it gave some experience bonus. We're going to start getting diminishing returns, and I don't want to waste too much time on this. So I just end the chain fight right there, especially because I was already starting to bleed time on that fight. So yeah, that fight definitely can go even smoother than that. It wasn't like awful or anything, but I definitely lost a lot of time on it from just not being able to execute it as well as I would have liked. Now the next split I'm running against is an N2 where I didn't chain attack at all, but you actually want to chain attack here to make sure you're not low on experience later, so I'm basically guaranteed to lose time here no matter what. The previous split I didn't mean to not chain attack N2. I just didn't time it correctly, and so I ended up being low on experience and having to make up for it a little bit later in some fights where I chain attacked them instead. So we've effectively been captured now. We were unable to actually overcome N and M and everyone that was surrounding us. And all of our abilities have essentially been sealed, so we can no longer actually really effectively break out of prison or fight back currently. And a bunch of plot stuff happens, and yeah, essentially it's going to be really difficult to explain the plot stuff perfectly, but essentially we're captured. They're waiting out the remaining timer of Mio's lifespan, and we're in a bad situation. The chapter ends in a tragic way where Mio ends up looking like she fades away, and Noah's about to be executed. Chapter 6 begins in this dream sequence where we see memories of all of Noah's past lives when he was, and also get context as to why N ended up the way he did as an antagonist that wanted to, like, kind of, like, torture us, and why he joined Mobius in the first place, since he's an alternate version of Noah, as M was an alternate version of Mio. And this little dream sequence essentially ends up with Mio still being alive. As it turns out, Mio and M actually swapped places thanks to M's Eclipse Soul ability. M was actually tired of living life like this, and she didn't really want things to be like this, and she was like, I just want my time to end, so I'll let you have my immortal body instead, and now you can continue being with your friends and fighting with them. It's actually a really emotional scene. I'm doing a huge disservice to it explaining it like this, but that's kind of the plot relevance for how Mio stays alive and how she's going to end up with long hair and a really cool outfit in the next couple of fights. So, yeah, that's just kind of what happens. We get really tragic music playing in the background in this fight as well. And, of course, the funny chain attack theme is going to override it. I'll see you back here when the next fight starts. I'm going to give myself a little break for my voice.
Our hopes and dreams made into a little person. It's your call. You're good at naming, aren't you? You'll lead the way to a new world. A new way of life.
There are two roads set before every individual. Have you wished the now would last forever? Have you never prayed that time would simply stop?
So the next fight is about to start. This is against N2. He actually has lower health in this fight than the other fight, probably because it's a tragic moment and he's really sad or something. But yeah, we automatically start that fight in Ouroboros forms, which we don't want to do because they're all level 0 and bad. End up getting a smash off on N. He doesn't actually do much damage to him, but it's enough for Senna to get aggro, I believe. And this will allow her to die, so we can revive her and get interlink faster. Yeah, the strategy here is mostly the same. This fight's like actually easier because we don't really have to worry about the health threshold as much. Looks like Senna didn't actually end up dying even. Wow. I think Launch uses Taunt Art. I think Taunt like automatically gives him the same amount of aggro as whoever has the highest or something. I'm not actually sure exactly how the Taunt Art works. But it is somewhat useful for him as a defender. Fortunately, they would have hit Interlink 3 without too much issue. It ends up being still pretty quick. And since his health's a lot lower this time, it's a lot easier to get him to health threshold we want him to without too much issue, so I'm not even worried about activating the other Ouroboros forms, and I shouldn't have been worried about Uni and Tyon's last time, honestly. So yeah, after the third Mega Spinning Edge, he should be in range without too much issue. I do a little bit extra damage here by using some of the arts on him. And I go for a break attack as well. Now that he's launched, if we use Mega Spinning Edge on this launch gives you a 25% damage bonus when you use attacks on it. We actually only needed 2 Mega Spinning Edges because of that as well, and all the additional crits we dealt. So you can see his health is a lot less in this phase, and we get a nice extra damage here as well. Like I said, I'm automatically losing time this split because I didn't chain attack the last time I fought this fight. But we actually do want to chain attack. This will save time in some of the future splits, so I'm not really that worried about it. I think I just go with the 295% bonus there, and then that's good enough for me. Pretty good fight, despite losing some time. And now we finally get access to Lucky 7. This is Noah's special ability. Essentially, his main sword has a hidden sword underneath it that's essentially a really sharp katana. And essentially, this gives us a new talent art called Unlimited Sword. This has a recharge of 10, which is a lot of positional arts you'd normally have to hit as an attacker. But fortunately, this is one of the main caveats of Flash Fencer, and it automatically starts at 80% charge thanks to Flash Fencer's skill, Capable Hands, which gives us a lot of talent guard charge gauge at the start. And this means we'll be able to activate it essentially after 2 positional arts in most fights. Now, this first fight is a freebie, it gives it to us automatically, but we do want to equip both positional arts that Flash Fencer has, specifically because of this. So, Unlimited Sword, draw Lucky 7. This gives us an entirely new skill set here, with completely unique skills, completely unique stats and everything like that, and it's really strong, especially the talent art Final Lucky 7. If we use Tachyon Slash to charge up Final Lucky 7, we can really take advantage of that and the Chain Ring. This is a full smash combo, it fully pierces defense, and it is extremely powerful. Now, I think, ironically, in this fight, I end up getting blocked on one of the attacks here, and smash damage is based on how much damage the entire art does, so I don't actually get the full kill here like I should have. Yeah, the launch part gets blocked there. Now, if that didn't get blocked, it would have been an instant kill, but even then, you can still see just how much damage that can deal. And we're going to be using that for pretty much every fight the rest of the game. It's really, really strong if you know how to use it. So the Chain Ring strat is essentially just combo your arts into each other and then finish with Final Lucky 7 to get the biggest benefit out of it. And make sure it's the 5th art in the sequence, just so you get the full damage bonus, and you get the full bonus on the topple and launch duration increase as well on that art. So it ends up even doing more damage for the smash. It's just a really powerful strategy in general, and just the main way we're going to be dealing damage the rest of the game. So yeah, smash combos are really broken in Xenoblade. Gondor joins us as a hero and class. We're not going to be really using that, though. And besides that, now that we have Lucky 7, there's not too much else to... Yeah, pretty much most fights the rest of the way are going to be the exact same kind of strategy. Using Tachyon Slash to build up Final Lucky 7 by attacking from the front. There's a couple fights we'll be going into Ouroboros mode. We have a new talent art in Ouroboros mode as well when we have Lucky 7 active. It's called Origin Blade. It's a really strong attack, and the last attack applies a guaranteed debuff called Reduce All, which lowers enemies, increases the damage they take by 50%. I think it lowers their damage as well. It also lowers probably some other stats to the enemy. But the main thing is that it increases the damage they take. That's really impactful to make Lucky 7 hit really hard on some of the higher health and more annoying enemies later on as well. So you're going to see some really cool smash strategies as we get further into this. So as for now, Mio has a really cool outfit. She's about to lose it, unfortunately, but we're going to keep long hair on her the rest of the game because she has that option now, which is awesome. I think she looks really pretty with the long hair. And besides that, there's not too much else to say currently. We're just going to be kind of thinking about what to do next and how to approach Mobius from here. We're going to be heading to Mio's origin colony to fight a Mobius called Y and free someone named Miyabi, who also unlocks a really good class that Mio is going to be using instantly. And we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get there. I'm going to take a little break for now because it's just a bunch of walking and skip traveling for a little bit at least. So at least for the next few minutes, there'll be no talking, but I'll be back as soon as we get to the camp in the snow area that we're about to go into.
I'm getting peckish. Do we have any snacks? I was getting kind of sleepy.
Beyond here is the Etia region. And it's onwards to the Cloud Keep.
This has turned into a proper Aionios trotting adventure.
This is our first time here, isn't it?
Better put our eye patches on.
Not to worry, just stick to the plan. Me? I'll try.
Staying power! White flash! Staying power!
Staying power! They found us.
You want to tussle? Oh, we can tussle!
This is the west route, right? And you say we'll find Colony Omega here?
Yeah, the colony I was at with Miyabi.
So coming right up here is the camp. Now, before we actually rest at the camp, we're just going to unlock the landmark, and then we're going to go grab a treasure chest that's really close to it. This treasure chest is a little out of the way, but it has a very important accessory in it called the Warped White Brooch. This will increase our physical damage by... Okay. So the explanation of it is it lowers enemy physical defense by 27 percentage points. So essentially, if an enemy has 30 physical defense, that'll lower it to 3 physical defense. If they have 0 physical defense, it'll lower it to negative 27 physical defense, which can increase your damage against these enemies a lot, especially with pretty much any type of physical damage. Now, the only negative is that Lucky 7 automatically, the final Lucky 7, the talent art of Lucky 7, our super amazing sword, already pierces defense. So we don't actually get the ability to use it on enemies that have more than like a certain amount of defense and get any benefit out of it for that specific move. So we won't be using it on those fights, but there's a lot of really important enemies that don't have any physical defense coming up. So it's still a really important accessory to have that definitely saves some time. Upon getting the accessory, we skip travel back to the camp and rest at the camp. We are also going to be buying a thermo headgear. This will increase our critical hit rate by 17 percentage points. We'll be giving that to Senna. And then we're going to be on our merry way. I'll be doing a quick menu here to level up Tyan and Stalker, so he gets the evasion expertise ability to get 35% guaranteed evasion against ranged attacks. The final boss is really scary and uses almost exclusively ranged attacks. That's one of the main reasons we're going to do that. So we just equip that on Senna. Make sure she has that. And then we're pretty much good to go here.
Somewhere around here, right?
Yeah, it should come into view any minute now.
I may have already done the menu, actually, in the previous section. It looks like I did. Not really a huge deal. Make sure we have Fiona equipped now, because we're going to want her for a lot of the upcoming fights. We want her buff stacking. We want her just nice abilities, because she can give some really good stuff. She can give critical damage up, which is one of the most impactful for ending boss fights even faster. She can grant us another useful defense buffs to increase our survivability. There's just a lot of really useful things she can offer, and it's just really nice to be able to use her. So I'm trying to swap to Noah here. He just wasn't in the fight temporarily for some reason, but ends up coming pretty fast. We got a draw unlimited sword now. And the goal is here Try to hit 4 people at once with unlimited swords, Tachyon Slash from the front, so we can instantly get Lucky 7 and smash. Easier said than done, because the enemy sometimes can move to weird positions to make that impossible to do, and you might have to use more than one Tachyon Slash to do that. But even still, the fight goes really quickly once you're able to. And we're going to be doing that one more time here, against a legion of 8 enemies. And then going to be fighting like a little 4 mini-bosses, essentially, which includes Miyabi, Kamarabi, Hacked, and Mwamba. You guys remember Hacked and Mwamba, right? I know I do. Now, Mwamba ended up dying a long time ago, but he's actually still alive because of how the system in this world works. So, essentially, we're going to be having to fight him. Apparently, there's a bunch of brainwashing going on in this colony. That's why Miyabi's fighting us to begin with. But we're able to free her after the next fight, and then we have to fight Y, the console responsible for all the stupid stuff happening here. So the next fight strategy is extremely similar. Just get Lucky 7 up by targeting one of the characters. Get Unlimited Sword by using 2 positionals. Make sure you do this properly. And then try to hit at least 2 people with this, so you can get Unlimited Sword only after 2 Tachyon Slashes. I end up getting it after only 1 because I got extremely lucky with positioning. So I'm able to get a really quick smash, but that's why I got a really nice gold there, because all those fights were like extremely good. Very, very happy with that. And now we go into Y. This is one of the tankiest bosses in the entire game. Y has a ton of health. You can probably see just by his build that he'd be the type of enemy that has a ton of health. The strategy here is essentially going to be using our Origin Blade in Ouroboros form. I want to get at least Interlink level 1. Ideally level 2 would be even better, because then I'd do more damage to him with my abilities in Ouroboros form, allowing me to have a better threshold before I need to smash him. But Origin Blade is the main thing here. We want to be able to do 50% increased damage to him with our smash, and we want to make sure we get the maximum chain length duration. So, I unfortunately still don't have the Internet level 1, so I just make sure I hit that here before activating it with Noah. And fortunately, I actually do have the crit damage buff. Fiona has graciously been able to give that to me with some of her abilities, which means I don't really have to worry too much about doing too much damage here or doing too much with Lucky 7, because the critical damage up will allow me to do a lot of additional damage to him. It affects the Ouroboros form as well. We get a nice 85k on him, and then I'm going to attack him from behind now and just charge up my combo. So we want to use 4 different arts and then final Lucky 7. Make sure we cancel all of them. If you attack him from behind, I believe that gets rid of his block rate as well, so we're like guaranteed to like hit him for the amount of damage you want to hit him at. I make sure to do a full cancel into my Fusion Dimensional Ripper as the 4th art to get a bit of additional damage there as well, just to make sure we actually kill with a smash here. I end up getting the kill really nicely, really clean fight. I end up saving a lot of time there as well, because that was a fight I chain attacked in the previous run because I didn't chain the N2 fight, and I wanted to make up the experience I lost. So that's the reason for the massive time save there. Really good fight in general, though. That still would have been a gold even if I didn't do that. So we unlock Miyabi as a hero now. We'll be using her for the rest of this chapter before swapping back to Fiona for some of the more dangerous fights. Miyabi's really nice because the Troubadour class that she unlocks gives art recharge of field effects, and just has a bunch of useful effects because of that in general. And that means that all of our recharges are even faster, which is really nice. Everything recharges faster. We're going to be swapping Mio to that class instantly instead of Tactician because of that. Making sure she's set up properly. We're going to be putting the Warped White Brooch on Noah. And swapping Mio to have the Gust Bracelet, Devotional Necklace, and Bond Fragment. So basically all 3 things to build Interlink as fast as possible. And also be really good at reviving characters and using arts and just being a good healer in general. So it ends up working out super, super well. The gems already are set up properly for what I want, so I'm really happy with that. And now we're just going to be on our way until the next boss fight. Like I said, Miyabi stays in the party. That gives us 2 Troubadours for now, so we get even more recharge. They use both their field effects, so we can use our Smash Art even sooner, and end some of these fights a little bit quicker.
Never seen this place before.
Not too much to say about what's going on here. We're just kind of going to meet the true Queen of Agnes, who has been sealed away, and she's going to give us advice about what to do next, essentially. And when we get there, She ends up getting attacked by Mobius D and Mobius J. And we are going to be fighting them in 2 different fights, one while they're separate and then one when they are together again. And hopefully those fights go very smoothly. We go over here to get this campfire, and the fight is reasonably soon, so I don't have too much longer to it, but I guess I'll just stop talking for the next minute or so while that fight, before we get to that fight.
Not long now. Hang in there.
Here's a tough customer.
I wonder what's around here.
Big responsibility.
It's been one revelation after another these days, and now here we are, walking through thin air like it's totally normal.
Watch your step. It's a long way down.
Love the little reactions they have to everything.
Huh? This is new.
Ah, at last.
So this is the Cloud Keep. It's certainly lavish.
Man, get a load of this place. Do you think the Queen's really here?
If you fall off, you're on your own.
You think we'll be able to meet?
Alright, so we're about to enter the fights as soon as we get to this landmark.
I'm feeling kind of tense.
The first fight, ideally, they stand right next to each other so you can quickly charge up Tachyon Slash. I believe D trolled me a little in this one and moved away from J, so I couldn't end up doing that, and I had to use 4 of them to make sure I got my recharge up. Or it might have been only 3 if I stood in the recharge fields. I can't remember exactly what my AI did here. But typically, standard strat, just target J, use Null Slash from the side, Revolution Edge from the back to get an Unlimited Sword, and then just kind of go ham with the same strategies we've been doing. Stand into the fast recharge field when you can. Try to hit both of them with Tachyon Slash. If you can't do it, oh well. Just do what you can. So Tachyon Slash, one thing about it is that it has crit recharge and it hits 8 times, so you can cancel it into each other in most situations if you, since the Lucky 7 properties of it is that as an attacker, it gives you more crit rate the more you crit. So you get more crit rate the more you crit in a fight. You get increased damage every time you get a critical hit, just like his Ouroboros form. And you can just do a lot of cool additional damage. And the strategy here is just kind of standard. Once you build up Tachyon Slash, you just use a couple Chain Ring Arts and then cancel into Smash. You kill both of them. Very, very simple. And now we have D and J. The strategy here is just a quick Origin, then a quick Power Charge into a final Lucky 7 Smash for the most part. I think I ended up doing a Origin Blade and just a standard Chain Ring combo instead. It doesn't end up losing that much time. It's like it's almost the exact same speed, but it is nice to be able to do that. I go ahead and apply an extra buff to everyone there by using the first Fusion Art combo because I want to hit Interlink level 1. I want to make sure I hit that. And now I just want to do Origin Blade on him as soon as possible so we can win this fight as fast as we possibly can. I want to chain attack this fight too, because I want the extra experience that it offers. And that might lose a little bit of time, but it still should give a pretty fast fight overall. We want to make sure we're staying on par for experience for some of the later fights to make sure we're not taking too much damage to those fights. So I go to the side here. I'm going to go ahead and cancel my arts and make sure I'm doing everything properly. I want to make sure Infernal Call-ins. I don't know if remember if he could break immune that or not, but doesn't matter too much. We just get an easy smash here, and I chain attack as soon as the smash hits. That timing can be a little awkward to get used to it, but you want to make sure you get used to it if you're going to chain attack and get extra experience off of these fights. So I'm going to save a little bit of time here from after this. Just going to... Actually, remember, this fight wasn't very good in my PV, so yeah, I'm going to save quite a bit of time actually doing this. And about 30 seconds, and we get a lot of extra experience from the chain attack overkill on this fight. And now that's going to end Chapter 6. Nia, who is the true Queen of Agnes, survived the attack. She gives us some advice about what to do next to save the world and all that kind of stuff. She gives us a lore dump about how this world came into being, all that kind of stuff. If you played Xenoblade 2, you know who Nia is. Make sure you play that game as well. These games are all really good. Play all these games.
In the first place. The answers are within me. Together.
And we get our final last little monologue here. And this next split is kind of just a walk-around simulator split where we're going to be collecting a lot of things from around every different continent. We'll be skip traveling to all these different continents. So, you know, all those landmarks where I was like, well, this will save time later. This is where it finally does save time. We'll be skip traveling to a lot of landmarks we picked up earlier on, like that one island in Cadencia. We'll be skip traveling to that one area we picked up very early on in the game for the extra experience to grab one of the pieces of metal. And just in general, we'll be going to a lot of these areas to grab this stuff. There's not too much exciting happening in this split. There is one very, very minor fight against an enemy that swallowed one of the pieces of metal that we have to kill, but that's not a really bad fight. We just kind of use the same standard strategies. One cool aspect of Lucky 7 is that it has a doom property, so like every hit you do, you have a 3% chance of dooming the enemy. And the sooner you get that on an enemy, so if it's not a boss enemy, you can do this, and as soon as you get that doom goes off on the enemy, they instantly die, so makes some of these fights very, very simple and easy to do that. Besides that, though, it's just a lot of skip traveling around and collecting this metal. We're collecting this metal to infiltrate Origin. This is a place basically, like, I believe underneath like one of the great areas in the vast sea near Cadencia. And it's where the essential ruler of this world is hiding, who is named Zed. Who is the leader of Mobius, the main Mobius, and all that kind of stuff. So we want to kind of infiltrate his base and take him out. That's essentially what we're going to be doing. As far as the rest of the split, there's not really too much to say. Like I said, just a bunch of traveling around, and it's a decently long split. Just a bunch of walking. Probably a really good downtime split for like donation readings if this ever got into a marathon. Just avoiding high-level enemies. Make sure we're collecting the metal properly. Yeah, just not too much going on besides that. We got about an hour left of commentary, a little more than that, and I think I want to give my voice a little bit more of a rest here because, man, it's just getting rough at this point. So, I guess once I collect all the metal, we'll talk a little bit about what happens next. And we'll go to the next fight section of this. So I'll take a break for now. I'll be back as soon as we finish this quest out. It's just a lot of skip traveling for now and walking around.
Yes, Uni's the boss.
I wonder what's around here. The Origin metal signal was coming from around here, right?
Let's sniff it out. Tough enemy incoming! Brace yourself! Uh-oh. I think they just gave me the side eye.
prospects look poor.
More of them?
I'll deal with you all at once.
A formidable opponent.
You want to tussle? Oh, we can tussle. You want to tussle? Oh, we can tussle.
Reinforcements? Oh no.
The origin metal signal was coming from around here.
All right. Where to start?
Yo, I'm hungry. Felt that.
Good thing we found this.
We're getting an origin metal readout from around this area, I think.
Let's leave no stone unturned.
Come here, I got something for you.
This'll keep me going.
Break!
May the rose max effort. Unbreakable arm. Be safe, everyone. I'll give you You want some more?
Oh,
We could do with some food. I definitely feel stronger.
Let's move out.
We're really going in here? What kind of place is this? Is this where the readout for the origin metal's coming from?
We'll find it. I dare say we're becoming old hands at this. Also a few turkey.
So, we are back, and now we have to do Noah's side story to get the last piece of metal. They call it a side story, but it's part of the main story, basically. So this involves Noah's backstory and his mentor named Chris, who has apparently joined Mobius because he wants to hear Noah's melody or something. It's hard to explain. You know what? I haven't actually talked about the fact that Noah and Mia are off-seers this entire time, which essentially means they send off the dead by playing music for them with their flutes. That's actually an important plot point. I haven't mentioned it in the 4.5 hours this run has been going on. I'm sorry about that. Regardless, though, we were just going to be confronting Chris, and this will be the last thing we do before we head to the final dungeon, essentially.
I don't know. But we'll need to proceed with extreme caution.
I feel like I'm running out of things to talk about,
Watch your footing, guys.
and I'm definitely getting really tired, so I apologize about that. We'll probably be taking another break while we're inside the final dungeon during the walking sections of that part, but it's okay. It's fine. I know you guys don't mind, right? Right? There's not too much happening. We're just trying to approach the base as fast as possible, skipping all the cutscenes, sliding down the funny slides that we can walk into before the screen fades back in again.
Better give it a good once over.
Sometimes the event line is not actually the fastest way to trigger cutscenes, by the way, or go to where you were supposed to go. You actually can trigger it faster just walking that way.
Better give it a good once over.
One of these days I need to do a replay actually watching all the cutscenes again, just to see if my opinions about some of the stuff changes, or also just to give myself a big refresher about what's going on in a lot of this stuff.
Here, isn't it?
So I remember the general stuff, but yeah, there's a lot of specifics I really don't remember closely.
Something weird's going on, right?
The silence is unnerving.
So yeah, just another kind of walking section to get to this boss fight. Not too much happening right now.
Never seen this place before.
We do a quick skip travel warp there to move slightly further ahead and save a few seconds. Every second counts, as you know.
Noah, are you alright?
I'm fine. We need to go up to the throne room. Chris is waiting.
I'll meet you back when we reach the throne room.
I first met Chris. Now, we wait.
Sweet, let's poke her out.
Chris.
Seriously, those Mobius snuffers can really do one.
Now, we wait.
So here we are in the throne room. So now we're going to be fighting against Chris and showing him the results of what we've learned over the years, essentially, I guess. This fight is not too bad. This one, he has a low enough health that we don't need to do the full, like, go into Ouroboros form here. We can just do a standard combo on him to kill him, thankfully. That's what I'm going to be doing here. Once we get Tachyon slashed up, I'm just going to be using the cancels. By the way, when you cancel arts, it has to be a different art. I should have mentioned that. For Chainring, you have to use a different art each time. It can't be the same art, otherwise it resets to 1. And any art in the sequence that's the same art will reset it back to 1 as well. So you want to make sure when you're using arts change, you want to make sure that you are resetting the sequence back to the original art. Gravity Blow is the second art in the sequence because it's my next unique art. Power Razor is the third art because it's the next unique art. Nightbreaker is the fourth, and now we're going to go into Final Lucky 7, which should kill, as it's the fifth art, and the final art of the Chainring. The sixth art does not have any effect, it just resets it back to the first art. So, if you want to be able to go to a sixth art, then you would have to get a different accessory called a Shackle Ring, but that takes too long in a speedrun, so Chainring it is. So the second phase against Chris has a lot more health, a little bit more defensive ability, so we're going to be using Origin Blade here to increase the damage that we deal to him by 50%. So to that end, going to be charging up Tachyon Slash and then going into the Inner Link and doing that. By the way, you don't want to use Inner Link level 0, you get a big accuracy penalty if you do that. You want to at least be level 1, that's another reason Bond Fragment on Mio is really nice, just to basically ensure you're always going to have at least level 1. We actually hit level 2 here, which is nice, it basically ensures we're going to get the kill basically no matter what as soon as we smash him. Because Origin Blade will be more powerful. Which is nice. I don't even have to Glorious Wing into this though, because he's not tanky enough to where it matters too much. As long as we just use the full combo on him with Chainring, we should be good. I'm gonna go behind him so he doesn't have block rate I have to worry about. He ends up swapping sides anyway though, and the fight actually gets a little bit scary because I think he ends up targeting me. But fortunately it doesn't matter because I'm able to get the smash off in time. And he doesn't actually block any of the hits. If he did, it would have been a little dangerous, but didn't matter, thankfully. We get a nice, fast kill there. And we are over 4 minutes ahead, which is pretty crazy at this point in the game. Was very, very happy with that. And now, we just need to do a couple more things. We're going to buy food really quickly from the new area that just opened up. This is a 40% experience boost, and it's going to last us basically as much of the rest of the game as we need it for. So we're going to go ahead and get that. Then we're going to go complete the quest, get the boat finished that we need to infiltrate Origin, and then go to the final dungeon. Final dungeon is pretty dang long, and the final boss fight itself takes like over 20 minutes in many situations. I think the fastest fight on easy mode has been done with DLC was like 18 minutes. Without DLC, it's like a little under 19 minutes. And I didn't go for like the absolute fastest strategies in this run because I was basically guaranteed world record if I played safe. So that's all I did here.
A ship that can traverse even the Great Sea's vortex. Phew, technology sure is a marvel.
Yeah, I don't know what we.
So now we finally finished this quest we were given at the beginning of Chapter 7. To collect all the metal. And now instead of using the boat from here, we're going to skip travel to a landmark that's close to where we need to go. That camp we got all the way back early at the beginning. And we can leave on the boat from here. Then we're going to be heading into Origin. So Origin is our final area of the game. It's a pretty long final dungeon. Even excluding the fights, there's like 20 minutes of walking, maybe, something like that. So it'll definitely be a little bit. Maybe it's closer to 15, I'm not actually sure. But it is a lot of walking regardless. There are a couple interesting skips inside of it where we can kind of take some fall damage to get to the bottom of certain areas quicker. Outside of that, though, it's just a bunch of walking and just trying to traverse it as fast as possible while avoiding enemy aggro to go so we can go through some of the doors quicker. And besides that, we're mostly... There's not that many menus left, and there's only 4 fights the rest of the game. So, the only menu we do before the next set of fights is one to equip Apprentice Band Braces on Noah because enemies has too much defense for the final Lucky 7 to take advantage of the White Brooch. So we'll just take the guaranteed 25% damage boost there. And I'll also level up some more Ouroboros skills to get another attack boost for the next couple of fights, because we want to make sure that we're doing that. So before the next real fight, we do have to do this little small minor fight here. This is one of the only minor fights in this section. And yeah, it's just the same thing where we just activate Unlimited Sword after using our positional arts. And then we just Tachyon / smash. I got really lucky again with that, how the placement worked on that, so that was a really good fight. And now we're just going to be on our way traversing through Origin. I'm definitely starting to feel the fatigue, so I'm probably going to take another break until we get close to the next fight. Like I said, I've already explained everything we're going to be doing in this next section, otherwise it's just kind of traversing the area, and just kind of a downtime section, as you can admire the visuals of the final dungeon if you want to, if you enjoy this type of thing at least.
This is our first time here, isn't it?
Tough snuffer on our case.
I thought I was unstoppable. I'll get you shipshape in no time.
Okay, well, we doing this?
created inside Origin.
Kavesi and Agnian ones together. Snuff me.
I don't like our chances.
You want to tussle? Oh, we can tussle.
Topographical info updated.
Are Gondor and Monica going to be okay?
No!
Get away from me!
All right.
Over there. We should be able to move ahead.
Yeah. Oh.
We won't get much further this way.
We should locate some device that will reverse the direction it spins.
I think we can have a rest over there.
Can we ask Manana to whip up some grub?
I definitely feel stronger. Okay. Next on the list is... Well, we've been found.
So much to see, huh?
Hey, I'll share this with you.
Works for me, thanks. Newfound power. Newfound power.
They're on us. Orders?
You want to tussle? Oh, we can tussle.
So much to see, huh?
Now we just
So we're finally about to approach the fight. This will be our last confrontation with N. We have to fight him twice. The fourth time against him is much scarier than the third time against him. The third time we don't even have to activate Origin Blade. He doesn't do as much damage. He doesn't have as much health. It's just kind of a prologue phase, you could say. Made sure to level up before this fight as well. We don't want to be under level for this fight, otherwise level penalties make him do even more damage, and we'd be in a lot of trouble then. So these fights overall aren't too bad. It's the same kind of strategies you've been seeing for the most part. I want to be at least entering level 2 before activating Origin Blade for N4 though, because I want to make sure we do extra damage to him, make sure the smash works properly and can kill him one hit.
Big responsibility.
As far as the traversing of the section, nothing really went catastrophically wrong. I did the skips decently well, and everything went decently well as far as any kind of movement and removing enemy aggro and getting through the doors.
You
So, pretty good section here. I said the fight itself. Unfortunately, Mio ends up dying at the very beginning of the fight, which is going to make this fight a little bit more sketchy. Fortunately, since this is N3, I don't need Origin Blade or anything like that, so I just try to make sure my cancels work in a way where I can get as much damage as possible out of it. I don't think you quite kill with one smash no matter what you do, unless you have like crit power up or get a power charge from Fiona or something, but it's nice to be aware of everything. So I go ahead and go for the 4th Dimensional Ripper fusion here for extra damage, and then to my power charge smash. And this actually does end up killing. I guess that was enough damage with the way I did it. So yeah, that was a really good fight. Really big goal. We're 5 minutes ahead now, which is pretty insane. And then activate Unlimited Sword. Make sure that Mio uses some fusion arts so we can get closer to level 1 Interlink. And this fight, he has a lot more health, so we're definitely going to want to use Interlink level to use Origin Blade on him. Make sure we do extra damage to him. Mio ends up dying at a really bad time here, so I still have Interlink level 0. We never got the extra fusion art out. I should have used Power Razor Gravity Blow fusion art as soon as I could to make sure we got Interlink level 1 up. But I'm definitely not going to activate this early. I definitely want to make sure that we get Interlink level 1 no matter what here, before I activate anything. So you can see just how sketchy this fight is. We got 2 dead characters right now. Once I get Interlink level 1, I go ahead and activate. I would have preferred level 2 to be safe, but at this point I basically just need to go. You can get a bit of extra damage if you're able to execute everything properly. I do actually get crit damage from Fiona here, which ends up saving this fight pretty much, so I don't have to waste extra time doing like a second Origin Blade for the additional damage. And we do a lot of damage there, thankfully, with the level 1 Interlink because of that. I'm going to get behind him, and then I'm just going to do the combo, and I should be able to kill. I am going to go for a chain attack, though, for the experience, because we really need it. And I go for a fused Dimensional Ripper Nightbreaker again for the extra damage on that, just to make sure I have enough damage here. Chain attack as soon as he gets hit for the final hit, going down, and then I just go for the extra experience here. Really solid fight in general. And Noah gives us a big EXP bonus, thankfully. Good enough, at least. I hit level 63 off that, which is good enough for the next fight, our final confrontation with Y, who is the last boss before the final boss. There's one other fight, 2 other fights, technically, that we have to do that are just kind of ad fights that are just in the way. And then it's just the boss fight, and then it is the final boss. And the final boss is really long. There's not too much to note. It's just traveling through Origin again the rest of the way. There isn't really any even movement tech this time around. The only thing I do is right before Y, I'll level up 1 additional skill on Noah's Ouroboros form to level up the power charge art. This will increase the power of the power charge, meaning our arts will do more damage after using power charge. So definitely want to get that before Y2. Y2 is really tanky. It's also extremely useful for the final boss as well. So the really cool thing about Power Charge and Fiona is that Fiona will hold that Power Charge and continuously pass it back to the rest of the party because she's a buff spam class and has an ability that passes all of her buffs to the entire party. And you get Power Charge to the entire party when you use that as your character. So she can keep passing that Power Charge because she has no offensive attacking arts, actually. So she just keeps the Power Charge the entire time and is continuously able to pass it to everyone, making a lot of the fights go a lot quicker in some situations. That's one of the reasons Fiona is just such a good hero to have at this point in the game. And any buffs you grant to her with Power Razor can also get passed to the rest of the party as well. So it ends up being a really good synergy because of that. I'll meet you back here at the next fight, though. Like I said, I know I'm probably just making up excuses not to talk at this point. We're really close to the end, and yeah, I'm still really tired of talking at this point. This is why having commentary teams for speedruns are good. Having to talk the entire time for like 6 hours would be miserable. So just quickly checking back in, we have another fight here really quickly against some enemies that are required. They're pretty simple enemies. They can be a little troll though in how they position themselves, making it harder to get smash up and AoE all of them down. Typically what I like to do is kill the first wave without smashing and then save smash for the second wave of them to kill them all at once. Although I think in the second wave one of them didn't come into the arena in time for me to like properly smash him, which wasted some time there. And then the final wave, I don't know if they lined up properly or not. I can't actually remember. But otherwise, it's just basically Tachyon slash spam and then Lucky 7 and kill them all. They're really easy enemies. They're not really a danger to kill you, and the strategy is fairly straightforward at the very least. So you can take advantage of chain ring to get bonuses on your third and fourth hearts as well in a lot of these fights, which I've tried to been doing, as you've probably seen. And I tried to go for the smash here. The final one wasn't quite in the arena, so it doesn't actually get hit by this, unfortunately. So I end up having to go for a Nightbreaker Dimensional, or actually I used Tachyon slash Harmonic Wave instead to kill this one, just to build up final Lucky 7 sooner. And now I just want to get the smash up. Unfortunately, I still don't get it up there, so I have to use Tachyon slash one more time. Yeah, the enemies are really unkind to me today and how they position themselves, but I used final Lucky 7 to finish it off. There's 3 waves of these, but it's a fairly simple fight overall. The only other fight we do before Y2 and the final boss is just one that's not even required, but it's just faster to fight them because otherwise you have to run away a really long way and then kind of go around them before they respawn, which can be a little risky. It's just like these 2 like dog-type enemies. And as you might expect, we just attack from the front, try to doom them. If we don't doom them, then we smash them. Very simple and straightforward. I'll meet you back here right before the Y fight. Should be happening fairly soon. And I'll explain what went on there, because I end up losing a minute there, because I end up chain attacking since I didn't get as much damage as I needed to on the smash.
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
Get away! What kind of place is this?
This one's gonna be tough.
You want to tussle? Oh, we can tussle.
Enemy reinforcements!
You itching to get wrecked?
Topographical info update.
Alright, so we're about to enter the Y fight. Y is really, really tanky, has a lot of defense. So that's the only real things, a lot of things to worry about here. Ideally, I would hit Interlink level 3 here before using an Origin Blade if I could, a Power Charge Origin Blade. I think I only hit level 2, and that's the reason I didn't end up killing him. And I also didn't get any kind of extra attack bonuses like Crit Power or Power Charge from Fiona before using my combo. Otherwise, I might have ended up killing him, but I ended up having to chain attack him without him dying, and that ended up losing me about a minute because I had to do like a 2-round chain attack, which was a little bit unfortunate here. Oh yeah, I also lose time because of this. He ends up blocking my initial Null Slash attack, and I think he blocks the second one too, maybe. Which means I can't actually get my Unlimited Sword out. Yeah, he's a really annoying enemy. Yeah, apparently Null Slash doesn't actually give you the recharge or the unless the second hit connects. So if he blocks the first hit, it just doesn't work, which is really annoying. Fortunately, I finally get it up, and I'm able to draw Unlimited Sword finally. That didn't help. I get in the fast recharge field. I start charging up Final Lucky 7. We also have Harmonic Wave now, so now Tachyon Slash can be a proper fusion art. That also does a lot of additional damage. Yeah, I hit her at level 2. We're gonna Glorious Wing and Origin Blade on that. And you can see I'm actually doing a decent chunk of damage to him here, but even then, he still has just so much health in general. But yeah, I try to cancel here, and then I get behind him. I try to do a little bit of additional damage. I was considering just doing a second Origin Blade, and I probably should have. That would have been the smart thing to do. We do have to chain attack him anyway, but you would have to do 2 full rounds normally. But yeah. I just try to go for the Fusion Tachyon Slash Harmonic Wave for additional damage as my 4th fusion art, and then I go for the smash combo here, which does not end up killing him, sadly. And he has too much health for me to just kill him with 1 Tachyon Slash Harmonic Wave, sadly. So it ends up being 2 rounds instead of just a quick... Normally you could just quickly do that if you get rid of the rest of his health, and then you'll get like 280% overkill, which is all you really need. But I have to end up doing 2 full rounds instead, which is really unfortunate. I make sure Lance finishes to ensure I get Noah back, just because. Senna will lower block rate. I probably should have used someone else besides her, but still, getting rid of block rate is still really nice, because he has a huge block rate. Yeah, I get the overkill here. And Uni will get a little bit of extra experience bonus, which I think is all I take at this point. And it ends up being enough to hit level 67, which is all I really wanted anyway. But I did lose a minute on this split because this fight was not very good, unfortunately. But ends up working out. And then I'm on my way to final boss. So the last thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to put Hidden Thorn back on Noah over Revolution Edge for the final boss, because we don't really need the back positional anymore. And I'm also going to give him back the Warped White Brooch, because the final boss doesn't actually have any defense. So he has a value of zero physical defense, so we actually get the full benefit of it for our final Lucky 7 smash attack. And I also level Senna and Uni to level 15 Sword Fighter, since they only hit level 14 with the coins I have. 15 is a threshold. Every 5 levels you get additional art level ups, additional skill level ups, so all of your abilities get more powerful. So we're going to take advantage of that for the Sword Fighter classes that we have, just to make sure that they are doing as much damage as possible. And I quickly give everyone their final accessory that didn't have one already, which is the other 4 party members, because they didn't actually really need one until now. And even then, I don't even really know what to give them. I kind of give them weaker accessories, but doesn't end up mattering. We're good to go at this point. And the last thing we're going to do is just level up at an N before the final boss. I should hit level 67 off that. And the final boss is level 72 for Phase 1 and 75 for Phase 2. So it can be a little bit scary. Level penalties can make him do a lot of additional damage to you. But fortunately, we have the evasion expertise, and most of his attacks end up being ranged attacks on Noah and Tyon. And those are the 2 most important characters to keep alive, especially Noah. Since if Noah dies, he loses Lucky 7, and we really don't want to lose Lucky 7. So we're just going to quickly skip travel back to an N really quickly. after hitting the final landmark, level up there, and then go into the final boss fight.
Better make sure we're well rested.
So the final boss is, like I said, it's usually over 20 minutes long. It's kind of quite a spectacle. You can't skip a lot of the cutscenes. So, yeah, there's in-fight cutscenes in this. This is the only fight in the game that has in-fight cutscenes, and you can't even skip them, like, at all if it's in-fight. Can be a little annoying in a speedrun sense. It was a really cool fight casually, but in a speedrun, it's definitely,
Time to change.
something. And if you die in it, you have to restart the entire fight, no matter where you died in it. Making it probably the most dangerous part of the speedrun just in general. There are ways to play it extremely safe, like I said, which make it, like, almost impossible to die. But even then, it's always can be a concern. And one of the reasons I lost world record was dying on this fight, because I went for some really risky strategies that I shouldn't have gone for, probably. As far as Phase 1, he has a massive damage reduction. So this is one of the benefits of the staying power field effects that we got a long time ago. Staying power does a set amount of damage, based on the strength stat of who set it, every time anyone uses an art inside one of the fields. So, but having everyone have staying power means we'll basically always have these fields up constantly, and as long as we are inside them, we can do a bunch of additional damage. It's set damage, so the damage reduction effect doesn't apply to it, meaning that we can get through this part of the fight really quickly, because otherwise this would last a really long time, where he's just kind of not taking any damage, he's immune to all status effects, all that kind of stuff. And just being able to use this art follow-up effects and get a bunch of additional damage from all of our arts to end this phase a lot faster is extremely impactful and extremely beneficial. I also want to charge up Unlimited Sword, but I don't want to activate it until after the Ice Phase ends. The Ice Phase reduces your art recharge massively, and we want to make sure that we activate Unlimited Sword just kind of to take advantage of actually having good art recharge, and also because we want to have it for the last part of the first part of this fight, which sounds weird at first glance, but trust me. There's essentially 4 kind of phases we have to get through right here. We have to get through an ice phase, a fire phase, and then a final phase after this. And now I'm going to activate Lucky 7. This will give me invincibility for a few seconds at least afterwards as well. And I'm going to just spam Tachyon Slash to get my crit damage up. And then I'm going to just cancel my combo so I can start a full Chainring combo and end it with Tachyon Slash Harmonic Wave Fusion, because it's the strongest ability I have. So I use Gravity Blow to get the second art. I'm going to use Dimension Ripper Nightbreaker as the third art combo here. And then Tachyon Slash Harmonic Wave will be the fourth used art here. And we'll do a ton of damage with that, and that'll end that phase of the fight we were just on. And also do a lot of damage in the next phase.
I will face you as many times as you want.
And the rest of my allies are continuously placing the art follow-up fields and getting a lot of damage out of that as well. So in this phase, we no longer are going to be reducing his health. He's going to heal all the damage we deal to him, but we still have to do a set amount of damage to him before we can start the next phase, which is kind of a chain attack phase. A cinematic cutscene chain attack phase where we can't actually do any damage to him, and it's just kind of thematic in a sense where he'll just show everything on screen. Now, this is a really interesting glitch I've never seen before, where he just stops talking because we hit him in the middle of the cutscene because of how long the animation for that last attack we did lasts. But essentially, he's just showing us some of the most traumatic moments in all our party members' lives, and then our party members gives a motivating speech aspect. We have to do a chain attack with each individual party member. And then, yeah, this phase lasts for, like, a pretty long time. I ended up leaving during one point of this because my bladder was just, like, killing me. Like, right now, I was just, like, really feeling the effects of the long speedrun, and I really had to go pee. So that's where I go immediately as soon as I finish this chain attack. So, just waiting for the ability to go, because there's quite a bit of time between this part and the next chain attack. The fastest strategy for all 3 of these chain attacks is just tie on Vital Bullet here into like Uni's Air Slash for the setup I currently have, and that ends the chain attack, and we can move to the next phase of the fight as soon as the long cutscenes end. There's not actually too much going on here as far as fight strategy-wise. Like I said, it's basically entirely cinematic at this point. So I'll probably start talking again once we get to near the end of the last chain attack, so because that's when the fight truly begins again, and it goes about as easily as you expect for the rest of this phase. This part of the fight's actually fairly simple. It's the phase after this that's really annoying.
Very good. The first step solution. I shall observe carefully what you would term your strength.
I need you to live, Tyron. You must. Flee for the colony.
Who cares about the parks? We aren't gonna give up.
I know what I have to do. I work to better myself, so I won't make the same mistakes. We are more than capable. This is our latest one. I'll take one. Again. Won't let victory slip away. No flaws in this practice.
Here you go. Just making sure.
I see. You would grow strong enough to withstand adversity. Fleeting beings, what will you show me next? Come now, entertain me.
It's been fun. Noah.
Mia.
We've come this far harboring everyone's hopes and dreams. And so, we would never stop now. Not when we've come so far.
We won't lose to you. We'll fight for all the people alive. Their desires must build the bridge to the future.
We'll finish it here. All right, let's start. I'll take one. This isn't the end. This is the decider.
So this is the final chain attack here. He is going to give one little more speech after this, and we finally have broken his shield entirely. And as you might expect, we still have Lucky 7 active from earlier. The Lucky 7 timer doesn't actually tick while we're in this little chain attack sequence, which is really nice. Because that means as soon as we get out of this, as long as we preserve Lucky 7, we can just immediately Tachyon Slash like 4 times. He's pretty squishy. As long as you get like at least a double cancel into a smash art on him, it's pretty easy to just instantly kill him with that. And we can move on to the next phase pretty much instantly after that. If you desperately need a level up or something, you can also chain attack him for a level up at the end of this if you have enough party meter. But I didn't really need it, so I didn't really worry about that. I'm pretty much just spamming Tachyon Slash here just to get my ability up here, my final Lucky 7, so I can just smash him as soon as I can. So I think I use Power Razor here just in case I need a little bit of extra oomph on my final Lucky 7, and then I just go for the smash. Very, very simple, very straightforward. And that's the end of phase 1 of this fight. Phase 2 of this fight is really interesting. It's essentially we expose the true form of Mobius and what he is, and yeah, he has a lot of health in multiple parts of this phase, especially the final phase. And there's a bunch of cutscenes that'll gate HP that we have to watch, so I have to be very careful about how we do this. Ideally, I get Tachyon Slash up. Ideally, I get Lucky 7 up. I activate it. We get Interlink level 1 up. I immediately move to get my Final Lucky 7 up. Preservation of Final Lucky 7 in this fight is crucial in how you approach it. And then we activate Lucky 7. I get Final Lucky 7 up, and then I immediately go into my Ouroboros form with level 1 Interlink. Ideally, we get Lucky Crit RNG, so we can immediately Tachyon Slash every time here. Looks like we did get really lucky on that, which is nice. I don't get hit by the topple, which is awesome. As soon as I get Final Lucky 7, I immediately go into the Ouroboros form. And we're going to be using Origin Blade after a power charge here to trigger the next phase of the fight, so it doesn't interrupt my timer or waste my Lucky 7 timer. Because we'll stay in Ouroboros form, and this doesn't waste Lucky 7 timer either, which is really nice. And about 80 to 75% of his health, he will go into this little cutscene here. And he's going to use Origin Punishment after this. I'm going to power charge during this. As it turns out, you can actually kill him off a power charge smash as long as you use the buff art into the smash. Because the buff art doesn't count as a damage art, so it doesn't waste your power charge. So I just use the buff art into the smash, and this will be enough to kill after the Origin Blade. And that gets rid of the first part of the phase of this fight. But we still have a bunch of annoying parts of this fight to go. There's still 10 minutes of this speedrun left if you're looking at the timer. So the first part is our party gets split up into our Agnes and Kevis characters. And we have to fight X Infinite now. We didn't actually meet X in the speedrun, so you might be confused who she is. Just don't worry about it. But X is part of Mobius as well. And ideal strategy here is just Tachyon Slash Harmonic Wave Fusion. This will trigger her to use a move called Meaningless Pain, ideally. Sometimes she'll waste time and not do this, and you really don't want her to do that because it'll waste your Lucky 7 timer. You can see in the bottom right, we have 48 seconds left. We want to preserve as much of that as we can so we have some for the last phase. After Meaningless Pain, it's a gated cutscene. It'll always leave you with like 1 health, but it'll trigger this cutscene here, where Melia and Nia will decide they need to help us out, and they'll send people to us. So the Agnes characters will fight X Infinite. The strategy here is ideally just get a little bit of quick damage and get your Final Lucky 7 up for the very final phase, and then chain attack and kill him in the chain attack here. I end up having to chain attack a little bit early here, which wastes some time since I have to do 2 rounds. Because I chain attack early because we're in danger of dying, and I really do not want to die, as I mentioned before. As far as the next part of this, the Agnes characters will have to fight Y Infinite, which is basically just Senna doing pretty much all of the damage because she's the only attacker on that side outside of the heroes they give us automatically. Unfortunately, we got Gondor on this side. Gondor is our strongest hero as far as like pure damage, and I really would have wanted her on the Y Infinite side to end that phase a little bit faster, but it ends up not mattering too much. So yeah, I end up using a chain attack here. You want to make sure Noah does not die. We got a little too close for comfort there, otherwise the rest of this fight would have taken a bit longer. There's still ways to play it safe without it, but doesn't end up mattering too much. So yeah, ideally I would have liked to get a bit more damage before this chain attack here to make sure I killed him, but unfortunately, yeah, we have to do 2 different chain attacks. Or 2 rounds. If I was lucky, I would have gotten Uni back here, and then I wouldn't have had to do the full 2 rounds, but sadly, I end up having to do full 2 rounds because I got Noah back, and Noah's just basically guaranteed to push this over the amount of TP. I try to use the first art just to save some time here, since it's a lot faster than the Tachyon Slash art. But yeah, Uni ends up getting the kill here, and then we move on to the Y Infinite part, which is basically just art spam with Senna, and hoping the healers do their job. We also try to build Interlink level 3 with Mio for Noah and Mio after this. This section's fairly easy, especially with 3 healers. Even if Senna dies, she'll really easily be revived, so not really a huge deal.
Think but an order.
There's not really any detailed or significant strategy. It literally is just art spam and just using your strongest attacks and hoping you do as much damage as you can as fast as possible in this part.
Many thanks. You've just helped me work out the perfect plan.
So yeah, it's Senna and 3 healers here.
Stay back for now. You won't get away.
Like I said, if we got Gondor on this side, we would have had more damage, which would have been really nice, but sadly didn't get her. But it doesn't matter too much. The Senna can definitely carry the damage, thankfully. Like you can see right there, I just hit a huge chunk right there. I did end up dying, but it doesn't matter too much. We'll just revive her, use the arts we have here. And then one more round of Senna arts should be enough, I believe, as soon as those get recharged. But yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world here. Now we're just kind of waiting for Air Slash to be off cooldown so I can end the fight. And then we go into the final phase. So final phase, you can do some really quick strategies here. I ended up playing this part really safe because dying here is, yeah, I would have lost world record if I died here, and it was basically guaranteed as long as I didn't die. Especially because I was so far ahead already, and this phase was not very good in my PB, like, at all. So even despite playing safe, I ended up saving 2 minutes because I ended up losing Lucky 7 really early in my PB here. Like, back in the first part of Z Infinite, so I couldn't use it the rest of the fight. So what I do is activate, I use Tachyon Slash to get Final Lucky 7 up, and then I activate Interlink. I have 27 seconds left, as you'll notice. And ideally, you'll just, Glorious Wing here, and you could just, simply just, smash after that. But I end up playing it safe and use Reduce All to make sure he does less damage. Because I really don't want to risk anything. And, if you get crit power with Fiona, you can actually get really lucky here and just get him to the cutscene trigger, like, after this. Yeah, if he didn't have a cutscene trigger at half his health, you could actually just go for easy Reduce All Smash. But sadly, he has a cutscene trigger at half his health that makes it to where you can't actually kill him in one go, which is actually really annoying, sadly. So the Reduce All applies, and I'm just waiting out Origin Punishment at this point, and then I'm going to smash him afterwards. I'm just going to Power Razor Smash again here. This doesn't actually end up killing him because I don't have a power charge, but he's really, really close at this point, so I just do a little bit of extra damage here with the Dimensional Ripper, Nightbreaker, and then the... We still got about 8 seconds or so I can just quickly chain attack in the final phase here. I wanted to do a level 3 Interlink chain attack with Uni Tie to like guarantee I get Noah back and also start with extra damage ratio and hopefully get extra damage from that. But I think I activated it slightly too early before the Interlink actually came out, because I thought I did it properly, so I ended up having to do like a full 4-round +1/+1 attack chain attack to kill him. But I honestly don't even care that much. It was safe and it worked. So yeah, this is the longest chain attack of the entire speedrun, ironically. It's not really required. You don't even have to chain attack here, and you can do this part of the fight a lot faster if you don't, but you're also in a lot more danger of dying. So I end up, like this entire phase, this final phase, I probably lost 2 minutes on this final phase just playing safe in both the first and second phase here, just to ensure that I didn't die and didn't lose world record. Like, if I was just competing against myself and just going for like a better PB and I already had record, I probably wouldn't have worried about like trying to play safe here, but since I wanted to play safe, we just go for the... I went for an Interlink level 3 with Unita, and I don't end up getting it properly, but... Oh, because they were only level 2! I just realized that. So I thought I was being smart here, but they didn't actually have Interlink level 3. So, I didn't get to Interlink level 3 chain attack with them, so it ends up being a normal chain attack. And, yeah, we just have to deal with the long duration of the chain attack, sadly. But... doesn't matter too much. Another Kavita chain attacks, as long as you use 2 of the same Ouroboros pair as their orders, then you'll be able to use an Ouroboros finisher. Fiona's also cool in that she gives you extra chain attack meter. So you get to use even more orders if you really wanted to. So like this chain was basically guaranteed to like work like no matter how unlucky it got. It was just gonna take a while. So yeah, very, very safe play. We got about 2 minutes of a chain attack here. I make sure I get Noah back the first time around, but now it's going to be kind of luck-based because I have no other tanks. But yeah, just to play really safe, I ended up using Fiona here to make sure I get more of my chain attack meter back, and there's going to be no issues ensuring that I end up getting this kill no matter what. Unfortunately, the Reduce All is gone now, so he didn't actually do that much damage there. I go ahead and use Senna here. There's probably a better way to do my moves in this chain attack to maximize my TP and maybe end it a little bit quicker, since I have to rely on luck to get Noah back. I do get lucky the first time around. The second time around, I wasn't as lucky. I finally get Tyon's Order, which lowers his defense by a certain amount of physical percentage points, which means I can do even more damage now. We got a higher damage ratio now as well, so... I said I think this ends up being like 4 full rounds and then like 1 extra attack after that. So I use Uni next round, and then finally I just end it with like a quick Senna attack or something. So Uni's being used here just to ensure I get the Ouroboros form back that I want. But we could have kept additionally going from here as well. I used Tyon here to ensure that I get the over 100 TP, but that's not really a huge worry, like I said. You're pretty much guaranteed it. Like I said, this fight basically ends as soon as we get to the next round. I think I just use 1 Senna attack and it's enough to kill. I don't have to use Noah's full duration or anything like that. Once you activate the Ouroboros form, it'll give you everyone back. So I just use Senna here to kill. And it's enough. And the timer ends as soon as I end the chain attack, and he officially dies. And that is it. That is Xenoblade Chronicles 3 in 5 hours, 37 minutes, and 7 seconds. Definitely some stuff that could still be improved, but a time I'm really happy with for now. I was definitely working at this for a little bit. And I'm happy to see a lot of the practice and a lot of the strategies come together in a pretty big way. Definitely still some errors, definitely still some time that can be saved in the future, but it's a really solid time for now. So, I don't really know what else to say about the run itself. Hope you guys enjoyed watching this, and hope you learned something from watching this. Maybe it'll get you interested in speedrunning the series. I know a lot of these games are really fun to run. This game's a lot better to run now. It used to be a lot more annoying to speedrun back before we really had good strategies, especially because chain attacks took so long. Especially because this final boss can be really dangerous and scary because you basically just lost your entire run if you died to it. So, hopefully if you are interested in speedrunning this game, this video was useful to you, or if you're just interested in this series in general, you enjoyed the video. I don't want to end up talking too long here. I feel like it's, there's not really too much else to say at this point, so I do appreciate you guys so much for watching. Once again, if you enjoyed, please be sure to subscribe to the channel, because these types of videos are a lot of work, and it does help me out a lot. Like the video, comment, share it with all your friends, and really just, once again, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate all the support, and please look forward to more videos that'll be a lot shorter in the future. I'll probably be streaming more casual runs on my channel pretty soon. I'll probably be doing a DLC run as well that takes advantage of Masha, the new hero, so look forward to that. And as always, have a wonderful and blessed day, and I'll see you guys back here for future content on the channel.